Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Good day, MLBB fans. My name is Rafael, and I'm here to deliver the official decision regarding See You Soon and Selangor Giants match at MSC 2024 group stage. See You Soon has been penalized for violations in relation to their match against Selangor Giants. The match has been forfeited, with the points going to SRG. Furthermore, See You Soon will be fined 2,000 USD, and his coaching staff will receive a 4-match suspension for MSC 2024. Now let's look at the updated standings for Group B. SRG now has 2 game wins, while See You Soon has 2 game losses. We'll be seeing you guys in a few as we continue the journey to see the world. And with that, we're passing it over to Mara Aquino and Daoud Sandstorm.
Salam alaikum, Mara Aquino here.
Walaikum salam, Dawood Sandstorm here.
We're at the Boulevard city in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, where MSC 2024 is being held.
And aside from all the action-packed esports events that fans from all over the world can enjoy, we also have quite a lot of activities that you can take part in too.
No wonder the Esports World Cup is being held right here.
And when we're talking about here, we are talking about Boulevard City, a 900,000 square meter venue.
900,000 square meters. You know what? I think we should start running because we have a lot to cover.
That we do. And not only do we have Group B matches lined up for today, we have 4 teams trying to continue their journey to see the world, and only 2 will make it to the knockout stage.
You're right. And I think they're at the Amazon Arena right now. So let's get going. How's that?
Let's go.
See you at the Amazon Arena.
This is the 4th day of the group stage of MSC 2024. My name is Rafael. Alongside with me is Wolf as well as Gideon. We're here to see the world. How are you guys?
Feeling very excited because I have been waiting to see SRG. Actually, we weren't able to catch them in day 1 because we were paneling for a different stream. But very excited to see SRG. You know.
Of course, I'm excited to just be on the panel finally for once in a very long time to really show off why I'm called the boy in the box. But with that being said, though, I know Lafel has forgiven you, but I haven't. We still have one Malaysian team, and maybe that team might make it out of groups, and then I'll call it even.
Okay.
Speaking of which,
Fair.
today is Group B, the group of death. So actually, let's check in with our casters. How do you guys feel casting for the group of death for today?
Lafel, Gideon, Wolf, good morning to y'all. It's Trex and Leo here. In the box, we are actually the boys in the box. I'm excited. Trex, how you feeling?
I'm excited too. I mean, even with everything that happened during the wild card stage, I think that's still a very close group. And so far what we've seen is these groups can go down to the wire with the best of two format.
And I was actually looking back at the draft of the past few days in the groups, and woo, the metagame is developing at a rapid pace. So who knows what new picks might come out today?
Yeah, definitely. A lot of things could happen today. But speaking of which, we got to look back at what happened yesterday to get a feel of what's going to happen today. So here we go. Let's look at the Day 3 recap.
Nature, now GB to be caught again, and that's going to be Sanford going for the solo kill. Udil decimated in the back line. Benny Cutie getting rid of TV. SJP does it again. Now the dotted line taking.
I don't know about you, gentlemen, but for me, one of my favorite recaps that happened yesterday was two. Number one, the TTP, and the 5-man with the crown. With the crown, fool.
With the crown, fool.
I mean, get it? How does that
It's
make you
canon
feel?
now.
It's canon now, but honestly, I do think that at least these players are expressing themselves. They're really showing what they have here in the groups, but now that we're moving on to the next group, I don't know if they're going to be as expressive. They're not really the bad boys of the group, but they sure are champions.
Yeah, pretty much what we saw yesterday was, you know, them feeling the vibe here in Riyadh, just showing off their skills. And I hope that even when they're really calm now, I hope that we can see some action as well.
I mean, honestly, yesterday was amazing. So we're going to look back into it, and we're going to look back at the top Pepsi reactions.
It's up to Benny to finish it. Miles Sanji gets nets. Through the flicker forward, Jordan will not be able to take this damage. QT, who's an absolute monster in game number one. Team B's off the board as Liquid Echo take the lead.
And those were the top Pepsi reactions. And Wolf, two things that I do want to react on.
Okay.
Number one, Carl Teasy's reaction. And number two, doesn't matter where it is, it always feels like the Philippines.
Okay, it also doesn't matter where it is. Carl TC is gonna show off and show his emotions. I think that's granted. I think it kind of felt like he loves everyone at this point. And my God, I too am surprised that there are a lot of Filipinos. But then Saudi Arabia and UAE, it's quite almost home to a lot of Filipinos OFW. So shout out to all of the OFWs out there.
I don't know about you, LaFell, but this is starting to feel like home ground advantage. Agree on that, right?
Yes, sir.
This is starting to make sense, right? With so much support, and not to mention the fact that they're dominating this hard thus far, it really begs the question whether the metagame is accelerating or honestly, has it already been cracked open and solved?
Yeah. You know what was really cool yesterday? The fact that we have Carl Teasy here, letting him watch the other team's keys get crushed.
Yep.
Oh, that's an experience. What? Like you as the victor watching the losing teams? getting their keys crushed, man.
You did ask him if it felt good watching watching the keys being crushed, and he said, emphatic. Yes.
That's why he's the GOAT. Anybody else who says, no, I feel a little bit bad, they can't take that all-time graded.
Nah.
Personally, for me, I do think that it's quite a nice touch here at EWC, right?
I agree.
To be able to kind of pick up these little keys, but more importantly so, some of these, the champion at least, will get to select the keys that they have underneath their trophy. I'm so excited to know who they're going to pick.
Oh, with that being said, I'm excited to see who's going to be champions. But for now, yesterday there was a lot of plays. It was the bad boys of the group. So let's check out the Aramco top 5 plays.
But the base is getting connected on. Kid Bomba still defending. Lord finally goes down. Minion still there. Benny Cutie able to find Kid Bomba. Marl able to get some nice damage on Benny. Benny, immortality pops. Sawo gets the knockup. Looking for more, but he finally falls. Marl falls as well. Immortality's all over the place. Hiko unable to stand against them. Sanji, Benny get the kills. And Team Spirit will go down in game number 1.
GG, well played to TLP.
Oh, walks into Hiko though. Does get immune, but I am you every time in the damage! On a Sunset Lover, Benny Cutie finds another Hiko with a blazing duet, looking for anything he can, but he can't get the outplay today. Sanji, Kid Bomba able to find and takes him out. Kid Bomba with a dash through, find a slash, but it's not enough. Can he?
Benny trying to cut him off, and it will be JP with a flicker forward. Sword will not be able to take this damage. Sky Piercer for Benny. The TPs start counting them from Liquid Echo. In again. Yeah, with a shortcut, Sanford trying to go for it. Now it's called easy. Jumps in, knockout strike by Sanford. Gonna be caught in the Mystic Field. Nets disappearing. Zorn under the turret. It won't save you. Not this time. Benny again. Just scratches him, claws his way. This Poisson's damage reduction all across the board, but Chibi's able to take him down. JP rotating the back line now with Benny again, scratching. Zorn down. It's going to be Support finding the penalty zone, getting rid of JP. Sanji flickering out. Nide with Chibi. Going to be taken down by Sanji as he pops into Dawning Light again. Sanford on the chase. The Mystic Field right into Sanford. The San duo again in the 11th minute, and they're looking for a Sanford with a flicker, with a knockout strike to knock him up straight into the Mystic Field.
You guys know what's insane? Most of the plays, most of the Aramco top 5 plays were from our ALJ match of the day yesterday, which is TLPH going up against Homeboys. What a coincidence.
What a coincidence. I mean, day three is over. It's a new day today. I think it's valid to talk about what happened yesterday.
Yes,
feels really good. The Liam board apparently was taken out by the Lord Nat Sanji, so that's
honestly, we don't see a lot of Xaviers, but Sanji's Xavier, man, he's insane.
He is insane. And honestly, I would have expected him to actually try and pick up like something crazy like Temporal Rain for an example. But no, honestly, sticking around with the Impure Rage, pretty good for the laning phase to get him to where he needs to.
Yeah, players have found out that that the Temporal Rain might be an overkill for the Xavier. But having the Impure Rage means that you have a lot of more punch with your ultimate. I mean, 12 seconds, 11 or 12 seconds ultimate. Would you need more cooldown after that? That already hurts, you know?
Yeah, imagine if someone goes overboard, it's like, you know what I need? Fleeting time. Yeah, if you feel you need fleeting time, that's a little bit much. But that was the ALJ match of the day for yesterday. We're going to be talking about the ALJ match of the day for today, which is going to be Fnatic Oni going up against SRG. And for this one, it's going to be amazing because both these two teams have quite the fan base.
Personally, I've been waiting for these two teams to collide for the longest of times. Even during the regular season of both local MPL MY as well as MPL ID, they've mentioned each other during interviews.
Yes.
Maybe being just scrim partners, but also recognizing the level of play.
And not only with scrim partners, I think the word is Selangor Red Giants not only dominate in Malaysia, but also with teams when they're going up against teams from Philippines and teams from Indonesia, for example. And even, the members of Fnatic Onyx, they're put SRG in high regard, you know?
Here's the thing, right? Because looking at both these teams for today, we have to really emphasize why it's amazing. Because this is the group of death. In this group, all 4 teams are champions. And all 4 teams have hype towards them. And because this is the group of death where champions are here, it might also be the group of disappointment because we have to remember these are champions from each region. So imagine 2 teams, 2 champion teams not making it to the knockout stage and 2 champion teams getting their keys crushed.
Oh, not the hydraulic press. I'm already getting nightmares about that, right? My sleep paralysis demon looks like a hydraulic press at this point. But I do believe that in this group of death, there are going to be teams that are coming in with a significant disadvantage. And I think, I have to address CU soon here because they're not going to have their coaching staff for the majority of this group now. And hopefully, if they can even get a singular point against some of the big dogs here in Group B, I think maybe there's some hope.
They're put in a very difficult spot. I mean, if you look back at the group stages and you're going to be looking at day number 4 in a way that you're at least 1-1, you have that homeboy slash, you have that Evos slash Firefox situation where you do have a chance. Even if you lose your matches, you still have a shot. You just have to win it through the tiebreaker, or at least, get more points afterwards. That for CSUN, they now are put in a spot where they have to wish for someone else to kind of mess up,
It's out of their control entirely.
Yeah. And with that being said, we got to look at the match schedule for today to see which teams are going up against who, and more importantly, when. Because we're going to open up today with Falcon, the champions from Mina, going up against Selangor Red Giants. Afterwards, it is going to be Fnatic Onyx going up against CU Soon. And CU Soon will be battling once again, going up against Falcon. And we're closing it off with our ALJ match of the day, Selangor Red Giants going up against Fnatic Onyx.
We are expecting a high-octane match for that. I'm expecting assassin versus assassin action. A lot of good marksman battle between Chewe as well as Innocent. That's gonna be great.
I mean, we've seen them time and time again prove that they are some of the best in their lanes. But when we look at the Group B point system as of right now, everybody's concerned about CU Soon as well as Team Falcons, right?
Yep.
At the end of the day, the two very first best-of-twos that happen is going to be a qualification match, technically to get into the playoffs. And even so, if CU Soon or even Team Falcons, they just won their matchups, there is hope.
Yeah, looking at the groups right now, Fnatic Onyx just needs to win one more best-of-2, as in sweeping the best-of-2, same as Selangor Red Giants, for us to have the same situation as Group C for yesterday, where the first 2 matches will dictate who gets to go to the knockout stage and which teams are going to have their keys crushed. And then the final game of the day is going to be about setting up that tempo, setting up that I would say ego booster to go into the knockout stage. Of course, being number 1 in your groups is going to give you an advantage going into the knockout stage. But again, personally for me, I feel like it's ego testing at that point.
I love that you bring that up because for certain teams, they need a bit of a warm-up period, right? I think, some of the, if we look at some of the other groups and unfortunate matchups that have occurred, like C9 for an example, starting off like, we think that they're going to make it out of this group, but when dropping an 0-2 against their opponents, now having to scramble to get out of the group itself, I feel that a lot of these teams, especially at the highest level, need that confidence boost.
Yeah, that's why I also don't want to sleep on CU Soon, because despite, of course, the penalty that happened to them, if you look at their games, they really had it in them. I mean, SRG is a team that we put in the top spot, right? I mean, easily top 4 for me. But the fact that they have actually won the game and won skirmishes and won so many times going up against SRG, that means that they are not pushovers this time.
I mean, with that being said, let's actually talk about the first match of the day, which is going to be Falcons going up against SRG, where for Malaysians, I would say this is the best team we've seen, Gideon, in such a long time. And Falcons, they haven't had a lot of international appearances, so it's definitely going to be an uphill battle for them.
Look, I feel for them. I feel for the MENA region because it reminds the early days of MPL MY, right after the split of MY and SG. We were kind of lost. We didn't know what our own playstyle was, and usually it doesn't work out in the international stage. But I think MENA is catching up at an exponential rate, now including imports, making sure that the region as a whole is strong. I think SRG, yes, is one of the best teams coming out of Malaysia in a very long time, but that's because of the polish that they have.
Wow, how cool is this? We're getting to see all the players like behind us and in front of us. I also want to add to what you were talking about, the development of the region. They've already added imports, which already, of course, that helps a lot, right? But I think the next step here is for them to get into the spot where they can scrim against top teams. Like, for example, some of the Western teams have flown to Southeast Asia just to train. I don't know if there were teams from in a region that actually went to Southeast Asia just to train, but I think that's the next step. For now, they have to show us what they got. We cannot change anything from their preparation, but I do know that this time they're a much more improved region compared to M5.
I would pass this to Gideon. Is there a situation where Selangor Red Giants might choke? Because technically these are newcomers. The only one that's been on the international stage a lot of times is Yums.
That is true. I think that, in terms of experience for this Malaysian squad, yes, they don't have a lot of international experience, even amongst the imports, right, Cameron, as well as Innocent. But when we saw SRG face off against CU soon, they were playing by far the worst MLBB I've ever seen. And then Innocent decided to kind of pull it together saying, hey, guys, what are we doing here? I will drag us across the finish line if I have to. And I think that the rest of SRG really needs to have some mental fortitude coming into an international tournament like this.
Good thing you brought that up, because I was able to talk to Innocent in one of our elevator trips, and I was able to tell him, like, hey, you're easily top 4, maybe even top 2. And he said, like, okay, yeah, he wishes that will happen, because he knows that many things can happen when it's the stages, right? Even himself, he said that he wanted a little bit of a warm-up so that he can, marinate into the stage, get a feel of the actual vibes of what is happening, and then maybe the jitters come off afterwards,
Yeah, because we got to talk about Team Falcons as well, because the same situation is for them. They're newcomers in MSC as well. So whatever choking we're talking about that could happen for SRG, it could as well happen to Team Falcons. And Gideon, even you said it, that it looks like they're still looking for their own style. For now, they're playing based on their mechanics. When it comes to the preparation, planning of, like, okay, 2 minutes we do this, 4 minutes we do that, 12 minutes we do this, perhaps that needs a little bit of polish. So will this be too high of a hill to climb for them?
I think it's a little early to say, right? Anything could happen on this stage here at MSC, at EWC. I personally believe that, yes, SRG is coming in with a pretty big advantage, but it doesn't mean that Falcons are going to be completely out of it, right? At the end of the day, it's going to come down to who executes better. So we've seen what the meta has offered us so far, people who maintain control over the tempo of the game, and more importantly so, the draft is such a big part right now that most teams are really putting more priority to the draft than it is to the game most of the time.
Yeah, and especially with the draft positions as well. When you're in the blue side, you're much more comfortable now. Red side, you kind of have that required mandatory bans. Force ban, Louis, as well as the chip. It kind of felt like if you're on the red side, you technically have only one ban now, unless you're prepared to give up the chip and the Louis, which we have seen after, 3 days during the group stages.
Yeah.
It's so difficult to deal with.
Actually, let's talk about that chip for a while. You guys still remember, if you enter the opponent's jungle in the first 2 minutes, you're going to have more damage dealt to you, 20% more, in fact.
Yeah.
JP did it. I don't see the extra damage, man. JP was able to tank a lot of damage, and he was fine. As a Chip, dude, Chip looks tanky and deals too much damage.
I think he does too much damage. I think his base damage is rather ridiculous, even after numbers of patches where they're like, okay, let's adjust this numbers. Wouldn't it be funny if we got a bigger shield and more damage?
It's I'll be honest here. The first time I saw Chip, and then I look at the description of the spells and the fact that he has the portals, I thought Chip was going to jungle, utility jungle. Maybe we can see that.
Now that you said it in my mind, that doesn't sound bad.
Yeah.
It sounds good.
You have a speed dash, so they can jump from camp to camp. You can invade the Crammer easily because you can teleport there.
Right.
I mean, now that you explain it, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, we saw the round table with Naisu just now, and Coach TikTok was saying, we have a lot of picks. We just don't want to show it yet. So far, the only show when it comes to utility junglers is the Boxia. But before we actually throw it over to the host, I just want to confirm one thing from you guys listening to the conversation. I'm guessing Selangor Giant is the favorites for this matchup?
Yeah.
Of course, absolutely. Sorry, I had to throw it out there. It makes people really believe in it. But yeah, I do think that SRG should be able to take this 2-0. Even if it's 1-1, that's still totally fine. At least we get to see more Falcons.
Yeah, I think the only time that where SRG will not be favored in this group will be when they're up against Fnatic Onyx. I think, like I said, easily top 4 for SRG all throughout the whole tournament.
With that being said, if you want to take it down Selangor Giants, what is going to be the first step? What do you have to do? Is it a draft? Is it shutting down the mid? Is it shutting down Innocent? What's the first step?
Personally, I feel like we got to go with the T2K sort of download the first game strategy. Who is the underperformer? Because when people are performing at their top peak, especially from the side of SRG, it feels like they're kind of unstoppable when they are given a good draft, right? So start from the draft, figure out who is underperforming overall, and then instantly start peer pressuring them into bad plays.
So I don't know how to actually do this, but I think that you have to kind of stop Yums from being very comfortable in the match. Give him heroes that he's forced to. For example, you have the Udil example where you force him to play Angela.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of felt like, yeah, sure, it works draft-wise, but it doesn't feel like an ideal hero. So Yums, I know that he's found his comfort now with these aggressive kind of roamers. I feel that if you put him in like maybe Edith, for example, or Minotaur, where yeah, he can perform well for sure, but he's not the Yums that
his kind of hero.
Exactly. So maybe that is one thing that Falcons can do against SRG.
And with that, you guys have heard from our analysts. Looks like the favorites going for this matchup between Falcons going up against SRG. The favorites are indeed SRG. You guys can predict as well at stcplay.gg right now and lock in your predictions. Because here at the panel stand, we would like to know your predictions. So again, go to stcplay.gg right now and lock in your predictions. Is it going to be Falcon or is it going to be SRG? Now let's set this up as well. SRG wins 2-0, knockouts, easy. And then going up against Fnatic Onyx, it's all about a test of strength. But what if Falcons wins 2-0? How does that look in the group? Because then Fnatic Onyx has a 2-0 win. Technically, then SRG has 2-2, 2 wins, 2 loss, and then Falcons has 2-0, a 2-2. So it does set up a situation where there could be tiebreakers.
Could be. It could be. Honestly, I'm more disappointed that if SRG does lose, I'm going to lose a lot of guest coins. Like an ungodly amount of guest coins. And I'm not okay with that. I already lost plenty because of NIP Flash. But now, with SRG, hopefully they're going to be able to bounce back from that.
Yeah.
And agree. I agree that the situation will be a bit difficult if Falcons do start taking these games. But it's just going to make that very final series even more exciting.
Yeah, difficult for the 3 remaining teams, I would say. But I feel that in that situation, Fnatic Onyx will have a much easier time because all they need to do is win one more series and then they're gonna be okay. But yeah, definitely difficult for the remaining 3 teams that's not winning as much as Fnatic Onyx, you know.
I mean, again, looking at the other days, Selangor Red Giants going up against See You Soon. See You Soon brought up the Bane jungle. SRG almost lost that one.
Yeah.
Here's the
They
thing.
almost lost that one.
Personally, for me, I think that See You Soon is a very unique team. Nobody really wants to deal with them because they're wild, man. These guys will force fights when you don't think they're going to force it.
I think that's the benefit of having MP the King, for example. I think
He's amazing, by the way.
It was amazing. And if you look back at MPLPH Season 9, when everybody was just picking up these Lings, these Barretts or Karina, he was picking up something along the lines of a Pakito jungle, right? And he was very successful with it. I think MP the King can play the meta junglers, but he also can bring about these weird jungle picks, like the Bane, for example, almost winning. But I think they really could have won that. I think the team is just not that prepared, like, you know, chemistry-wise with that hero pick. But I do feel that when it comes to MP the King, he's winning battles that he's not supposed to win, and he's using the heroes that that jungles are not comfortable to play against.
And most of the time, this is because, like, again, when we see Bane, we're thinking like, oh man, this is such a weird pick. But against a composition that we saw that he played against with so much dive, I think that comps that want to kind of peel backwards continuously and deny their opponents backline access is a really great way to handle it.
Yeah, and honestly, with all of the discussions going on, thank you very much to our panelists, because I feel like we got a lot from this. But before we start a match between Falcons as well as SRG, we're going for a short break. But after this, we'll be catching the match. See you guys then. And we're back. And during the break, it just reoccurred to me that Wolf is here. Yesterday we did fine. We were able to survive Wolf's curse, but now we're going up against the MENA champions. I mean, if we're gonna predict our score, I'm afraid to predict for SRG now, because now that Wolf is here, anything can happen.
I mean, yesterday one of your teams went into the playoffs, into the knockouts,
And then got 0-2'd by TLPH.
I have no control over that.
That's true, that's true.
Today there will be no Filipino teams. I think there will be Filipino players and coaches though.
Yes.
Like literally every single team.
Every single...
Every
I gotta say,
single one of them.
Filipinos are everywhere. You guys are everywhere.
I mean, that's the beauty of it all. That's why technically they have the homegrown advantage here in Riyadh. But I think at the end of it all, I feel like when we start thinking about these matchups, and even if Wolf is here, that's why I was a little skeptical at the very beginning. Maybe SRG is going to be looking really polished today, and we hopefully get to see them at their peak performance.
Hey, here's the thing. If we want to know a little bit about SRG, because during the break, before we started the show, we saw the roundtable with Team Liquid Echo. So now, let's actually look at the roundtable with SRG.
All right, guys, welcome to the roundtable here. We are joined today by SRG, and we have some special guests with us. Again, it's Innocent, Yums, Stormy. How you guys feeling?
I'm good. I'm feeling great. Super good.
Super good?
Yeah.
You guys went undefeated. let's just throw it out there. You guys went undefeated. You had a very dominant season, for that. Why did that happen? What was the big change for you guys? Stormy, maybe you can answer this, because, I watched you guys' grand finals too. I didn't get to see all the regular season, but I just felt like no one could stop you guys. I don't know what the answer is. What's the answer, Stormy?
As for me, right, I think we're undefeatable because our chemistry is so strong.
Yeah.
And it makes our bond is really strong. And we, in tournaments, we are very disciplined. I think that's why we are really good in tournaments.
So if you had to pick one player who helped bring that synergy together, who was it?
I think everyone.
Everyone?
Yeah, everyone.
Okay. Yeah. I would say from watching you guys, like the synergy that you guys play with, it's different. And I think a lot of people want to know how you guys bring your special strategies. There's a strategy that I heard recently. I don't know if I'm pronouncing this right. Is it cheeky?
Oh yeah, cheeky.
Is that a strategy? Is that something you guys can bring to the mid-season cup? I don't know if that's just like a rank game thing. Is it a rank game thing? Because there's clips also going around where we saw this in a recent tournament. Yeah. The cheeky strat that was, I think, a cheeky strategy that was pulled out.
The cheeky strat is
it's like Johnson, Khadija.
Yeah, Khadija. Yeah. And Aldos.
Aldos pick. Yeah. Is that something you guys think right now with the current meta could actually work in a competitive environment like this? Yums, do you think that can work?
I think can work. We might bring this in MSC.
Johnson Khadija. so we're looking to see a Johnson and Khadija.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm gonna hold it to you guys. Speaking of the patch, well, I gotta ask you, do you guys collectively, are you happy about the recent patch, or do you prefer the old patch where everything was like, lore dances and turtle dances and Fredrins and Barretts? Or are you guys happy now with the patch?
To be honest, I think we are happy, right?
Yeah, we are happy because our jungler is a high assassin user. Yeah. So we don't mind the patch. Yeah. We can go in with the patch.
Let's say from the jungle perspective, because we see a lot of Roger. Based on the wild cards, we saw a lot of Roger, we saw a lot of Lings. I feel like this highlights your guys' playstyle too, but Innocent, your picks from the gold lane. Does this change for you? Because so far we've seen some cool things in the gold lane too.
Chong.
Bringing that.
Yeah, I will fight this Ling. This Ling and Roger.
You're gonna fight the Ling?
Yeah, my Chong is not scared of Roger.
Okay. Actually, you know what? I think when we got to see the Changi, what's the build? It's like is it marksman build basically?
Hybrid. Yeah.
I hope we see it here for the mid-season cup, man. Please bring it out. But also, we saw other things so far in the wild cards, even like a Ruby gold lane pop up. The Hariths are still there. I know you like even to play some of the Hariths. Anything else that I would say? How do you guys feel about the Sky Piercer? This is a topic of discussion for a lot of people.
I think you should ask Innocent.
I cannot talk a lot about Scorpius because I don't buy it.
Yeah, same.
You guys don't buy it. How do you feel about it?
I think they already fixed it because I think they already nerfed it.
Yeah, it's like it went from like 6 to 4%.
Yeah, they reduced the stocks.
So is that good enough?
So I think it's already balanced now.
It's balanced?
And it's not easily to get stock because if you got shut down, it will reduce 30%.
Oh. Yeah.
So it's still a risky item.
So it's risky, even though it's cheap. Because it's, I think other people are saying like, should it be more expensive? It's 1,500, I think, 1,500 gold.
Yeah. Because if you cannot get stock, it's still useless.
Okay, well now we know because a lot of the casters, and I know Mirko has mentioned this too. For a while everybody was picking up like first item even, you know, but now there's some changes here. I would say that so far though, for what you guys see, your group ahead of you. Let's talk about your group real quick. How are you guys feeling about your group? Are you guys confident going against? You know, there's some pretty good names in there, but do you guys feel like you can go ahead and top your group? Is there anyone? Let's start with this. Is there any team here in your guys' group? Are you worried about any teams, or do you think your undefeated streak will carry through the group stage? Stormy, do you want to?
We're not even scared to face anyone, right?
Yeah.
We just don't mind anyone.
Yeah.
So we just go with the flow.
Just go with the flow?
Yeah. But we are very confident.
We are very confident to beat them all.
Spicy.
Spicy.
Yums. Who are you looking forward to play against the most, though, Yums? Is there one certain team you really want to go against?
Of course, Keyboy.
The champs?
Yeah. The champs, MSC champs.
Everyone is champs, right, in our group?
Everyone, you guys have the champion group. That's right. And so far, from what we've seen from a lot of the interviews, I think most people would put Fnatic Onyx at the top of their list that they want to take down. And you guys I think you guys have a really good chance, obviously, of doing that with the current things. But obviously, too, Kyrie. This is also good. I think any of these teams that like these assassin picks are going to be able to shine. Your group, though, the group of champions, I think at the same time you guys have to. I'm wondering because the play styles in Malaysia and then the play styles on international stage, it changes in a way, right? But have you guys started scrimming already too? I know you guys just landed, but
yesterday.
You already started scrimming?
Yeah.
You guys didn't rest?
I think like 3 or 4 hours. Yeah, a quick
you just took a nap. How are you liking it's like practice rooms, right?
Yeah, it's very good. Yeah,
it's very comfortable.
Very comfortable.
So big.
Yeah. What do you guys have? Is it one big practice room for everybody, or is it split up?
Per team, I think.
Per team have their own gaming.
Okay, and then you guys just scrim against certain teams, or how does that work?
Yeah.
Yeah, we scrim the MSC team also.
Yeah, with MSC.
Other group.
Oh, with other groups too.
Because it's hard to find scrim because the survey is different. Right?
Yeah.
That's right. I wish you guys the best of luck. Going forward for you guys and your group, the group of champions. Real quick, I'm going to ask each one of you this though. After MSC, what are you going to do? Because you guys, the life of pro players, you guys practice so much, you prepare so much. How are you going to have some downtime, Stormy? Let's start with you. How will you enjoy your downtime after MSC?
Maybe I'll just spend with my family because I don't have that much time to spend with my family before. Yeah.
Okay. Yes?
I think same with Stormy because we pro player spend so much time in mobile games, right?
Yeah. Sure.
So we want to spend time with our family.
Oh, family.
Innocent?
Family.
You want to buy a car, right?
Same like my teammates. After MSC, just rest for a while, then.
Are you gonna go home? You gonna go?
Yeah.
Philippines?
Then go back to Malaysia for the Snapdragon.
For the Snapdragon. So you get a little bit of time. Okay. To wrap things up, is there any final things you guys want to say? You can say it to your supporters. You guys can say it to the group, maybe a certain team. Innocent?
To our fans, thank you for always supporting us, and especially to Malaysian fans. And I hope we can bring you the MSC trophy.
Yeah, thank you. Okay,
Yums. Okay, for Fnatic Onyx Keyboy, hopefully we have a good fight. See you in the land of down.
All right, Stormy, last words, anything?
I don't have much to say, but just keep supporting us till the end. We will give you guys a good result. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for joining us for the roundtable. That's going to be it with SRG. Again, Innocent, Yums, and Stormy. And we'll see you guys in group stage.
Stormy's my boy, man. Yep. Stormy is my boy. And honestly, in that round table, we actually got a lot of good answers coming in from the players. Number one, Innocent. He doesn't care. He'll pick up Chang'e, goes up against Roger, goes up against Ling. He doesn't care. It's like, bring him. I can use my Chang'e. And the thing that you know, in terms of analysis, he said Sky Piercer with no stacks, useless.
Yeah, pretty much. I do agree. I have to agree with him. I think because of that 6% to 4% change, and then you kind of increase the maximum amount of stacks.
Yeah,
you technically kind of. Yeah, I think you nailed it right in the head there. It's perfectly balanced now. Like, it's not that OP. It's not that unviable. So, but if you do snowball, it's gonna be great. So, yeah, share the sentiments with Innocent, my boy.
Well, Stormy's my boy. But speaking of my boys, we gotta look at Keyboy, where Yu's just like, yo, Keyboy, we're gonna meet you guys and let's hope for a good match.
Yeah.
I thought it would be a little bit more spicier, but Yu's just like, it's okay. You know what? Nice is here. I'm gonna tone it down a bit.
Honestly, I think the fact that Nice was like, hey, you know, just to fans out there, say to the loved ones, it's canon now that Keyboy loves SRG based on what you said, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I think we can all agree with that. And I think, you know, both of them, I feel like Yums, even though he's left Todak and now joins SRG, a bit of that Todak spirit hasn't really left him just yet, even when it's uncalled for. But I do think that in SRG's case here, I'm assuming, I'm just gonna, wild guess, he's not gonna play the Chang'e. Innocent's not gonna do it, especially on an important match as well.
Here's the thing. I believe Innocent, does he want to use it? Yes. Will Coach Arcadia allow him? No. That's the big difference. Speaking of differences, we got to talk about the differences between the two mid laners. My boy Stormy is Malaysia's Mage Prodigy. He's going to go up against Goodnight, the MPL MENA Grand Finals MVP.
That's right.
So again, like, the mid laners are amazing, and Stormy, we've seen him changing up a little bit when it comes to the mid lane. He's using the Aurora, and he even showed off the Kagura.
Yeah, and he's another mid laner that has been, you know, has J-Lord as a name. Yeah, actually. So J-Lord and mid lane with Hate in there, you know, in the mix. I think the Falcons is in a good spot.
As much as they want to be in that good spot, like, can they actually make it work out, right? Because we've seen that the mid trio has been a large part of the metagame, even from like 2 patches ago. Now even more so than ever, just to kind of help out the sides. I think the teams who can identify the game state, not from just the laning phase, but even beyond that, will have a bigger advantage coming down to the mid game.
I kind of felt like they were out of their game when they first faced up against, if I'm not mistaken, it was Fnatic Onyx back in day number 1. Even Ding wasn't that comfortable. I know what prowess Ding can bring to the table. Like, he's very, I would say, macro-centric in a way that he is an EXP laner when he played back in the Philippines that can actually carry the games. He's like a damage-dealing EXP laner. From what we saw from the previous days, we are more inclined to have setup kind of XP laners like Terizla, for example, and carry XP laners are kind of frowned upon just because you're focusing so much on the jungle as well as the gold laner.
For a second there, I thought you meant carry in the
no,
XP laner. Okay. Because I was like, wait, I've seen that before, and it didn't work out.
Didn't work out, yeah, but yeah, so damage dealing slash farm heavy EXP laners are kind of frowned upon nowadays. I think that's the main strength that Falcon can muster. Maybe that is where they can look at heading into when they're going up against SRG.
I'm just gonna add on a little bit onto that one. Damage dealers slash farm oriented EXP laners is frowned upon unless you're Diablo. Unless you're Diablo.
That's true.
Wait, there's a nuance here. There is a very big nuance. I think a lot of it comes down to, like, why do you even want these damage-centric, farm-heavy style of EXP laners? And a lot of it really just boils down to, can this hero clear the waves fast and make an impact as soon pre-level 4 or after level 4? Because again, a lot of the lane priority now is a bigger importance in the game compared to, oh, we could just sit back, first turtle we give up, and then afterwards, second and third, that's when we fight.
Yeah, carry XP laners are, you know, candidates for Employee of the Month, you know, because they're going to be doing everything. They're going to be farming their lanes, or clear their lanes, they have to go to the turtle, they have to appear in teamfights, and they have to deal the damage. It's a difficult thing to do. It's almost like what LaFell is always doing on a day-to-day basis.
So essentially, those that are using the Terizlas, I'm just here to do my job, man. I'm getting paid this much.
If you put it that way, yeah, I would say yeah. I think that's a good metaphor for it. You know.
That's a great metaphor. That really is a great metaphor. But again, with these high damage, there is high damage EXP laners. There is a very big risk of getting like hard shut down, and that could just be,
For sure.
oh no, I accidentally used my eye for an eye in lane and didn't hit anything, and instantly the lane is skewed into the enemy's favor. So why go for the high risk when you can just play Thrizzler?
Exactly.
Good old reliable.
Yeah.
Can we comment on how the teams are looking as well? They're looking pretty relaxed, even though like this is a very highly stressful match, because for both teams it's the match of survival, I would say, because again, for Selangor Red Giants, win this one, you're good. Falcons want to stay alive, you got to win this one, and we have to talk about this is their home ground. They like the pressure is on them, right?
I thought it was. I thought it was a Filipino home ground.
Well, I was thinking that too.
Home ground advantage.
Honestly, hot take here. I mentioned it in MPL MY, and I've noticed a trend among some of the champions, or at least some of the best players in the world. You ever notice that this just might be the long hair meta? The meta where whoever has the longer hair generally is the better player. Kyrie.
Yeah, you're right.
Already the best. Come on, think about it.
Innocent.
I mean, the list goes on.
Stormy grew out his hair as well. Tic-Tac grew out his hair as well.
That's actually very true. That's so true.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a long hair meta apparently.
Yeah. So you know what?
That's why Yeb has this, long.
He's trying to catch up. He caught on a little late.
Sandstorm has long hair. Mara has long hair.
Oh yeah, Mara has long hair.
You know what? With that, not cutting my hair anymore. And then it would be anyone's guess. Is it going to be straight today? Is it going to be curly? Is it going to be there?
Hey, man, you need to have some level of consistency, right? Because even for SRG, they had a undisputed run in MPL MY. Falcons were also looking pretty good, but until I see that long hair, that's what gives me confidence.
I am in my head right now imagining LaFell with long hair. It's
No, the thing is, you guys are giving the content team an idea. Hair tier list.
Oh,
the MSC player.
Dude, that's great.
No.
That's great.
Better yet, show the hair and then guess who's the player.
Okay, top one for me is Innocent already, you know?
Oh, that's good.
Oh, you love Innocent's hair?
Yeah.
I don't know. I cannot.
I'm more of a Yums boy. I'll say that right here.
Oh.
Yums has got great long hair, and he's had it for a while.
You're right.
That was a player before coming. Either ways. Hair, long hair, good. Means good performance. But either ways, thank you very much to our analysts. Now, when we're coming, this game is about, Team Falcons will be going up against Selangor Red Giants. But before we continue, we're going to be handing it over to our hosts on stage. We're going to give it over to Mara Aquino as well as the Wood Sandstorm to start off for today. So you know what, guys? It's your turn.
Lots of amazing MLBB action coming your way. We're here at the beautiful city of Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
أيها السيدات والسادة، مرحبا بكم في اليوم الرابع من مرحلة المجموعات في بطولة MSC هنا في الرياض.
I'm Mara Aquino.
And my name is the Wood Sandstorm.
Welcome
to the Amazon Arena. Ladies and gentlemen, today we continue day 4 of the groups, and we're going to be starting with the champion of MENA as they make their return to this wonderful stage and continue their MSC 2024 campaign here at the Esports World Cup. And they are going to be going up against the invincible Giants of Malaysia.
The stakes have never been higher because much like yesterday, a team will be eliminated today, and this is also an opportunity for the other to proceed straight to the knockout stage.
So without further ado, let's welcome Team Falcons.
Team Falcons MSC 2024 campaign, well, it started in an uphill battle as they went up against the defending champion, Fnatic Onyx.
That they did, and they need to force at least one win if they want to keep their hopes and dreams alive and continue their journey to see the world.
Now presenting their opponent. They're looking to remain undefeated. Let's welcome Selangor Red Giants.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this has been an incredible journey. And don't forget, when we're talking about Selangor Red Giants, we are talking about a team that has managed to win and be crowned champions of MPL Malaysia without dropping a single match.
What they want to do is have a 2-0 today because the sweep will let them get to keep this key. Now, in partnership with the Esports World Cup, each team has been given a personalized key with their name on it. This symbolizes their right to be in this tournament, and this represents their life.
Exactly, and that is what the key of champions looks like, and this is what the key of the teams that have been eliminated looks like. And you want to see what happens to it once a team is eliminated?
Let's see.
After the key gets destroyed, it joins the rest of the keys, and it joins the rest of the teams that have been knocked out from this tournament. And we want to see what happens to this key. We are talking about 5 tons of pressure being applied to the pure gold key that symbolizes their journey coming to an end.
Now, as this key have been destroyed, a lot of hearts are breaking also, and today we will see another 2 teams' key get destroyed because at the end, only one will get to keep theirs to get the MSC 2024 Championship Trophy.
That's right, because only one team can be crowned, and only one key will remain unscathed until the end of the tournament and until the end of MSC 2024. And I cannot wait to see who's going to get crowned, Mara.
And you know what, Sandstorm, for a world-class tournament like this, we would like to have a world-class gaming phone. So if you take a look at the players, all of them are doing their ping test with the Asus ROG, powered by Snapdragon 8 Gen 3 mobile platform.
That's right, Asus ROG is the official gaming phone when it comes to MSC 2024. And ladies and gentlemen, I think we are ready to get things started. We are ready to get the show on the road. Let's head on over to the studio.
Time to shine.
And it's also time to see the world. Now, before we go into the draft, this is on topic and off topic at the same time. I really want to take a picture of those keys, man. The broken ones and the ones that are still intact, because you can't tell me that that doesn't look cool. Even the broken ones look cool.
Yeah, that's true. And I think they're made out of gold, right?
Pure gold,
Pure
as
gold.
they said. I mean,
Man.
it's a cool concept, but can you imagine the players having to walk up there and hand over their keys? It's an emotional moment for them.
Exactly. Like, it looks cool for us, like, I'm sure. Like, we look very happy. I mean, we're very happy to see that, but I'm pretty sure that the players themselves who lose their keys, who get their keys destroyed, man, that must be devastating.
I remember Leo saying this yesterday. I'm going to quote him, but basically it's their tournament lives made into a physical object, something tangible.
Yep.
Dude, either way, loving the concept, looking at the players now. We're going to be looking at the draft. Are we going to expect a first game draft that is going to be very safe, or we'll see one of the teams overextending a bit? With that being said, Falcon is going to be first pick on the blue side. SRG is going to be second pick on the red side. And why this is relevant, because again, we've been talking about it in this analyst stand. It looks like if you're on the red side, you're going to have a little bit of a disadvantage where technically you only have one ban. You have to auto-ban the Louis as well as the chips.
Which means that they will eventually do it. So I think you were wondering, Lefel, if this should be the time where you can be experimental. I would say
overextending.
Overextending, yeah. I always will say no because of how tedious or cutthroat the group stages is. Like, losing 1-1 is like I said, it's like almost losing an entire series altogether. Losing 2-0 is like losing 2 series altogether, just because of how tight a best of 2 can be in a group stage setting.
Personally, for me, I think that even when we start thinking about like the way these games need to be played in a best of 2, somebody needs to figure out what the red side can actually do. Because I feel as of right now, what we know based on the meta is that red side is basically a skill check to blue side saying, hey, how much do you have in your hero pool, right?
Yep. Yeah. Which means that after the break, after the group stages, all the teams that can go through and get it to the knockout stages should have enough heroes to deal with the Luyin as well as the chip. Now, I would say that because of how SRG is looking, that with the Arlet being banned out, I think that they should ban the Luyin afterwards, because Arlet, I feel, is the answer to the Luyin. But we did see Fireflux, for example, they utilized the Lolita to counter the Luyin with their aggression. SRG is a team that's more willing to the Luyi, and between Luyi and Chip, I think Luyi probably 100% you will not let go of the chip. 80% you can let go of the. 20% you can let go of the Lui.
No, I totally get you here. I personally think that maybe SRG may have taken a little bit of an idea of how to counter this Lui. There might be an opportunity for them to actually open it up, because I'm not sure whether Falcons is going to highly prioritize it, right? Because as much as Goodnight is like their most solid player, the rest of the team does need their power picks to really perform.
Yeah.
This is interesting. You're blue side, but you're banning out the Lui.
Yeah, so what I think here is Falcons are considering getting Harith or Roger. They're going to be running for that kind of pickup, especially because the Ling was already banned anyways. It kind of feels like they are not that prepared against the Lui. And yeah, it still opens up the draft. Like I said, Roger as well as Harith, they're open. I think SRG might just keep both of those picks open, or maybe just ban a Roger at this point. I think that they're more comfortable now, knowing that the Lui was banned by Falcons themselves. They banned Florian, so it's definitely a race for Harith as well as Roger.
Yeah, no, this is a huge tell, right? We know what the goal lane matchups are roughly going to be. At least with the Roger, there's a little bit more flexibility in what they can do and shift around on red side. But most importantly here, I think we all need to keep in mind that even if the Roger goes into the gold lane, or maybe even into the jungle, the mid lane is good, as well as the supports are going to be by far the most two important picks coming into this first rotation.
Yeah. Okay, so there's the Harith. Typically answered by the Roger. Sometimes teams answer it with a Moskov. You can pick that all together, but instead it's Nolan and Roger. If there is a team that I expect to prioritize assassin junglers, should be SRG. They're very comfortable with that. The way that they play it is that they create a lot of chaos around the map, that it's up to Innocent to kind of make the most out of the space that they were getting. So having this Nolan as well makes you react if you're Falcon. You pick up the Cho, for example, maybe get the Tigreal eventually. Hopefully that is an answer for the Falcons esports. But then again, Valentina now is top priority for Falcons to get, because that is the hero that you that is the mage hero that you're not that scared of when you're facing assassins.
Absolutely. There we go, the Valentina and as well as the Minotaur. I like this a lot personally, right? Because it does tell SRG, hey, even if you want to play safe and you want to dive heavy composition with the Faramis, we still have a good level of counterplay.
Yeah. So you answer this with Edith typically. I'm not sure if Terizla should be the case, but I think because of the fact that you already have two farm-dependent junglers, now you go back to your typical Terizlas, your Bards in the XP lane. Even Ruby is a good option so that you'll have a little bit of frontline. Edith as well is a good opener here for SRG because it can be picked up in the mid lane as well as in the the XP lane as well as the roam.
I mean, honestly, for SRG, picking up the Nolan here, Wolf, you called it right. The Edith has been picked up to deal with the things that Falcon has shown. But again, having this Nolan is, even though it's in the hands of Sakai's, it's high risk. Because what Sakai wants to do is he just wants to outfarm the enemy team. He's going to take his own jungle. He's going to take the enemy's jungle. And for you to do that, your mid duo has to be amazing. And that mid duo has to deal with Minotaur and Valentina.
That's right.
I think worse yet, we need to also include into the argument EXP laners, right? Because they're going to be the big driving force into invading your jungle, securing neutral objectives, having priority on that side of the map. I don't know if SRG or even Falcons are considering that option, or whether or not they're going to play on the opposite side by saying, hey, we don't want these utility style of junglers.
That's right. I think it's worth it for Falcon to ban the Kedira, although I think the normal bans here will be Farsa as well as Novaria, two heroes that are decent versus Falcon, but let's see this. But the Kedira is interesting because SRG, you have that hero that can actually burst the Harith. You just need another combo for it, maybe get the Kaj afterwards. Or what they said during the round table, Kedira Johnson.
But then there's still one component missing. I mean, they only have the last two picks, but it would be nice to have the Alex just for that global vision to know exactly where they are to make that hit and run work.
Yeah. One thing that we do have to say is that Stormy really likes picking up the Aurora, especially when it looks like he's going up against a mid trio that has at least two frontliners. So if they see, say, a Baxia, Fredrin, something that's going to be in their faces, he might pick up the Aurora.
I love that you brought that up because it's a great hero versus the Harith in a way, because you have a lot of sources of mini crowd controls and a big one with your ultimate, which means that Harith can only purify one of those. You don't want to be frozen in that part, and I do like it. Next best option there is the Nana, which also, you know, has this instant hex or transformation we can expect. So yeah, Aurora, Nana are valid pickups here. It's they're both decent against the Valentina. Another option is this Odette that some teams are thinking that it's great versus the Harith, you know? But I doubt that will be the case for SRG, especially with the Minotaur up, as well as the Valentina. You don't want to give a big ultimate to the Valentina like that. So.
True. Yeah, that is very scary.
Yeah, no, I agree with that entirely, right?
Yeah.
I think Aurora probably would be a little bit better in this situation, but what I'm noticing here is that maybe with the bans, well, dedicated towards Ding's side, the Benedetto as well as the Yuzong, there could be an opportunity for Edith to actually get thrown into the EXP and then open things up, maybe with a Grok even, just to walk into the enemy jungle to start scouting early on.
That's why I like the fourth pick mid laner here for SRG, because that keeps the Edith flexible at this point. And you're not revealing that much for your composition. With this, Aurora looks really good. So is the Kadira for SRG. I wonder what they will pick up with that. They also have Xavier, which apparently is it's a decent laner because you just go back. Wow.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
We've called it.
Well.
Okay. This means that if Xavier's going into that mid lane, that Edith most likely has to be the roam, right? Because in the earlier stages of the game, you really struggle to clear these waves effectively against your opponent, especially when you're up against a Valentina and a concussive Blast Minotaur.
Yeah.
I mean, you were talking about the Grok, and the Grok could help out as well. So
that's right.
Even though they got a Xavier, it's still open.
Yeah. Do you want an assassin now if you're Falcon to match up with this Nola? Maybe a Hayabusa eventually.
Really? I was thinking more just go straight into the box here, right? There's just a lot of ways of damage, a lot of layers of damage that you could be mitigating.
Yeah, I do agree with you. I think that's a much better pickup, honestly. Baksha, you have a lot of frontline. Xavier will not necessarily be able to stop that, and you have access to the backlines with this Baksha. Then go to Terizla. Paquito. Okay.
Okay, they generally fit the same build that you were talking about. You were hyping Ding up to be the guy who plays damage style of EXP.
I love it.
And that's why SRG are like, no Benedetta, no Swiss Army knife for you, no Yuzong, we'll let you have a Paquito.
That's right. How about the Nesmeralda? This is perfect time, dude. Harith and Paquito is there. I mean, of course, the backshot is going to be a little bit of a problem, but there's no actual one-hit delete hero that can actually stop the Esmeralda this time for SRG. Yeah, another option is the Grok, though. But yeah, I think Esmeralda is great.
Gonna take a bit because it looks like player quote coming in from Zorn. He's saying to SRG, do the best for Malaysia. Even though Homeboy's still here, they're like, you know what, you guys are our hope.
No, that's just, I mean, it's just facts, right? It's been a while since Malaysia has been put on the map, and better yet, done well during an international. So we have high hopes, and Terizla finally gets locked in for the side of SRG. What are you thinking about this, Wolf?
Pretty standard. I think, they can. They really knew how to make this double Roger plus Nolan work.
And with that being said, we see an EXP player that does the damage, and we see another Xavier. And with that, the draft has been completed. And when it's completed, now it's time for the casters to shine. It's your turn.
Thanks, Lafel, Gideon, and Wolf. Dan Leo Kubangay and Herbert Trex Wagner at your service for this best of two between the champions of MENA and Malaysia. Ain't no unique picks just yet, but it was well written. I like what both teams brought out here.
I think both teams brought a very solid in their own right. You got SRG with some heavy artillery in the back and some heavy dive in the front. And then taking a look at Falcons, it's solid. I can see them all grouping up, a little bit of Paquito jabs here and there, but overall just they want to kind of stick together, look for those big Minnow and Fury knockups.
Despite this meta being very assassin heavy, I actually appreciate how so many things are valid. Both teams were able to draft a lineup that there's favorable for them that go on different axes of aggression. Here we go. Early game up, the first 30 seconds. That's a mirrored rotation for both junglers, orange on each side.
Yeah, it looks like they're both going to be kind of hitting opposite sides around the same time. Hopefully, Basha is one of the few utility junglers left that can kind of keep up a little bit with some of these fast-moving assassins. And even now, we're seeing they're both going to be hitting those opposite buffs, but Basha actually gets to his purple a little quicker.
Yep, looking at the emblem set, a lot of impure rage for the Falcons. All this while, SRG keeping it sustainable. Again, the front line of Cram and Humes with the brave smites. And then you got the burst from Stormy and Sekai's. Now check this out, Sekai's trying to get a little cheeky, stealing away the small buff spotted out by Super.
Yeah, but Super's doing a good job. He's keeping eyes, he's keeping vision. I'm wondering, we've been seeing a lot of switch-ups from a lot of teams. Sometimes it's a heavy focus on the EXP lane. Sometimes it's a heavy focus on the gold. I'm wondering what these two teams want to try to go for.
This is as 50-50 as it gets. Neither as aggressive unless Kenji coming in.
A little bit of damage on to Cram there. Cram should be okay unless Goodnight gets something crazy off. 20 seconds till Turtle coming up. Falcon's actually taking the aggressive route.
That's one more wave Goodnight's looking for to get that level 4. IMU still not online. Humes and the rest of them pushing him out of that long bush. All right, here comes the Turtle, 5 seconds in.
I mean, and I like the way the SRG, they're really kind of, you know, we're seeing mid, we're seeing the roam, we're seeing everyone kind of stick together, getting ready for this Turtle. I got a feeling we might see a big 4v4 as this Turtle comes up. Sekai's keeping vision, and when you have this assassin on the jungle, you don't have to try to force the Turtle, right? You can dive in any moment you want.
Yep, and it's Kenji who's incentivized to go a little harder on it. There's the Unite.
All right, Ding trying to make his way around the back. Sekai's able to take the Turtle, though. Yums not forcing anything, able to step back. A lot of damage on a Ding, though. Minoan's Fury misses everyone. And members of Team Falcon going down.
Stunning light, just for good measure, why not? And the Mystic Field. Oh, wow. Impressive how the top teams in MLBB Esports now are able to make the Savior feel like an early game hero. Now the Purple in jeopardy. Kenji can't even contest, man. Early on. Grand Theft Purple, look at this. Goodnight can try to keep it.
Ooh, Goodnight. Not able to save it. Sekai's does take it, and not only the Purple was in jeopardy, but Kenji as well. He had to leave. He had to just go over to the orange buff. Now a little bit of damage on a Super. Forced to flicker back, and SRG bringing some aggression to the mid side.
Team Falcons, despite being the hometown heroes, are put on the back foot. Very difficult going up against Selangor Red Giants. Again, 4 months and counting, undefeated. Cram jumping in the Ding.
Ooh! Snipe from long range, again, just for good measure. Sekai's probably would have been able to do it himself, but SRG are wasting no time to kick things off.
Humes here, one-man enforcer, keeping in check not just the roamer, not just the gold laner, but even the jungler. Again, Kenji has been having a hard time ever since minute 1. He's been behind EXP as soon as the Turtle started. And now looking at the gold lead, we're approaching 2K.
Man, Super and Goodnight are just having trouble even stepping out to that river right now. There is fear in the air. They smell it. They know it's there. Hume's just always waiting. Great positioning. They want Super to come out. They want Goodnight to come out. Luckily, they're not taking the bait right now, but what does that mean for their rotations?
I mean, it means Team Falcons can only really do so much that Selangor Red Giants allow for it. And you mentioned now, it's the fear of crossing over too much. Kenji forced to use the Ignite. See, usually when you play a Baksha in this current metagame, you want to use it aggressively, the way Carl Teasy uses it, right? Getting in your face, forcing fights when the enemy's not ready. But now SRG, they're the ones who are saying, hey, you dare cross the line, you get punished.
Yeah, look at Ding, though. Getting some nice locks on to Sekai's. Might be able to get the kill here. Can he find him? Flickers in. One more hit, but Sekai's gets away. Turtle does go over to Team Falcons. Well played by Ding, zoning them away. They lose Super for it. What do we think about the trade?
That's good. I'd like to think that the way that fight went, it's Team Falcons showing, hey, Trex, it's not the fear. It's just the timing. We're waiting for a good engage. And now Lark in the back line.
Oh, just can't fully follow up. Stormy showing up now. Lark comfortable in the Zman's force, but we're seeing the pressure be returned. We're seeing some shots coming back from Team Falcons.
All right, took a while until some backup came in to help Innocent. But again, that's what SRG is made of. They're so good at synchronizing across the map, of making these plays count, not just 1 for 1, but add up into an eventual conversion. And I think that's one thing that Selangor Giants are lacking just yet. Since a lot of the early game was 50-50, like man-to-man defense and lane-for-lane advantage, they really didn't get to bear down on one, meaning no real hard pushes yet. If anything, it's Falcon who made up for that. Look at Lark. He put the turret down bottom almost at half health. So that means if the same turret, if the same turtle engagement happens again in the upper corner now for the third turtle, I think Team Falcons might be onto something.
We'll see what happens here. Falcons want to try to get in position for this turtle. You're talking about Xavier being a late game here and showing some good strength this early on. I would say the same for Lark here. I mean, Harith Hereth does well against the Roger early on, but still, he's already chunking. We're only 6 minutes in, and we're seeing those 900 damage marks come up on the minions. We're seeing him just start to, he brought that tower already down a bit. He could be a threat very soon if he's able to get in the midst of things here. Kenji gonna take a little bit of damage. Sekai's able to get involved as well. Cram might be able to get away from this, should be okay.
Cram is forcing things from Team Falcons. Again, I think it's clear now that SRG, they can't let the fear ruin Team Falcons, because Team Falcons, they are champions of MPL MENA. They are champions of the golden season. And I guess that makes sense why Lark is now putting the team on his back. They're trying to fight back. Yums here, get knocked up, dashing away. Turtle still standing.
Both teams now taking this one slow. I think SRG are now showing some respect because Ding keeps coming from the back, but this time he's found out.
All right, Ding's been trying that for the better part of the past 2 minutes. And again, it worked out. That's how Kenji was able to steal away that second turtle. And now Selangor Red Giants, although more smarter, Turtle still up, just barely.
He's getting the knock up. Sekai's able to take it. Dawning Light does come down. Kenji goes down. It's looking rough for Team Falcons. SRG 5-0.
The Giants are forcing Team Falcons to pull out another trick. What else you got in your arsenal? We can't keep up this whole Ding. Goes in the back line, responding to Cram's forced engagements. All right, we're over that. What's next? Team Falcons says, you know what? Gold Lane has been pretty open, but y'all did leave mid just as well vulnerable. It's a good trade. I think SRG still way ahead, and I think the gold will tell you all about that, but now Ding
flickers back, able to get the bob and weave, the sidestep, the dip, duck, and dive. Gets back to base there. SRG, though, I mean, they broke up in mid. Now we're just seeing them rotate across this whole top side of the map. It's looking a little grim. Team Falcons need to, I think, you know, what do they do from here? Do they try to get some towers? Do they try to get some cheeky steals? Do they already start to huddle up? We're only 8 minutes in.
Well, about a minute away from a Lord. Team Falcons unable to get anything save for a turret and a stolen turtle. Something tells me now Selangor Giants turn on Team Falcons and they press on the clutch, because now look, they're giving Ding a good chunk of attention. This was not prior what the early game looked like. During laning, it's usual that, again, you mentioned gold lane gets attacked, XP lane gets attacked. Now it's only happening during the power spike. Ding's in trouble.
Oh, poor Ding. Ding, ding. Goes the bell.
Take
Ding out. I mean, it's go good night.
And to be fair, good night is one of the anchors of Team Falcons. There really wasn't much for Ding to do here. There was a good amount of CC waiting for him in the back line. There was a sniper down top, and here we go, the dance.
The way they disperse out of that Minoan's Fury. Super doing everything he can, but it's not enough. Innocent finds Lark, and now Kenji. This is looking rough. Team Falcons looking for an answer here.
No breakdancing here in this street.
The way they all just move. Minoan's Fury comes down and all of SRG literally just whoop.
They disperse and then they recollapse. And I understand how Lark was so gung-ho about saying, you know what, we can Salmon Force here. Everybody's ready. And now, oh no, they give him another one. Ding's down. I don't know what the plan was there, to be honest. Of all of the engages that Team Falcon has tried to put out there in this 10-minute bout, that must have been the oddest one.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, Ding's supposed to be the guy that gets to the back line, right? He's supposed to be the guy that can kind of zone away. Sekai's, we saw a little bit, and I think that's the great genius of this SRG, bringing him to 0 and 5. He can't even hang out in the back line. He can't even hang out anywhere right now. He's so behind. 1.5 gold difference.
It's amazing interception from Selangor Red Giants. It's more than just the damage that they're playing with. Again, the vision and the aggressive rotation from Yums' Edith allows for Team Falcons to have a false sense of security and say, you know what, we can move around. You know, this is a four-man coalition, and then you send Cram elsewhere. This is the same formation with a different amount of aggression and rotation. Selangor Giants not even giving a single kill over the Team Falcons, and now they're knocking down on their doors.
Knock, knock, Lords here. Innocent gonna play the distance in a nice penalty zone. Into the midst of the tower, Kenji just looking for something. Mon's Force does drop. Lark takes a lot of damage.
And there's a Minoan's Fury, able to keep him down, but no one's falling.
Innocent still going for it, Lord. Now at the base. Kenji, good night, Ding. Can they do something? The base goes down. SRG gives no time to breathe. It is a flawless game.
The game of inches that SRG played in this very fast game paid off and hit critical mass forcing Team Falcons to go back to the drawing board much, much sooner than they expected. Game 1 goes over to SRG.
God, SRG made it look easy, man. 11 minutes in, didn't take a single death anywhere on the map. I can't wait to see what our analysts say. If there's even, I mean, what can Falcon do at this point?
This explains why they've gone undefeated for the past 4 months.
Undefeated,
This
zero
clean,
deaths.
This clean of a game. I mean, a turret here and there, a turtle maybe.
At max.
It all comes through in conversion. I'm sure Gideon, LaFell, and Wolf would be happy to break this down. Gentlemen.
Thank you very much to both our casters. And yeah, that was an 11-0 game. Like, it's about how you start the day, and it's about giving a statement.
Yep.
And Selangor Giants just did both.
I have to mention, when our caster said, hey, Stormy's making Xavier look like an early game hero, he really did. He's harassing people underneath turrets, and he's making Ding honestly lose his lane because of the amount of health he's getting chunked out.
Yeah, this is what you get when you reveal your mid-duo in the early stages of the draft. Like, obviously, that is the Valentina up as the Minotaur. It was first picked by Falcons. I understand why that is the case, because Goodnight, this is one of his best heroes. And to be fair, Super is landing good shots. It's just that there's no follow-up, and it's way too early. Despite landing a 3-man Minoan Fury or a knock-up, it wasn't enough because there wasn't any follow-up. However, with that, in that case, that's why I felt like the Xavier might come into play when we were watching the draft. It's because Xavier will not be stopped by that. You're just gonna attack through all of the damage, and you're gonna be able to reset your cooldown. Transcendence is a normal state now for the Xavier in that case.
And we got to talk about the items as well. He just has the Enchanted Talisman as well as the Glowing Wand.
Yeah, it's so effective, right? And especially when you are utilizing Bargain Hunter, it really speeds up that process, right?
Yeah.
The quicker you get your items, the stronger Xavier becomes in these types of games. And then we start looking at the stats. Innocent was having he was living by himself. He was in the Bachelor patch this time.
Yeah, I think of this is the typical playstyle of SRG. Allow Stormy as well as Yums just wreak havoc in the mid lane. Sakai's, of course, with the typical jungle assassin choices. That he's always, the problem is always like the hero that you have to look out for, that you have to manage. That means that when you're looking at the gold day now, Innocent is he's just having a field day because there's nobody paying attention to him. And in this case, that Roger was unleashed.
Can we talk about the EXP lane as well, where we saw the Trizla going up against the Paquito, and you guys were talking about, before we even jump into the game, about how damage dealer EXP laners, they want to be the employee of the month. And then the Trizla player's just like, I'm just here to do my job. And Cram did an amazing job.
He did. And I think, a lot of it just came down to, it's not even just Cram, it's the fact that he held out and then started calling the reinforcements at the correct time. Because we saw that Ding, before even he walking over to the very first turtle, didn't hit level 4, was in a position when he was already below 50% of his HP, and that was basically first blood guaranteed by SRG on first interaction.
And that's the thing with the mid duo, right? It's the EDIP that can easily get into the EXP lane. In the middle, if you're the Minotaur, just gonna be walking very, very slowly, right?
And because of the first game of this match, right now, Selangor Giants, they are at match point where they need one more point to qualify to the knockout stage. And Team Falcons, after the game finished, we saw the reactions of the players. They understand the predicament they are in now. Now it's all about life and death. Like, they have to win this one, because the moment they lose, then by the end of today, they will have to give their key to get crushed.
And unfortunately, even if they do win the next match, it's going to be 1-1. They have to wish for the other teams to kind of mess up across the
exactly.
So that is definitely a difficult spot to be in.
It's a reality check, honestly. It's a reality check when you come to these international tournaments and you haven't been here before. It's a game of inches, as Leo like to mention, right? Every small mistake you make, honestly, in a local region, that's totally fine. Small mistakes, you can bounce back from it. But here, every mistake is being exploited.
I mean, looking at them, because again, it was 11-0. What do you think is going to be the discussion? Because if we're talking about the draft, like, who do you pinpoint to ban out?
I don't think there's ever a world where you have to target ban. I think you really have to just adjust it. I mean, Zico is part of this team, has to find it out. I think what you need to do is to not reveal so much of your hand and maybe just settle on the meta picks. For example, the Valentino plus the Minotaur, although that works a lot, that's a very strong mid duo.
It's a very strong mid duo, yeah.
But you reveal it, and now you expose its weaknesses, that it's not that aggressive. You think about it. Valentino can be aggressive, but the Minotaur has to wait for the second item. That's the thing with the Minotaur actually after the Flask updates.
Yeah.
Before, you're very tanky, you're just going to pick up dominant size, you're good. But in this meta game that we have right now, where you have to prioritize the Flask, it means that in the first, 8 minutes of the game, that Minotaur is actually very squishy if you think about it.
It is.
You don't have a tanky item.
No, I can't confirm, yeah.
He is equivalent to your mage, essentially, right?
Yeah.
And that's the biggest problem. I think even when we're not talking about just the draft and revealing that mid-duo, obviously, I think even on a micro level, Falcons need to be more decisive on these calls. That first interaction already costed them so much and ended up bleeding into the jungle way too early in that game. I think Ding should have said, hey, I'm not level 4. There's no point for us to actually go into these types of fights unless we guarantee a positional advantage.
And continuing that conversation, we got to see how this became an 11-0 match. Let's check out the Sony MVP of the game, and it's going to be Yumes as the roamer for Selangor Red Giants. We're going to look at the highlights here to see he's everywhere around the map.
He doesn't make too many mistakes here, and I think that Yumes being this aggressive is always great, right? Because as we heard from the roundtable, their chemistry is really good. I can almost imagine what Yumes is communicating to the rest of the team. And sometimes it's not even him talking. It could just be Cram saying, hey, I got an angle here. Anybody can follow up, and Yumes just goes.
Yeah. Good first turtle take coming out from the entirety of Falcons, but then again, second turtle, that really went badly in their favor. Look at Cram. He's facing up against 2 of the members of Falcons. Really not gonna have any problem, but what really happens here is that your mid duo is kind of locked into the center, literally the center of the map, where everybody else is making the plays. Yumes going for the flicker play out there with the suplex.
Honestly, looking at Yumes, he reminds me of how Sanford was using Edith yesterday, where he basically just chain CCs a bunch of opponents, making them not be able to move. And let's talk about how beautiful this is. This is a team that compromises of Malaysian players and Filipino players, and they're talking about their synergy. The thing that I love, they don't talk about their synergy in game. They're talking about their synergy out of game, and that's lovely. Yumes now are a Sony game MVP, 7 KDA, 64% kill participation.
You know what, you asked me who teams should target when they're facing up against SRG, and said Yumes, like limit him to heroes that kind of, they're not active, and I thought that Edith is actually gonna fall into that spot. Well, Yumes just proved to me today that that's not the case. He's Edith, the way that he plays it, he can play it as well as his Cho can be.
So in a way, you've already suggested what should be done. They did it.
Yeah.
It still didn't work.
Still didn't work.
Yeah, I really think that it's tough to really target them in the draft, and it's really just a skill check at this point for Falcons. I think that, man, I don't want to say that like maybe they'll have a better advantage going on to the red side, because the red side is already so difficult to deal with. I'm guessing that Falcons is going to stay on blue side, but as you mentioned, don't reveal that mid duel first. But somebody has to be the sacrificial lamb. And I'm thinking that it just might be the gold lane.
Just might be like get the meta heroes like Roger, for example. There's not an actual direct counter to that. Harith as well as Roger, they just naturally can solve the problems. Even when you say they pick up Moskov as well as Nathan, those heroes can easily be managed. But between Roger and Harith, they have so many ways, because of the dashes that they have access to, they can win or at least mediate the lanes.
And for you guys at home, we've been talking about 2 new amazing skins coming out. Well, it's actually coming tomorrow on July 7th. Soul Vessel Series skins, Aemon Vessel of the Seed as well as Hanabi Vessel of Rage are slated for a stunning reveal. It's going to be tomorrow, so don't miss out. Make sure you guys grab it as soon as it comes out. Speaking of, Jushin, the new mage hero, has arrived. With her exclusive pack, get the hero and her ethereal Serenity skin during the launch week. It's only 469 diamonds, and if you guys bought it for battle points, you can also get the skin for only 51 diamonds during the first 14 days. It's running out soon, so make sure you guys grab it while you still can. Talk about game number 2. You guys talked about it. The draft is going to be a difficult task to tackle, so now it's all about skill checking? Like, can you expand a bit more on that?
All right. So when I'm talking about skill checking, we're talking about the rotations as a team. When you find a micro advantage against an opponent or you identify a significant pattern, I think that SRG has done some really good pre-preparation, not only towards the draft, but also amongst their laners, right? If Innocent is in trouble, I think they wouldn't have made that first rotation to the top side of the map. I think it really just depends on the game state. And I think that's the big problem with Falcons right now, that they can't identify a game state that is actually in a winning position for them, and they need to be decisive about it because we see them just kind of like walking around thinking about it.
That's very difficult. That's a very difficult situation, which I agree, unfortunately, that Falcons has been put in. Although we can say many things about the draft, it still is a skill issue for this team. Like, for example, the Paquito versus Terizla problem, right? Although that is technically Terizla-sided because you're not gonna die, Paquito has some ways to solve it. Maybe you can proxy, maybe you can get a little bit of help.
It comes down to emblem setup, honestly.
Yeah, I do agree with that,
like,
too.
If I remember the game correctly, you know what's the craziest thing? You know how Wolf suggests something, and it makes sense. And then, so they should do it. They actually tried. They brought the jungler come into the EXP lane.
Yeah.
But the thing about Cram is that he knows what's going to happen. It's like, okay, 3, 2, 1, jungler come up, I'm backing off. So it makes the rotations coming in from Falcons mute, because it's like, we know what you're going to do in 320, it's 320, and then, okay, back off.
Yeah. Everything can be calculated in terms of set timers. Like Nolan, for example, how fast can he actually farm? If you really put it down into numbers, it gives you some perspective for your side lanes to actually slowly back away.
Yeah, but it's like, how do you fight against a team that knows what you're going to do before you do it?
Oh, difficult for sure. Oh, okay, so SRG is going to be the blue side. Red side for Falcon this time. With the Fanny being banned, you're not in a good spot now for Falcon.
I think, personally, to answer your question, LaFell, I think Falcons need more tempo breakers. I think they need heroes where they're able to kind of create plays on the fly. Because if everything is too set, SRG already has the textbook. You got to go above and beyond here.
Yeah, tempo breakers like the Chow, like the drop.
Why do you say it like that?
Chow?
The Chow?
Ka-chow.
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 All right.
Speaking of which, in Malaysia, that's, you know, ka-chow means, well, ka-chow means disrupt, disturb.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
well, I
ka-chow,
did not know that.
That's an actual Malay word.
Wow, learned something. Ka-chow.
What were you pointing out? You had a bit of an exclamation.
Yeah, so this is Fanny and Ling already banned. That means that Chip and Louis are open.
Oh, yeah.
But what I'm scared of is that SRG already banned the Faramis and Ardent, two of the heroes that I always will pick up when going up against both of those teleporters.
Oh, Arcadia's having a good draft.
Yeah.
Arcadia's having a good draft here.
I agree.
Which do you prefer? I know locally everybody always asks this question, Chip or Loyi. LaFell's already saying Chip. What are you thinking?
Chip. It's also Chip for me.
Chip for you?
Dude, Yubes was the MVP. Let's remind ourselves that, right?
I mean, this entire group stage, we've seen some really fast plays coming in with the Loyi as well. I mean, just because she doesn't have like a dedicated teleporter, these big feints with the diversions happen pretty game-breaking.
Oh, man. I hope. Okay,
right.
so they gave up Louis at least. And if you're SRG, do you really want to pick up the Louis at this point? Maybe they're gonna challenge it and give it up to the other side. With the Harris being banned, maybe Roger might even be a good pickup as a start. Because there it is.
Oh, they prioritize the Roger.
Because they know that they can answer the Louis.
And I mean, to be fair, we still don't know where this Roger's going. It's Innocent's hero, but
also true.
Sakai is like, yo, I know how to play it too.
So Louis Terizla is gonna be the case.
They have to pick up the Louis, right?
Yeah, they have to pick it up.
Because if you don't, that's questionable.
Very, very questionable.
That's like purchasing armed weapons and giving it over to your opponent.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's just, there's no reason not to do it.
The next best thing might be get the Valentina now for Falcons so that you at least have control over the Roger. I do like the Terizla first pick though for Falcons. They pick up the Edith, so it's a snag. But this reveals the Edith's position, which is going to be in the Rome.
What if it's Terizla mid?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, anything can happen now.
Anything can happen. Anything can happen. This is the mid-season cup.
It is the mid-season cup. I will say that seems to be a little unlikely because we don't see it happen very often for Falcons. I'm just going based off of data here. You know, if this was Fireflux, completely different story.
Yeah. Louis Nathan? Nolan, I mean?
Nolan, yeah, Nolan.
I also like the. I also like
pick out your EXP before
Julian.
it gets banned out.
I also like Julian for SRG. If they are willing to give up the Louis this time, that might be the choice.
Real talk, I'm hoping that Stormy is going to play like a Julian mid or something wild.
All right, so it's Louis, understandably so, and then Nolan. All right.
So
everything's normal.
Yeah,
everything's as expected, but that doesn't mean that Falcons are out of the weeds. Okay, I have to say, Edith plus the Trizla, two of the very tanky heroes that we have in the metagame that can actually kind of survive against this SRG. So maybe another beefy boy for Falcons, maybe a Baxia.
You know why? That might be not the best case scenario. When a draft happens like this, you show off your Trizla, you show off your Edith. Arcadia usually just whispers in the ear of Cram. X-Borg.
Yeah. X-Borg sounds really good, especially if the Baxia is indeed going to be picked up. Go Farsa instead.
Oh, okay.
You reveal your mid duo again? Ugh.
I mean, to be fair, it's a strong mid duo. We've said the same thing for the previous game.
Yeah, for sure.
But at this point, I feel like for them, if we don't pick it up now, it's definitely going to get banned compared to the jungle where perhaps they have more options. Maybe even a Bane because, you know, the Bane did cause problems for Slangoray Giants before, so maybe it's crazy enough to work.
I have to agree with LaFell in this situation, right? As much as I don't want to reveal the mid duel, I think right now is a good way to actually start pinching down on certain heroes, like direct counters like X-Borg, for an example, to at least allow Ding the opportunity to actually play the game.
Yep. Other option is the Yuzhong, which is not a direct counter to Trizla, but definitely is to the Farsa. And you don't want Dragon just flying around with the Louis ultimate because that's indeed a combo. You teleport, you know that trick where you teleport your teammates outside of the map, outside of the minimap, and then out comes the Dragon, and then you cannot defend anymore? Yeah, you don't want to face that again.
Oh, hopefully they get a little bit more here. I'm more worried for the side of Falcons if it really boils down to it. What jungler is actually going to be useful besides the box hit? Do they still... I mean, there could be some consideration of actually picking up Fredrin in these types of cases, but at the same time, in the earlier stages of the game, when you have that Lo Yi around, as much as you are a big beefy tank, there's a good chance that you can, like, yin-yang reaction with somebody else unintentionally.
100%. Fredrin hates playing against the Louis, so... But the next best thing for utility jungler should be the Baxia, but... I think SRG are not that concerned. They want to eliminate the good laners against Roger, which is, in this case, the Moskov. Moskov doesn't technically win against Roger, but I would say Moskov has a better time than most gold laners.
I feel like they just want to win the tempo, right? Like eliminate marksmen that have a cheap item builds, maybe even a Claude, so forcing out something like a Beatrix, someone that's a bit more expensive.
Okay, so with that, perhaps a Beatrix as the ban for SRG. We should just get to limit the options.
Honestly, like, I feel like slippery heroes that maybe the Nolan doesn't have a good time bursting down because looking at the composition from SRG, Louis is good front to back and the Nolan can flank. So it's kind of like covering all the different angles of a potential team fight, making it so that they have answers no matter what Falcon has.
But it just feels like they're attuned to Falcons more of being self-sufficient, right? It's not like, oh, I'm going to go look for the counter draft. It's more so I'm going to limit your options and really make sure that you don't have any answers.
That's practically checkmate from Coach Arcadia deciding to go for the Baxia, which we did prescribe is going to be the ban. Now you're pretty much limited now if you are Falcons. But I do like the odds for the Beatrix. Another hero could be the carry. So at least you have that lockdown, and then even when there's a teleportation that's going to happen, hold your ground, get the flicker, maybe outlay them with your burst through the ultimate. Maybe that's the choice for Falcon. I would say that they have to pick their marksman now so that they can flex their last pick jungler, which could be somewhere along there's a Hayabusa, which I was getting into that.
No, I was thinking
I was literally getting into that, but I wanted to have it on the last pick so that it will not be answered.
Hey man, I was thinking about Hayabusa, but I was thinking the response from SRG. This could be like a Cho pick, honestly, right?
Cho, it's great.
They need some way to not only cancel out the feathered airstrike, but to be a legitimate threat, a single target lockdown towards this assassin.
Yeah. Now that SRG is more comfortable, what if they pick up maybe the X-Borg actually? Or maybe somewhere along the lines of a glue, which is... okay, Hilda. They go Hilda. Oh my word.
I mean, it's not a cho, but it's definitely ka-chow.
Oh, dude.
Man.
I don't
How do you
know.
answer this?
I don't know. I don't know about this one. It's been a while since we've seen the Hilda, and with the 2-minute extra damage, is this actually gonna work? Or are they gonna wait after?
No, they just have to invade. They just have to invade Hayabusa.
Yeah, Yums said that. Oh, I don't care about Sky Piercer. I don't build it.
Yeah.
What if he's lying?
What if it's like?
What if he's gonna be first item Sky Piercer on the Hilda?
Yeah.
This is my moment.
I think for Falcons, you're now left with carry. Actually, you have no choice.
Carry.
If they're bold enough, you go for the gold lane
Clint.
Clint. Okay. Okay, Clint has range. Clint can win against Roger.
Okay, casters, settle up. Because this is going to be the match decider for SRG going up against Falcon. We're seeing a Clint. We're seeing a Hilda. The analysts have said what they think. So casters, what do you think?
Welcome back to the caster's desk here with Trex and Leo. And yes, confirmed, we do have a debut pick in the Claude. And if I'm not mistaken, that's also a debut Hilda.
I think we saw one in Wildcard.
In the groups then.
In groups. Either way, we have a lot to unpack here with these two drafts. A lot to look at. We have the Hayabusa. He's been kind of, tiptoeing along the lines of will this work or not. And I think right now it has to do a lot with mechanics if the jungler can really pull it off. And the question is, can Falcons pull this off, Leo?
That and the fact that maybe, just maybe, Coach Arcadia, Coach Vecchi, they may have just cornered Zico into finally just picking the Hayabusa, the only one left after that last phase ban. Here we go, game number 2. Can the champions of MENA make the invulnerable giants, the titans of MPL MY bleed? I'm worried about this Clint. Yes, it does have the range, but also when it gets down to it, oh no,
Youm's taking a lot of damage. Kenji goes back. I feel like he should have committed on that.
They should just lean hard on it.
Yeah.
At worst case, again, they don't have the vision. They don't know if Stormy or if Sekais was going to double down on it too, so I understand.
I don't know, man. Sometimes you just got to take the 50-50. You got to go for it. I think a lot of this game is going to come down to how Kenji plays this. A nice knock-up. Sekais goes down. Team Falcons getting first blood in this.
All right. Good start here for Team Falcons. Eventually, they do fix that little boo-boo, and it helps that they put the kill on to one of their early game cores. I don't expect Kenji to go as fast yet, so invest in their anchor. Put it in to the hands of Good Night. Get him a solid first item. Oh, the flicker by Super!
Another jump up. Down goes Stormy. Good Night gonna pocket the kill. That's 2-0 for Good Night right now.
All right, starting off strong for one of the pioneers of the import game in MPL MENA. Talking about what SRG should be doing right about now. Another one!
They're just walking into it. Yumes on the run, but no, the Wings by Wings comes in. Good Night said not today, but wait. He still goes down the trade up. Sekais finds a response. Super gonna hightail it out. It's a 1-for-1.
That's a shutdown. So whatever Good Night was working towards, it's gotta stop, says Sekais. You were saying prior to this fight.
Yeah, I mean, he gets something. Sekais gonna get involved. 1-1. Good Night, though. It would have been nice if he got a 3-0. I think that would have really tilted the scales, but now SRG gonna even things out. Super taking a lot of damage from the duality, getting proc there. Stormy brought down to about half health. Kenji, Cram looking for something here. Sekai still able to get the turtle. Super now very low. Kenji goes down. Super forces back off, gets the knock up, the flip up, the takedown. Good Night finds the kill. Feels good saying Good Night's name.
Good on the exit there, Team Falcons, but I hate to mention this, but another bout of doubt for Kenji. You see how he hesitated on the retribution? I don't know exactly where the line is when you're this far. Look, see? It still went to Sekais. And it's not like he's down on EXP, though. They were both level 5. And the burst was coming through, so yeah. Massive objective going over to Team Falcons, but now Super in trouble.
Oh, Super taken off the map. Kenji gonna get involved here, though. Quad Shadow's back. Quad Shadow's back in. Able to get the kill on Yumes with the Hoogie Shadow kill. But now Innocence here gets a Lycan pounce. Kenji's got to try to hightail it. But the Divergent gonna be coming soon, and Kenji goes down. Stormy picks up the kill.
All right. So now, for once, Kenji's the one putting his foot forward. Even used that final quad shadow to get in, get a kill, shadow kill through, but did not have an exit plan. Okay, Team Falcons showing us that, hey, we do not have what Mr. Fear looks like. It's not that. It's just that maybe Selangor Giants are playing a little bit off kilter and are changing the way the game is. What?
Ooh.
Oh, they didn't get to do this early, but now Yums and Cram finally able to deny Kenji. Oh, with the big
A lot of damage on it. Good night. Good night tries to drop the feathered airstrike, but he might not be able to get away from this. Sekai's under, dodges the knockup. Sekai's able to dance through. Good night just escapes with a sliver, a piece of health. But Team Falcons now feeling the pressure from SRG.
Goodnight knows exactly how Nolan works. Oh, the diversion right in your face! Kenji! Kenji was trying to get some bread, man! He was just trying to get his purple ball! And now Stormy punished here by Goodnight. Goodnight is carrying a good amount of this game, man. 80, 90% after this quick diversion play that came out of nowhere. Goodnight says, you know what, we gotta punish these guys. This can't happen. Super with the amazing onward too.
That was overnight delivery right there. That was an instant airdrop.
Amazon Arena Prime.
Amazon Arena, instant delivery, baby.
Via drone.
Right to your purple buff, right to your house.
And you see in Goodnight's face like, I'm just taking what I can. Oh, we're just waiting for all of this to come through. Cram in trouble.
Ding trying to dance around. Sekai's does get the turtle off screen a little bit there. But still, SRG, they might have fumbled the ball for just a minute or two, but now they're back in it with the 500 gold lead. Sekai is just going to play ever so aggressive right now. They're trying to deny Kenji everything.
And because of how Kenji is being bullied out of his resources, Lark is also second guessing. Lark is also wondering, hey, can we fight this? Should we come in? I don't think there's a cleanup crew. And that's what's so difficult about Hayabusa right now. Ooh, Innocent coming in.
A lot of damage on to Kenji. Kenji with the shadow kill, trying to dance around, doesn't have the quad, able to just get away there. Ooh. Well played.
Because of all this pressure Selangor Giants putting up top, there was a push down bottom by Cram and Stormy. You know, they didn't leave here. They didn't leave this this quarter of the map for the past minute. And because they can just leave just as quickly. You see that? Diversion. Team Falcons don't know that Cram and Stormy are on their way up, and Yums is still cutting the way from the back.
Yeah, the diversion just turns Mobile Legends into a very disgusting game. It is tough to deal with. Super. Gonna get a little bit of damage on a Cram there. Nice, I'm offended. Cram dancing around, finally does go down. Super able to pick up the kill.
Innocent. Dancing around, Yums gets punished. That's tough. That's tough. I think Selangor Giants has a solid plan. It's just they didn't expect Team Falcons to answer battles quickly. Ooh. Another one.
The back and forth right now. SRG takes a loss, though. 3 members down. Team Falcons not giving up at all. I think they got to try to translate this into some towers, though.
Yep, this has got to be it. I don't know if Innocent can defend this. The Earth Shatter up. Team Falcons scoring their first major objective. Top lane tier 1 goes. A quarter of a minute before the third turtle of the game spawns. And I don't know if Kenji is where he needs to be right now. He needs some backup. And Team Falcons, they can't fold the map the way Selangor Red Giants can.
All right, so Divergent.
Oh no, there it is, see?
Here comes the movement. Genji can't even hang out in the bush, man. He can't even just camp somewhere.
Nothing comes from free.
Though, taking a bit of damage. SRG left him, and now he's alone. Goes down. Super able to get the kill.
And now the turtle getting worked on here. 3 members of SRG. Super gets the conceal. Can they do it?
Oh, they don't get there in time. Penalty zone does land on top of Sekai. He's able to back up. Duality procs, Ding, Super, both taking a lot of damage. Can they do something, Kenji?
Cram bursted down by Kenji. All right, he walks in.
Oh, G-Shadow kill. A lot of damage on the Sekai's. Gonna try to pop back. Team Falcons, they lose the turtle, but they get another kill on the board.
Respect for Ding. Again, it's been a tough 8 minutes for the jungler of Team Falcons, yet still, he keeps up. He keeps up the work. You know, he shows face. He tries to check in bushes even though he knows that there can always be a couple of members of SRG there. And looking at his item game, he is down by about 2,000. All right, you know what? My optimism might be misplaced. But I like how Team Falcons is making it work.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at Goodnight. At least we're making it up somewhere. 1,000 gold lead over Stormy right now, which that Fars is just going to hit harder and harder and harder. The problem has been, though, is the positioning. And every time Goodnight drops down the feathered airstrike, here comes Stormy, here comes Cram, here comes Yums or Sekai's. Everybody's on Goodnight right now.
It's very clear when it's a go for SRG. As soon as the Goodnight feathered airstrike is done, then they can go for the re-engage. And again, let's not even consider the repositioning potential. Oh my God, this is 5 members of SRG. What are they waiting to do here?
They're waiting for Kenji, but Kenji knows they're there right now.
They know Kenji's there too.
Kenji with the quad. Able to get the shadow kill on the Sekai's, but now he's between 5 members and instantly annihilated off the map. Gone, and here comes the Divergent right back to mid. Now, let's push somewhere else.
And that cost them very little on the map. Usually when you try and camp up, they spot Ding.
Ding, ding. Gonna get pulled back. I'm offended. Not gonna be able to oh, wait a second. Penalty zone, still unable to walk away. And all too super. Maybe next on the block. The Primal Wrath trying to get some nice damage on a Sekai's. The 1v1 comes out on top with a shutdown too.
Big trade for Sekai's. He was sitting on a kill streak, but just the same, Team Falcons are on the back foot. It took, again, very little, a split second for them to have gone from top lane, smothered Kenji, down bottom, taking down Goodnight, taking down Ding, and Super didn't see that coming.
Yeah, it's at a point now where Team Falcons playing this very split-up comp, and SRG is taking advantage of it. They're finding a member here, they're finding a member there. I think it's time for Team Falcons to, 4-1. Let Kenji maybe do his thing, but the rest of the team needs to stay together. Yums taking a bit of damage. Lord does go to the side of SRG. Ding knows it's gone. They know there's no chance. They got to back off.
Quick diversion out of there. Take care of business, clean up house in the jungle, and wait until Lord spawns in about 5 seconds. Interesting how the Clint has been working out. Lark hasn't died, by the way. Lark hasn't died. So that's good, right? That's good. But how do you make it great? How do you make sure that this Clint is where he needs to be, even when there's like a Hilda on the run, when there's a possible diversion right behind you? I don't think the range is as important now in the mid game and in the late game as it was in the laning phase.
Very fair. I think Team Falcons, where they could really shine here, is actually when SRG is pushing to them with this Lord. When they try to come into that bottleneck, because you got the Feathered Airstrike, you got the Clint who wants to just kind of sit back, fire shots, get some free damage off. And if SRG makes even a small mistake, since they're not super far ahead, it's only 3K gold.
It's
tight. It's very tight, and we're at the 10-minute mark. We're closing into 11 minutes. Team Falcon lasts out this Lord. We could really see them come online.
All right, Lord wailing away here. Tier 2 gone, and that's it. All that's left for Team Falcons is their base turrets. How can they defend? Feathered Airstrike coming in from Goodnight.
Penalty zone as well on top of Innocent. Cram gonna go night. Goodnight able to get the kill. Team Falcons defend very well. No inhibitors down.
Solid defense here. Another minute and a half, give or take, until SRG can go at a Lord. And yes, by saying that, I'm also saying Team Falcons should not even consider contending for it. Again, it's a tight 4K, right? Previously 3K, that's a small gold lead gained from that Lord defense. But yeah, no, still, Team Falcons, one of their ways to defend is to punish from underneath the base. That's what they just did to Cram.
And they did it very well. Taking a look at some of these items, Clint has closed the distance a little bit. It's only a 1,000 gold lead now, or 1,000 gold deficit.
My eyes are still on Kenji and Sekai's, man. That's where the difference is for me.
Oh my God, is that 5?
Close.
5,000? Approaching?
Yeah, because again, Kenji can't do anything. Kenji can't get in there, and I don't blame him.
God, it'll be a while. We're talking about another 5-10 minutes.
And again, inside the base. A defense inside the base. A punish for someone who got in too deep or got diversioned in.
And I mean, the Hayabusa is someone you really want that mid-game spike on, right? It's someone that really wants to capitalize.
A snowball.
Just now it's just completely denied, which means where's his use come in here? I think, what we see with a lot of Assassins, you maybe go for some off-lane lane control. You have the movement, but when there's a diversion constantly coming, your movement means practically nothing.
And now I think you got to address within and without, right? The fact that Goodnight and Super are having such a great game, that just shows that maybe Lark and Kenji are being displaced. The true cores of Team Falcons can't do their job.
Yeah, let's see if they can do something here. Penalty zone does land on top, and the dive comes in from Team Falcons. The shadow kill gets a little bit of something. Kenji comes back, Super pulled in.
Oh, no! now. They punish him. The rope-a-dope forcing an engage from the roamer of Team Falcons, but it was all for Nye. They just wanted to get a pick off, and now Yumes checking on Kenji while the rest of SRG go for the Lord.
At least he gets his purple. At least he gets his purple.
His
Kenji.
first in a while.
His first in a while. It's feeling personal for Team Falcons. SRG closing down the grass. I like the lane. Closing down the grasp. I like the lane freeze right now. Back to these items, though. Anything major, anything crazy.
I'd like to note the fact that Innocent, despite not having many kills, again, 2-0-2. Oh, wait! The
Ding.
person ding!
That happened so fast there was nothing to even talk about. Kenji still trying to see if he can get something, able to at least get his orange there. He's scrounging, man. He's digging in the dirt for the buffs right now. Lord coming.
I mean, lore-wise, that is accurate for a shinobi, for a ninja. They weren't really the most well-equipped warriors in medieval Japan, in feudal Japan.
Oh,
but no!
I'm offended on a super. Might not be able to get away with this. Forced to use the Primal Wrath before the Lord. Even connects an Innocent. Gets that kill.
And now the base is exposed. Top lane down, mid lane up next. 2-lane penetration. Selangor Red Giants can feel it. This might be a Trex. This might be it.
Penalty zone, locks on Innocent, along with Kenji. Kenji dancing back and forth. Lark able to get a kill, but it is enough. Lord on the base.
And Kenji running out. Final quad shadow. Oh, base on a third of its health.
Stormy able to just not do it, but the base isn't down just yet. Team Falcons still defending. Doing everything they can. Cram, last man on the field with the arm offended. The damage, and he's getting the outplay.
Him and Lark and him.
This is insane. Super back on the map. Cram, though, standing strong. 1v3.
What did Papa Leo say? If Team Falcons were to find a comeback, it would be inside their base. An overcommitment punish onto the invulnerable Titans of Malaysia, Selangor Red Giants. Dude, that was 4 deaths. And again, I'm pretty sure someone's streak went down.
Yeah, that was definitely, I mean, all right, so 5K Goldie, let's take a replay. Let's take a look at this. The overcommitment. Kenji steps up.
Kenji did what he needed to do. He still died eventually. But still, I think the fact that Team Falcons played a good man-to-man defense and forced it to come down to a 1v1 and then eventually a 2v1 made this game last a little longer for them.
Hey, man, win or lose from Falcons here, that play's going in the Pepsi recap. That play's going in the reaction right there.
For sure. Even SRG understood. Even SRG said, hey, yo, that was pretty good defense.
Good D from Team Falcons.
All right, 30 seconds until the next Lord comes up. 16 minutes into this bout, and that's a fully built Nolan you're looking at. Still so far the largest gold gap between anyone from SRG and Team Falcons.
Yeah, it's completely bonkers.
Not down to 4K.
Kenji about to get his BOD in. Looks like he's about to get a BOD in. A little more damage. Might be able to actually, you know, take down Innocent if he can get the lock on. Might be able to take down Stormy if he gets the lock on. Innocent did just pick up that gold, the gold meteor though. So
yep,
that's gonna kind of protect him there in a sense of things.
Yep, help him last a little longer against Good Night. Maybe get the last 2 swipes for him to survive. Ooh. And now look at this Kenji, looking for the hero play, looking for the steal.
He's looking for the steal, right? He does quad shadow back. Hung out a little bit too long, decided not to fully commit, and now he's going to get caught off anyway. Stormy, but here comes the penalty zone. Able to use a shadow kill. Should be able to get out of this safely. Watch out, his back was still caught in, and Cram is always there, always watching. Immortality does pop. A little bit of damage from Super Lark, still poking away, but Lord's going to be coming soon.
Whoa, Good Night with another feathered airstrike, pushing back all of Selangor Red Giants, forcing them to wait for the Lord, spawning just about now.
Kenji should be back up just in time. 20 seconds.
I reckon it's a little too close. Look at this. Cram double timing on the wave clear. Perfectly synced, all waves in. Enhanced waves at that.
SRG looking for the finish right here. Team Falcons trying to do what they did last time. Nice, I'm offended to pull Lark out of position. That guy's into the backside. Winter Truncheon does come out. Lord able to connect onto the base, and there's going to be no escape this time. SRG with a clean 2-0 sweep.
A valiant effort for Team Falcons to defend. Took them 3 Lords to get there. But SRG says no, the battle stays on the ground. No one's soaring high. Not here, not tonight.
The home team heroes try their best, right? And they performed well, but today they're cut short by the Giants, man. And this team is living up to the hype so far. They got a couple more games to go, and I'm excited to see how they continue to perform in this group stage.
They remain undefeated, Trent.
Undefeated.
Again, I'm 4 months and counting.
What does this mean?
I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying that
they got some big opponents coming up soon.
That's just facts, bro.
Can they keep the streak? That's the question.
I mean, the way that they played against the Falcons, even in the face of, you know, a possible comeback, they kept their composure and they drafted very well. They forced the Louis through.
I love the love between these two teams, though. Good night, played an amazing game. No tears to be shed, all smiles, all esports in the Amazon Arena. That's what we love to see.
Takes a champ to know a champ. Amazing. The showcase of these two teams. Once again, much respect to Team Falcons. But hey, maybe the rumors are true, Trex. Maybe it is all about SRG now. Maybe this is the rise, the redemption of Malaysia.
I mean, it would be hype. It's a storyline for sure. It is definitely a storyline I think we all want to see somewhere deep down, whether you're Indonesian, USA, Filipino. SRG definitely has, you know, the hype around them right now.
With that said, we are going to be throwing over straight to the stage. SRG, I'm sure they have words, man. I'm sure. What kind of questions do you think Mara and Dude Sandstorm would be asking? Let's throw it over.
Here on stage, we're here with the mid laner prodigy from Malaysia. Stormy, congratulations.
Thank you.
Selangor Red Giants managed to advance to a knockout stage, and you kept your win streak. It's been 4 months. How easy was it for your team to keep that all throughout here at MSC?
I think big thanks to Arcad, yeah. Because without him, we can't do anything, right? So credits to Arcad and Vicky.
So with the coach, they're crediting their success to their coach. They're very smart.
Yeah, true.
And you know what? I'm honestly looking forward to your next matchup because you guys are going to be going up against Fnatic Onyx, and they are touted to be one of the favorites to take the MSC. So my question to you is, how do you feel going into that matchup?
We're very excited to face them. Yeah, we can't wait, honestly.
You know what? I love that. I love that, you know, staying positive, staying focused, and that's exactly what we want to see when we're looking at MSC 2024. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get ourselves ready for the next set of games and see exactly what's going to happen, and we're going to head back straight to the studio. Let's go.
Thank you very much, Stormy, my boy, man. But again, in this matchup, this is one of those games where if you're playing jungle, you're like, you know what? Can I play something else? Do you guys want to jungle?
It's called the ambulance, but not for me moment from Sekai's. This is where it actually started to really go back to SRG's way. Especially after the teleport that they did, where they were able to get ding afterwards. Prior to that, everything was going okay. Like the side laners and the mid laners, particularly for Good Night, for Falcon, they're doing okay. It's just that their jungler is not having a good time. But after that teleport play, after the Sekai's play, it all went badly for Falcons Esports. They have lost the tempo and they've lost the farm, despite Lark not dying the entirety of this game.
I feel that Falcons had an opportunity, right? In terms of just raw scaling, bar for bar, hero for hero, I think that overall Falcons would have been able, at max items, deal with the majority of the roster of SRG. And obviously, you can see how happy everybody here is because of Cram's play, except Arcadia.
Yeah, we were talking about it. Plus, we were watching, like, Arcadia's like, what the hell are you doing? You're supposed to end this quickly, right? And everybody was celebrating. Arcadia was not, and you understand why. Because it kind of feels like there is a way for Falcons to eventually win the game, and that's what he kind of is concerned about. But apparently, the SRG players aren't.
Let's talk about itemization here because we got to talk about Innocent on that Roger. First item, Thunderbell. What do you guys think about this?
Honestly, this was rather interesting for me, right? Because this is like an old traditional build when Roger first came out. Well, sorry, not when he first came out, but when he was introduced into the gold lane where people were trying to figure out the best itemization possible. Yeah. Personally, for me, I think the new Thunderbell definitely helps when you're up against these these assassin types, these big artillery players like Good Night. And even in these moments, you could see that he can stack up pretty quickly, but he's the big finisher, not the starter.
Yeah, I think it also helped him a lot when it comes to like dueling in the early stages. Not against the Clint. I think that he did not itemize that specifically for the Clint. He wanted to be active in the team fights, especially because they're playing the Louis. So teleport plays will eventually happen afterwards. So having that extra damage from the passive of the Thunderbolt, as well as some hybrid defense, kind of goes a long way.
Let's not forget that he, again, in terms of backline divers, he had to deal with both Terizla and as well as the Edith, right? And as soon as that Primordial Form comes out, I think that this Thunderbolt really made a difference. Like in 12 minutes into the game, he is just face tanking it.
Yeah. Let me ask you guys a question, because we saw in this matchup where in the early series of the game, they're willing, Selangor Giants, they're willing to trade their lives just to slow down the jungler, right? It made it look messy, but let me ask you this. Do you guys think this kind of strategy will work against Fnatic Onyx, trading lives just to make sure Kyrie doesn't get online?
There were so many videos that you can watch where Kyrie had 0 and 3 on the Assassins,
on the Hayabusa,
on the Hayabusa, Lancelot, Korea. You can date back up to 2019, 2021. Oh, sorry, not 2019. That was way too early. But yeah, 2021 during MPLI, and then the transfer eventually.
In all the M series.
All the M series. The answer is no. No, that cannot work.
Yeah, I completely agree with that, right? Because again, we still need reliable players in the other areas of the game, right? I think that if we're talking about like Lark compared to Chewe, for an example, I don't think Chewe would have picked up the Clint, but I do think that he would have been able to make some kind of impact later down the line, especially with the help of Keyboy.
That's right.
Yeah, so for you guys, looking at this, we've seen Hilda dealing with the Assassins. Personally, for me, I don't know about you guys, but I feel if you do want to pick up the Hilda, even though, again, Selangor Giants win and all, but maybe you gotta wait after 2 minutes, because in the early first 2 minutes, it does look like Humes is a bit feeding there.
Yeah.
Worst yet, Hayabusa did have the war cry on top of it. So it's like, oh yeah, you have extra damage on top of extra damage. And as soon as he hits level 2, it's like, I'm just going to run you down.
To be fair, I think that's the only reason why you pick up the Hilda. You're not going to be sitting down and just wait for your level 4 just so you can really contest the jungle. When you are doing this Hilda, you're kind of all in. You're committed to the jungle invade.
I die or you die.
Exactly.
One of us has to get taken down.
Then again, this is Farsa Edith, which is, yeah, sure, I understand the Hilda can kind of manage the Hayabusa, but Farsa Edith, that's a completely different case.
Yeah.
Good for him, though. Stormy was there to kind of help him out for quite some time, but after the duality is over, you're kind of on your own if you're the Hilda.
Well, I gotta say, honestly, Stormy did an amazing job on that Louis, but now we gotta look at our Sony game MVP. And it could go on to anyone, because against Selangor Giants, it was an amazing game. We're going to look at our Sony match MVP. And it looks like it's Cram, and you know what? He deserves it.
I mean, he clutched up. He definitely clutched up when it mattered. There were a couple of times where he did kind of blunder. He kind of like whiffed a couple of times to try and stop the feathered airstrike. But at the end of it, he's doing his job to be a constant threat.
There was a time where, because of Cram's being active from the XP to the jungle, Kenji was left around like only earning about 700 gold in a span of 2 minutes because of how much emphasis they're putting into that purple buff. And that is also started by Cram, and he understood the situation. Terizla, you can never win against a Terizla, but if you're fast clear against a Terizla, that means that you can be active around the map, which Cram was overly active in the early stages to the point where he's throwing, but this was definitely the Cram moment where he gets a double. With Queen swings up.
I feel like Queen swings enables you to make those kind of plays.
Exactly.
We're seeing a lot more EXP laners actually pick it up as a second item most of the time, right? Because they are heavy engagers. They want to be able to get in the middle of that fight. And if they can clutch up and survive and sustain the raw damage, usually the team fight will fall in their favor. So I think that Cram in these types of situations is good, but at what cost, right? Because the entirety of the team, they're playing based off of tempo, and if they don't have the timings correctly, they sacrifice more than they should. We saw Cram. He sacrificed, what, 2-3 waves even? Even mid lane, Stormy was sacrificing more waves than he should just to be there on time.
There was an old adage in the Philippines, but this is not in the MPL, but there was a big tournament before MPL started when Cram was still a rookie. It's called the Cram Time, where he's just tanked up. He's got 3 items, defensive items. It was Uranus and Tams before, but now it felt like Ruby. You did say that he needed to be on time, and we waited for that critical mass. And when it's Cram time, it's go time for SRG.
Cram time, it's go time. Our analyst did say the favorite coming up into this match is going to be Selangor Giants. Now we got to check whether you guys were correct or not on your STC predictions, because we're about to see. It looks like 58% went for Selangor Giants.
It's pretty close.
It's pretty close. So for you guys at home, thank you again for predicting. And it looks like 58% of you guys are correct. And make sure you guys keep on voting who you guys think is going to win for the upcoming matches. And again, let us know how we can improve, because as you guys can see, day by day, we're putting new things in the broadcast. So make sure you guys scan the QR code and give us your feedback on how we can improve. But with that being said, thank you very much, gentlemen, to our analysts. That was an amazing game, but we're going to go for a short break before we continue our second match of the day.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
Welcome back. You guys are just on time to catch Fnatic on it going up against See You Soon. Welcome back to the Mid-Season Cup 2024. My name is Ophel. Alongside with me is Gideon as well as Wolf. We're going for a decider match. If Fnatic on it wins 2-0, if they get a sweep, they will too qualify to the knockout stage.
Oh man, it's just back-to-back with these high-octane, high-stakes matches every single time. We're going to be seeing See You Soon walking in here, but I think that See You Soon, at this point of time, the odds are really stacked against them.
Yeah, really, you have to mentally reset from whatever penalty that was put on them. Obviously, that really hurts a lot with your mentality. That definitely will affect how they play today. But unfortunately, they have to move on real quick. They have to act quickly, otherwise Fnatic Onyx will just destroy them in this match.
Well, honestly, in this matchup, we have to remind ourselves what people say about Fnatic Onyx. because of the new patches, Assassins being a hot community for all teams, this might be the this might be a formula. They might be back-to-back MSC champions because, frankly speaking, a lot of people are having the same opinion. This is Fnatic Onyx meta.
100%. I don't see a world where Fnatic Onyx will struggle. Eventually, some team will figure them out, but I think that this is just their playground. This draft, meta game is their playground, especially because Coach Yeb is a type of coach, a drafter that likes to play it in a flexible manner, like picking up the Arlott, picking up the Edith, picking up Roger even. There's so many good flexes now. Even Ruby comes into place. There are so many heroes that can be played in multiple roles that it kind of feels like when you're drafted against Fnatic, you're always on a guessing game.
I think for a lot of teams, especially when we are at that top 1%, the real questions start to come down to, really start boiling down to where can we find these exploits, right? And usually, so far, we've basically been only seeing them on that blue side unless some teams get creative, but they also get punished heavily on red.
Yeah. We got to talk about this as a faded rematch here because Fnatic Onyx as well, see you soon. They met in M5. Fnatic Onyx then was just Onyx. They beat See You Soon 2-0. So see you soon. This is their revenge match. But again, going up against Fnatic Onyx, it's one of those teams that, you know, you want to defeat them, but it's easier said than done.
Wouldn't it be the ultimate story here without any support, no background support? It's just See You Soon raw, and they take this game 2-0 against Fnatic Onyx. How much of a statement would that be?
That's a massive statement. I think it could happen. It's very difficult. I'm not saying that it will happen. It could happen. Especially because if you're just drafting as players, you're not really overthinking things. Yeah, you're just going to be playing like whatever it is that works for you. In a best-of-2 setting, in a match where you're almost guaranteed that, well, you're not almost, you're actually guaranteed to not get into the knockout stages if you don't win. Maybe you're just going to rely on your comfort picks, right? And maybe that is where more freedom comes in. Because sometimes, you know, coaches, they overthink stuff, especially when you're facing up against after like Mr. Coach Yeb. Mr. Coach Yeb, yeah.
Raja Yeba.
Raja Yeba. Maybe that is a little bit of advantage. I wouldn't say that it is an advantage though. I still would prefer them for them to have their coaching staff. But at the same time, they can get something out of this.
So let me just say, just saying here, me and Wolf, we've had experiences drafting on stage, and trust me when I say you can definitely get inside your own head, and that can eat you out. It's like, oh, this, and it's like, oh, it's the obvious answer, and then we just get caught in our own trap.
I mean, the best answers are always the simplest of answers, right? There's no point going above and beyond unnecessarily, especially when you only have so many limited bands in the drafting phase anyways. I think for me, right now, I'm paying a close attention to whether or not See You Soon, their jungler, is going to be able to pop off this time around, right? Because usually when you get an assassin, you need a support system around it.
Yeah. There is this argument that can be made that maybe you can counter the assassins, not by utility junglers, but actually fighters, which is kind of, it's like a trinity, right? It's like fighters, assassins, and the utility junglers, right?
Honestly, I made that whole circle with tanks and marksmen as well.
Yeah.
Like, tanks, good against.
He's not complicating things, right? We were just talking about how you should simplify things, and now you're overcomplicating it again.
Yeah, but you know, like, you gotta always prepare, because in your mind, it's always like, what if it's a Yeast and Chin?
Yeah.
What if it's a Granger? And trust me, it's happened to me before.
Yeah, for sure. But nevertheless, I think you have to really just, you know, zoom out and just look at it in a perspective where it's just a utility jungler, quote unquote fighters, and then assassins. Maybe the fighters are the answers to the assassins. Like, but what actually falls into that fighter category, right? I'm thinking
Argus.
Like, okay. Never, but I'm thinking like Cho, jungle, Julian, I think, kind of falls into the assassins, right?
Well,
but it's more of a sustain,
mage assassin.
Mage assassin to agree. I think I'm going to agree with Will. I think it's closer to like a mage fighter more than anything else, right? Because a lot of it just comes down to like, hey, even if you don't one-shot the person, you're going to use your enhanced auto attacks to make something happen or make something of yourself at that point. And that's where a good chunk is going to help. Warcry especially.
Yeah, that's right. And then you have Bane, which I would say will be put in that spot where, no,
I like Bane.
Immediately shakes his head.
Hold on, Bane, War Axe, and then Thunderbolt. I believe that was MP the King's first 2 items.
Yeah, that's right.
And then just with those 2 items, he could 1v4.
There was one time where MP the King likes the Paquito jungle. Maybe that's
Oh, that's exactly what I was about to bring up, right? But Keto has been the usual answer to be like, oh, you want to play a squishy assassin like Ling or Hayabusa, and you get hit by 2 knockup strikes. You don't have the frames to get out of there with your quad shadow or even with the Blade of Tempest. You just die. You just explode.
Oh. Is there a fighter with iframes?
Benedetta. I think that's like the closest, but that's built into the kit more than anything else.
Benedetta is, yeah.
Oh wait, technically Julian. Now that we categorize him, enhanced swords.
If I believe they're in the category of assassins, Benedetta plays in the EXP, but isn't it a shit? Either way, it's for you guys at home. Who are you guys looking for this match? Is it gonna be Fnatic Onyx? Is it gonna be See You Soon? Head on to stcplay.gg right now and lock in your predictions. We saw before 58% went for Selangor Giants, ended up being correct, and the 42% said it was going to Falcons. It's gonna be very interesting to see how you guys are gonna vote for this one. How much is going for Fnatic Onyx and how much is going to be for See You Soon. With that, we gotta ask, what is the favorites? Who is the favorites coming in?
Oh, definitely Fnatic Onyx. I think it goes without question. They're the defending champions. They were the M5 finalists that went 7 games against the eventual champions.
Yeah.
They dominated again in the playoffs of MPL ID Season 12. And day 1, you saw how comfortable they are. So yeah, I think it goes without question. Fnatic Onyx are the favorites.
Personally, for me, I'm going to say Fnatic Onyx as well, right? Usually early in the year, especially with the current meta, the way that it is as of right now, really benefits them. I mean, last year they tried to go for the Golden Road. This time around, they might be able to complete it.
By the way, fun fact.
Sure.
I'm sorry about this. This will be very quick. 2 days ago was the anniversary of when Kyrie and Coach were announced to be part of Onyx.
Oh, really?
2 years ago.
Okay, you know what? I actually legit didn't know that. But with that being said, the stakes are here. Fnatic Onyx, they win, sweep 2-0. They go on to the knockout stage. For See You Soon, it's going to be an uphill battle. But again, this is the team. If anyone could do it, it's definitely them. Before we start the matchup, we're actually going to have our stage host, Marquito, as well as Dude Sandstorm, to introduce the teams. Because again, if you don't know them, you can't love them. And with that being said, thank you very much, gentlemen, because you guys got to prepare. Once we see the draft, there is a lot of theory crafting that we have to see, especially for the side of See You Soon and for Fnatic Onyx. We got to see if there's any new interesting jungler picks coming in from Kyrie. We saw him debuting the Julian. Is there going to be another spicy pick that he's going to be picking up to go up against See You Soon, especially if See You Soon does end up picking up the bait? With that being said, we're throwing over to the stage. So you know what? The Wood Sandstorm, as well as Marquino, it's your time to shine.
The Amazon Arena is set to welcome the teams that are playing in the second match of the day.
That is true. We have the reigning MSC champions here with us in Riyadh in the Amazon stage, going up against the Cambodian Owls.
The Sky Kings are in great shape to defend their title as they dominated their last match. Now introducing Fnatic Onyx.
The 4-time consecutive back-to-back champions of MPL Indonesia are looking to punch their ticket to the knockout stage by sweeping their opponents in their next game.
Now, if you notice the last game, it was very dominant. CW for their opening, well, he did a savage using his Beatrix. The question is, can CW lead his team once again this series?
If not, then maybe the 3-time champion of MPL Cambodia can maybe get the chance to soar higher than the Sky Kings themselves here on this stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Sooners all around, welcome, See You Soon.
See You Soon just needs to get even one win. They just need to get a victory to continue their journey to see the world.
And the thing is, when we're looking at this matchup, it is quite an interesting matchup when we look at the gold lane. We're talking about Seoul, the MVP, finals MVP of MPL Cambodia, going up against CW, the finals MVP of MPL Indonesia. This is going to be one heck of a game. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to start the second series of the day, so let's head on over to the studio. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much. And now, we heard the host talking about the goal lane matchup here. Seoul going up against CW. CW, it's unfortunate. He never makes the first team. But the thing is, he's the finals MVP, man. He got a savage on the Beatrix. It's going to be very interesting looking at both gold laners for this matchup.
Yeah, I think he got angry for not being part of the first team.
I agree.
Because when he performed during the playoffs of during the finals, as well as the entirety playoffs of MPL ID, was spectacular. And I think he's going to pick up where he left off, going up against Seoul. And this time, I think you have to not play with pressure if you're Seoul going up against CW, because the CW and the entirety of Onyx, they can smell fear, you know?
They smell fear.
Yeah.
That's some nose they got.
I mean, it's not even just smelling, it's just having that game sense to know that somebody is underperforming, right? And I think the worst part about it, I think that Seoul can actually deal with JOSCW in lane. But the question is, are the outer factors, right? Who's going to be rotating over to that side of the map? Or are they going to just leave him on an island like we saw with the SRG match?
Yeah. And now we're jumping straight into the draft. See You Soon is going to be first pick blue side, Fnatic Onyx. Second pick red side, Luyi. See You Soon already batted out for Fnatic Onyx. So now Fnatic Onyx has a free ban.
Wow.
And they use it to ban out the Bane.
Okay. Well, sorry, not sorry.
Sorry, not
Fnatic Onyx. I mean, like, with the Luyi being banned, I think we are eyeing for a Harith here for See You Soon. Especially because it's one of those meta heroes that can just fit in any kind of composition. But that leaves Roger also for the taking for Fnatic Onyx. Apart from that, this could be a very natural draft that we are going to see. Apart from the Bane ban, this all seems very, very... Oh, by the way, Ling is available? See You Soon. Are they going to give that up?
I don't know. I think that maybe even MP the King might pick it up for himself.
Okay.
It really kind of depends, right? Because I do agree with you that probably if Roger or even Harith this up, that's going to be first pickable for the side of See You Soon.
Yeah.
But Fnatic can instantly reply. And most of the time, based on what we've seen so far, they don't pick up the Ling in first rotation.
I don't want this to be like Harith and then Ling. Like Harith being picked up by See You Soon and then Ling by Fnatic Onyx, because that's a difficult scenario to be in. So I think See You Soon has put themselves in a spot where they have to first pick this Ling. Apart from that, maybe a Valentina could be a good opener, but that leaves Harith and Ling for Fnatic Onyx to pick up. So this looked to be really dicey. But then again, you don't have a choice if you're See You Soon, right?
Well, I think that See You Soon, they have been known to play a couple of pick-off compositions before, right? So still, See You Soon, they're opting to go for the Link, which passes the priority back over to Fnatic Onyx at this point of time. You think that this is going to be like early lockdown?
Yeah, like a Cho, for example.
Cho, Kaja.
Teresa's open. Fnatic Onyx, they also like Julian going up against See You Soon, against the Link, so that could be a choice. It's also a flex, so Harith and Valentina perhaps for Fnatic Onyx, or Harith plus Julian, so that they can have that effect.
Can I say something that really shows our age?
What?
Back in my day, when the opponent picks up a Ling, you fight it with Lancelot.
Yeah.
Right? That was so long ago. How the meta have changed, and now they pick up the Harvey as well as the Edith. And again, very flexible. The Edith can go either Roam or EXP, so
exactly.
A lot of options still up for Fnatic Onyx.
Hey man, back in my day, whenever you see a Harith, you have to pick Lunox on the opposite
side.
Yeah.
That's
Let's go even further back.
Yeah, that was
throwback.
M1 days.
Oh,
yeah. I love this answer coming up from See You Soon, going up the Valentina, then the Teresa, very standard pickup. All meta heroes for See You Soon. Nothing too fancy. I believe that amongst all of the mages that can match up against this Valentina, it's going to be the Julia. But in this case, it's the Hayabusa. So yeah, that's how you enter the lane. Fight fire with fire. Assassin on assassin battle we're seeing, boys.
Can we talk about how in this meta, Angela really has fallen off? Where now in the fourth day, we're not seeing a lot of Angela bans, and even when it's up, no one's really picking it up.
Well, I don't know about this one, right? Because again, there's very good enablers, right? Good targets for the Heart Guard, and might be a consideration for See You Soon in particular. I don't know about Fnac though, because then if Sans ends up playing the Angela, it's one of those like, oh, you have this great playmaking mid laner, and then he's put on an Angela, similar to how Homeboys had to put Udil on the Angela.
And speaking, if See You Soon wants to make this Angela work, I think that they have to put their gold laner on a fighter like a Ruby or even a CC that Fnatic Onyx themselves have picked up. That's Angela CC, which is decent in the early game and then very good late stages. You have two vehicles now with the Ling as well as the CC. And CC also fares well versus the Harith, as we saw previously. CW played that matchup, and we saw how potent it is against the Harith in the lane. So that could be a potential. Nevertheless, it's very conditional, I would say. I think See You Soon will just revert back to traditional picks like maybe a Beatrix to match up the Harith, or maybe even a Lunox that we know that works already.
All of them, very good options here. Very, very good options. The fact that they got rid of the Grok does kind of give us an indication that maybe Fnac wants to actually play the Pharsa.
Yeah, that's right.
I just don't know if it's going to be last pick or instantly first pick.
I think that's fourth pick because you keep the Edith in check when it comes to like you can play the XP, you can play the Roam. Edith plus Pharsa also works so well. So you already know that the Valentina was picked up anyway, so you're not that afraid about the counters. Another option is the Julian that I keep on saying. Gwyn. Wow.
Very interesting bands coming in from See You Soon, because even I'm trying to wrap around my head as like, what is up with the Kadita band? What is up with the Guinevere band? Because both are showing lockdown. So maybe these bands are specifically want to make sure that Soul doesn't have a bad time where someone's just waiting. Oh, I get it. I see now. They're going to pick up a marksman that can't pick up a Purify.
Yeah, Irithel.
Yeah.
No, just kidding.
Okay, not Irithel.
Yeah, that's
Beatrix probably. Because
Beatrix, looks good.
Both years getting banned out. They're good against people that is forced to use the Purify.
Okay, we guess Ruby Angela or CC Angela. That's like the out-of-the-box perspective that maybe we can see from See You Soon. If we're going standard here, Beatrix looks really good as expected. And then maybe a Kaja perhaps so that you counter this Harith. You have that lockdown. That's great. Kaja plus Valentina, that's great too. Cho looks good.
A
Tiger, okay. Wow. AoE instead.
Okay, interesting. Well, at least there is more application uses for the impulsion rather than just like single target lockdown. It's interesting because at this point, honestly, both roamers are going to have to make some really critical decisions in these fights.
Yeah. So you're going up against her is the X-Borg looks good. It's Arlott instead. They're going standard. Fnatic Onyx lineup are very, I would say, squishy, but at the same time very mobile. So it's going to be all about damage.
It's going to be all about damage. Now that we've seen the draft is completed by See You Soon, as well as Fnatic Onyx. Here on the panel, Stan, we've done our job. And now, hopefully the casters, the hands are open because we're throwing it over to you.
Off cam as we may be, can confirm, LaFell, our hands are indeed open. Let's get into the game. It's Trex and Leo at your service for Fnatic Onyx versus See You Soon. And if you thought the metagame could not develop even further, just with a few picks here and there, a few bans, you can tell these two teams have studied each other very well.
Yeah, I mean, I love the Ling first pick from the side of See You Soon. Cover your bases. We got the respect ban pick. I mean, the respect ban Bane
as
pick.
As you should.
All over the place. I mean, and if we look at both drafts, I mean, two assassins, we got a year ahead of us. If things continue this route right now, we have quite the year ahead of us. Kyrie on Hayabusa, I mean, he was making this work even when it wasn't meta, so I'm excited to see how this plays out.
Here we go, early aggression coming in from Fnatic Onyx. They are the aggressors. They have to be, given that they are defending their title here in the mid-season cup. Looking at the rest of the lanes, though, Harith versus Beatrix, Arlott versus Terizla. It's weird that in the jungle things have changed so much, but in the side lanes and even in the mid, things just seem to, like, you know, base on the past year and a half. Like, nothing has changed.
Yeah, I mean, EXP lane definitely in the tightest spot. Gold lane, we've got, at least we have like the Beatrix back a little bit. We have a few picks kind of leaking back in. They seem a bit more viable because at least 2 months ago, ooh, a lot of damage on to Soul there. Kyrie with the, just feeling it out. Oh, he's back. He's back. Oh, and the knock up from Keyboy, first blood over to Fnatic Onic.
Let it be known that not a level 4-less Hayabusa is enough to stop Fnatic Onic from drawing first blood on a gold laner. Check this out. The feint here, the basic attack, and then Keyboy with the flicker, animation cancel into the Earth Shatter. That's
doesn't get much cleaner than that.
That's 2 years worth of synergy right there.
2 years worth of synergy packed into about 10 seconds of a first blood, and I love it.
Can confirm, speaking of 10 seconds, there's about a turtle coming up soon. Lower quarter of the map. Again, I'd like to echo what Wolf said. Happy anniversary, second anniversary. The Kyrie and Coach Yeb's migration over to Indo.
2 years.
I remember MSC 2022 when Coach Yeb would deny him being part of that backstage crew for Onic, but now Turtle secured by MP.
The King able to do it, followed up by the Tempest of Blades. A lot of damage on a Keyboy there. Keyboy goes down.
Quick response. Fnatic Onic now on the backside, double kill.
MP pushed back to the tower though. Loopy able to take him. It's a jungle for jungle. Loopy now taking a little damage himself. See you soon, gonna back off, but that's 2 for 2.
All right, see you soon. Now showing some teeth here. Do owls have teeth?
Owls? They have beaks.
That's a scary thought, never mind. Going up head-to-head in that turtle fight, securing it, getting a couple kills on the outset as well. I mean, it's unfortunate that it's MP the King who had to suffer it. Again, that shut down his streak, gave a little bit of gold extra, the Fnatic Onic. But it shows that, hey, even if you did give Soul a little bit of hell early on, you have to respect the rest of our map. Again, see you soon are the Kamai champions.
Oh. Kyrie locks on. There's no escape here. The Finch Boys won't let him get away.
Anime fight.
That is the mid-sky throwing punches as he Finch poises somewhere else.
With decades worth of grudges on each other. Like ancestors.
I love it. I like it. This is what we've been waiting for. This is what the people have been waiting for. Keyboy getting onward right into an implosion. Keyboy takes a lot of damage. Dude does not want to take another death here. 2W drops him on force. Followed up by the feathered airstrike. That's 2 for Fnatic Onic. Raw and Boxy down.
Impressive. Lootby just straight up. Oh! And there's a Tempest of Blades. MP the King, let me finish my sentence. Lootby serving up Boxy into Fnatic Onic's circle. Now it's more of a circle. No longer is this the box meta. It's all about the circle. And look at this, the smile on the young rookie's face. Can I just say I love Lootby? He redefined, he reinvigorated Fnatic Onic's playstyle.
Yeah, and I think we even saw it through their playoffs, going through some growing pains, you know, figuring some things out, testing, limit bounding, and Onic now seems to be back in their prime. And I mean, what more could you ask for? There's been this huge meta shift into the Assassins. Kyrie should be as comfortable as possible. It's almost like they were meant to come in here and just do their thing.
Destiny is what sent them here to the EWC, to MSC 2024 here in Riyadh. Quick item check. Kyrie picked up the Hunter Strike. Lootby just picked up the Thunder Belt. And that's what explains why he's just so ready to keep going, right? Has to stacks. 1, 2, 3, 4 stacks. Right?
Anime fights.
Extra stacks, right? It's extra defense. And now on the other side, as MP the King wails away at the turtle once more, they should be getting a little bit of bank as well, given that they are just down about 500 gold. Another turtle given over to the Kamai.
Another turtle, but still behind in gold. Fnatic Onic, you know, making it up in other places consistently. And, you know, first turtle, second turtle, not the end of the world as long as you're able to, you know, put pressure up in the gold lane, put pressure somewhere else. And Fnatic Onic are doing that very well.
And more than just well, I think they're doing great. They're keeping the gold lead up despite being down on objectives. Lootby here, dueling against MP the King. Oh, he knows. That's 2 levels, man. He knows.
Yeah, he can't take it, but he can at least escape comfortably. Yeah. Should be okay. And where's Felix right now? He was hanging out up in the top side, gonna make his way back.
He's rotating.
Down. He's rotating,
up and down, up and down. And also something else to note. Trex, can you explain this to me? What's Impure Rage on a Rizzler?
Hey man, you get the big bursts, you get the combos, right? So what you hit the first skill, the boom, the swing, and then burn, and will it pair up with his with the passive from his first skill with the bleed?
Strike.
Yeah, does it pair?
And he is a mana hero. I keep forgetting that for such a chunky boy Terizla has mana.
That's true. And a lot of them don't nowadays.
Yeah.
Mana's a thing of the past for a lot of heroes, man. It's all energy.
That's just how old Terizla is.
Yeah, it fits well with him.
All right, I hate it. I hate it.
It's all part of the lore.
Check us out. Ludwig gets caught by an implosion.
Ooh, nice flicker to get away. Sorry, I'm Felix. Decides not to fully commit. See you soon, taking their time with this and not letting the gold escape them. And I think Felix rotates up this way. The reason we're seeing it is because they really want to fight for this third turtle. They want to make this be a decider. Keyboy taking a lot of damage. The bombardment connects. He flickers back, but it's not enough to get away. The dash through. Loopy looking for an angle. Kyrie gets involved as well.
Loopy!
Able to get the Uji. Raw finds Loopy. Kyrie out of there. It's a 3-for-1 though. See you soon on top.
An impressive fadeaway collapse by See You Soon. Yes, they did start the fight. Now they're going to continue. Keep going,
The
MP!
damage from MP. Sans down. Fnatic on it, getting backed into the corner.
Michael and Dino, what a beast. That is a multi-time MPL champion from Cambodia, and I love what he's doing here. I love how far he's taken this early pick. Again, that is a Ling picked up first. He's making it work. He's making it worth it.
Golly, no matter what Kyrie did, he tries to come in and save the day. He's only able to find one kill there. Tempest of Blades just shatters, and See You Soon is playing so tight.
I forgot how delayed that Tempest of Blades came in. I think that was key to winning that fight. He could have easily got bursted down.
Very well played, but Fnatic on it. Gonna try to look for a play of their own on the top side. Feathered Airstrike comes down to zone them back. They want this tower. They want to free up CW, and down comes Mon's Force.
Sorry, I'm Felix with a penalty zone into the back.
Keyboy also with the Primal Wrath. Trying to get some nice damage on Asarion Felix, but the swings come in, and CW taken out from the back from MP.
Soaring in like a lethal owl, the Kamai cheer from across the world. MP the King turns that into a 2-for-4. Kyrie, the only one to get away.
What does this mean, Leo? What does this mean?
I don't know what's going on, man. I thought we were in agreement that Fnatic Onyx draft was so comfortable, that they had such a great ramp up from early, mid to late. And here you see You Soon just flips it on a dime.
I've always been told that when you're comfortable, you're not growing, and MP takes the uncomfortable, they hit the growth, and right now they're on the rise, man. It's 26-24.
That's Steve Harvey.
Steve Harvey.
You gotta be comfortable with being uncomfortable. And I think See You Soon, man, they don't have a coach, so you gotta make sense of that. Make sense of the fact that when they're done with this game, they have to regroup. All they have are themselves, so now I guess that's why they're putting their best foot forward. Fnatic Onyx down about 2,000 gold, 11-7. The map is blue. Again, when you're looking at a Hayabusa and a Ling, you agree that both of them have good mobility. They have map rotational speed. But when it comes to fighting, I think it's more all in on the Ling, and that's what makes it better for See You Soon.
And we've been seeing the way the MP has been moving around the map, the way he caught CW earlier. He just has a little more of a door into that backside, but wait a second. Boxy taking a lot of damage, catches a final slash to the face. Feathered Airstrike does come down, CW dancing around, but MP's gonna find him every time. Raw finding the kill himself. With CW down, Keyboy will be the next fall. Loopy next on the chopping block. Raw finds another, that's a double kill. 3 people down, See You Soon are taken off.
I thought it was always going to come down to MP the King's Ling with a delayed response. I thought he would always have to be fashionably late to make a difference, but no, that was a fight that they took head on with a Lord take eminent. Fnatic Onyx said, you know what, let's force the fight. Let's see if they're ready to respond. And yeah, CW got to drop his Diamond Force, but he got bursted down immediately. You know what? I think what's coming into play here as well is damage coverage. Trex, look. You have magic damage coming in from Ra, and then you have all of the physical burst coming in from MP and Soul. I think that's enough already, especially since you're looking. What was that's all that's on Ra?
It's all Ra needs.
Just the Enchanted Talisman and the Glowing Wand. What? Another fight? Kyrie!
Empty zone. Kyrie forced to dash away here, forced to use a shadow kill a little bit early. Sans unable to even hang out with the Feathered Airstrike. Got a wings by wings back to base. See you soon. I mean, not very often do you see Onyx pushed into a corner like this.
I mean, you watch the middle of MPL Indo Season 13.
That's true.
And then that's when this would look familiar. But no, we are in the mid-season cup. This is a major international event, the peak of MLBB esports. And you're looking at the defending champions up against the corner. CW in trouble.
With the defensive Zaman Sports, it's not enough to get away. A nice final slash on MP the King, but MP the King is dancing. But he's not going to be able to dance back to life. Going to be taken out raw with a lot of damage. The Nibiru's passing.
Oh! Huge turnaround despite their assassin going down. 4 for 2. 4 for 2. Gila
Suns not going to be able to get away from this. The implosion comes in and the snipe shot. Double kill. And the base will fall next. See you soon. We'll take game number 1. What an upset.
No one expected this much, at least not this quick, not this fast, not this decisive. The first 5 minutes, I'll tell you here now, Trex, I'll tell y'all folks, looked pretty down the wire, but as soon as they figured out the tempo, as soon as they figured out how MP the King should be coming in, Fnatic Onyx never got to come back anymore.
I mean, yeah, once MP got online, once we saw C-Dub go down once or twice, I think it was just kind of, they got their groove, man. They got no coach on their back. They're free right now. They're birds. They're owls.
State of flow. That's all it is. The Kamai champions draw first blood. Let's throw it over to the analysts. Try and make sense of this. Make sense of this, please.
Trust me, folks, if you want me to make sense of this, I might say maybe we thought the coach is better or not. Like, maybe you don't overthink it, but we got to talk about how in this game, MP the King, what an absolute beast.
I'm telling you, this is See You Soon unchained, right? Yeah. They're not held back by absolutely anything anymore. They're allowed to make crazy plays, and so far, they look, I wouldn't even say the most polished in the world, but their mechanics are top-notch, and I think that's where Fnatic really started to drop off here, because a lot of these abilities are starting on the whiff. We saw a failed flicker from Keyboy. We've seen 2 failed final slashes coming in from Lupti as well, and forced quad shadows out of Kyrie.
You can make a soul mixtape out of this. The way that he escapes Kyrie and death so many times with just a pixel. I mean, he will miss the shot, but Kyrie wasn't able to find the proper runway to eventually pop the ultimate onto Soul. And not only that, Solo has been outplaying CW, outranging him, just making sure the dash was so on point. It's just, we're talking about a matter of pixels here, where he's able to cheat death and eventually just only die once in this entirety. I mean, Beatrix going up against mobile heroes, against Farsa, against Hayabusa, against Arlott. That's crazy.
11-minute match. A few things to talk about. See you soon. However, they've been training all this while. It's really showing dividends, because again, the way that they move as a team shows the level of chemistry that they have as a team. MP the King has the highest goal per minute. Ra has the highest damage output of this game. A few reactions that I want from you guys. We're looking at the meta coming in from MSC. Harv has not been looking good. Is this where Harv is actually falling off?
Oh, I don't think Harith is falling off just yet, but I do think that a lot of it just comes down to whether or not he gets the Holy Crystal on time. And I think, unfortunately, with I think it was one big tempo breaker around the 7th minute of the match. Actually, he's playing right now is where we do see him actually like, man, I don't have the Holy Crystal. I'm just a sliver of damage off from actually killing the Beatrix. But our major problem is the fact that he had so much to kind of plow through, whether it be through, oh no, I got to dodge the Blade of Tempest, I got to dodge the implosion as well.
Yeah, I don't think it's Harris' fault that the entirety of Onyx actually lost this match. I think it's just he was countered. You can see that the Beatrix is a direct answer to the Harith. Not because he actually kills the Harith, but because the Harith cannot reach him. It's a matter of range at this point. And there was also this problem of the Tigreal, which is not a direct answer to the Harith, but a problem nonetheless. So if you combine the Teresa as well as the Tigreal, that's 2 stuns that you have to use Purify on or try to dodge, which eventually CW had a lot of problems facing with. And not only that, Harith as well as Hayabusa, I would say that it's kind of greedy because they both need farm.
A few things that I do have to know. Looking back into the game, CW on that Harith took a lot of damage, and even though Wolf said doesn't necessarily kill the Harith, but everyone coming in from See You Soon, they're very good targeted. They're making sure that CW takes more damage than he can actually dish out. And the thing as well that I do want to say is that MP the King's performance really cleans up well what See You Soon is trying to do, where they're trying to bait out skills, they're trying to dish out damage, and then MP the King's like, okay, everything's done, all the CC chains shenanigans is out, now I'm coming in. We got to talk about the storyline now, because now life has been breathed into See You Soon.
Yeah.
And now, Fnatic Onyx, they got to worry, because if they lose 0-2 here, there's a chance that they might not make it, because if they lose 0-2 to SRG as well, that's it, lights out.
Honestly, this really shakes up the current group, right? Just this one singular win coming in from See You Soon.
Yeah.
And hopefully, this might just be the ultimate comeback story of a lifetime from See You Soon. No coaching staff, has penalty bans, and is still able to 2-0? Come on.
Come on.
We're going to talk more about this because we're going to look at our Sony match MVP. It's going to be MP the King. So while we're looking at the highlights, gentlemen, let's talk about this. What did See You Soon do so well in this match?
Well, I think that See You Soon target acquisition is on top of the list, right?
Yes.
Because every single time they go into these fights, well, as I like to call it, they're very together.
Yeah, and also MP the King, there was a time where we were wondering, why is Sorry and Felix up top when the Arlet was just farming on the bottom lane? It turns out he was actually giving farm to MP the King. And MP the King had out so much. Eventually, when he turned out the fight at 6 minutes, he's had enough damage to be a problem because he's given some time farming in the lanes. Sorry and Felix already has got about 200 gold above the Arlet, so he's already okay. Like, Amateur is all I need to do is get my first and second item. I'm already okay. And then he gave the farm priority now to MP the King.
Personally, for me, I think when we're talking about Cambodia, one thing that I left the biggest impression that was left on me after the previous MSC was that Ling players in Cambodia are kind of gross. So the fact that MP the King is here, can you imagine the environment that he had to play through in ranked games?
Let me just say as well, I forgot what I was about to say.
They hit you. See You Soon. They just hit that fast.
Yeah. They just hit you that fast.
That's how fast it is.
And
what was I about to say? I swear I had something.
It's probably adaptation coming in from Fnatic. Because I do think that it's a little well, honestly, it did feel like they had their coach there technically. That wasn't that bad from See You Soon.
That's what I was about to say. The draft, we have to come back into draft. That was amazing because look at the final two bans. It was the Kadita as well as the Guinevere. So I would say the first 3 picks, they already know it's going to be a B-trick. So, again, it looks like they had a system going into the draft, and the system works.
Yeah, the system works. They're very comfortable with it. I think comfort plays a lot in this particular matchup. But like I said, when you don't have a coach, when you're just up to yourselves, when you're as players, typically the generic answer is you just don't overthink stuff. You make sure that you get your good heroes. You pick up the Tigreal, and then you're okay because Tigreal answers assassins most of the time. You pick up the Beatrix because you know that it naturally wins over the Harith, not in a way that it kills the Harith, but it wins the farming battle.
It makes sure the Harith doesn't win.
That's right. I like this Turismo plus Link combo. This is one of my favorites. And also, I have always been saying to some of the players that maybe the substitute to the Ruby Gold, instead of picking up another like a Chi-Chi Gold lane or CC Gold lane, is pick up the Beatrix because it does the job. What it does is it clears the wave. You survive by just shoving the wave. You're allergic to minions, and when you're just hugging your turrets, you're technically okay.
It's the Uranus of the gold lane.
Yeah,
you're just sandbagging your opponent. Yeah. You don't need to win. You just need to go even.
Yeah, just clear the waves. I go to another lane. I go to the safety of my teammates. Haha, you try to dive me. I'm okay.
So it's one of those heroes. As long as I don't lose,
exactly,
I win.
Exactly.
Right? We have heroes like the Aldos, like honestly now even the Xavier. As long as I don't lose, I'm winning.
Yeah, I fairly remember in day 1 when we were casting, when I kind of guessed the Beatrix when we picked up, Mirko eventually, almost automatically asked me off cam and when we were on broadcast, Beatrix is a means to an end kind of hero. Because when you pick up the assassin, you want your side lanes to be kind of stabilized. You pick up Therese on the other side, you pick up the Beatrix on the other side, you don't have to worry about the lanes anymore. Like, nobody's appearing on the map because they're allergic to minions.
Yeah, with that being said, we got to talk about game number 2 here. Because See You Soon, They're one game away of really making sure that they survive this. And Fnatic Onyx, like, let's be real here. They're champions of MPL Indonesia for like, what, 4 times in a row now? So
yeah, for Pete.
So at this point, they must have something. The question is, what else do they have?
Well, personally for me, I think that why CU Soon is a difficult team to actually play against is because they're very fluid with their emotions, right?
Yeah.
And that's very similar to how actually Fnatic Onyx plays when they're in MPL ID and even internationals. That's what makes them so exciting to watch, because you never know when the next play is actually going to happen. And I think with very similar styles, it really just boils down to who can get the better execution. That's why when we saw Fnatic Onyx walk in away and come back to their seats, it's not like, oh, I'm sad about that game. It's more so of like, we played a little bad, we can do better.
One other thing that I do want to point out, now I remember the other thing that I wanted to say.
Perfect.
Rarely do we see Farsa getting punished.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like, in a meta where there's Beatrix, Yuzong, Ling, Julian, people that can dive the backline, Farsas look like they're untouchable. This is one of the rare situations where it's Sans on the Farsa, and Sans gets countered by this Ling. Like, we rarely see this happening.
Yeah, I totally understand why the Farsa was picked up. It was going up against Valentina, good combo with the Edith. To be fair, Sans, this is one of his favorite heroes. True. I think the main problem here is that, and this is a hot take by the way, that first phase picked Hayabusa together with the Hythe is Fnatic Onyx maybe underestimating their opponents, you know? Because you revealed your Hayabusa very early, and surely you have 2 bans, but it gets countered by the Tigreal. At the same time, you reveal that your Harith is that this is your core duo. Like you have the Harith as well as the Hayabusa. It gives so much information to the opposing team, and I'm sure that Fnatic Onyx have gotten away with that kind of draft before. But this is MSC. This is group stage of the
going
MSC
up against champions.
They're going up against champions. The hot take is I think they have underestimated the prowess of their opponents.
I think personally that Coach Yev is going to revoke Kyrie's assassin card this time around. They're not. They're going to have to follow his orders here, because I do feel that, like, to a certain degree, yes, they did underestimate them. And it's like, oh, Kyrie, what would you like to play this time around? He's like, give me the Hayabusa right here, right now, in first rotation. I can make it work. And now that's revoked.
Yeah. I mean, I imagine there will be a little bit change up. Perhaps they.
Are you on Leomord?
No, they pick up Edith, right? And then they eventually got the Arlott anyways. Yeah. Which was last pick. Had they gotten that earlier on, like it's a flex, like you don't know Arlott or Edith where those two are going. Pick up the Farsa, and then last pick whatever, right? If they pick up Tigreal, just pick up a utility jungler for Kyrie. So that game matchup against Ling. Eventually pick up the Julian, right? So honestly, it's like it's not that they have slipped with their draft. It's just like it felt like they felt overly confident showing their hand as early as the first phase pick, just because they essentially don't have an opponent in the drafting stage because there are no coaches.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Something's going right with CU Soon right now.
Yeah, 100%, dude.
Yeah, right? I think that at this point, the coaching staff is just like, hand one singular post-it note. Here's the process. Here's the put it together.
Here's your flowchart. If this gets picked, this is how you answer. I love it.
Honestly, it's looking good because it looks very effective up until the bans, making sure that their draft does not get countered. And to the fact that you guys were talking about, they were able to counter Fnatic Onyx draft. So coming into game number 2 here, do you respect the Ling or do you let it go and try to fight back with the Julian?
I want to fight back with the Julian.
Fight back with the Julian.
I understand why the Hayabusa was picked up. It's decent matchup against the Ling. It's not a direct counter, but again, and also this is Kyrie Hayabusa, which we know that he can turn things around. However, I feel that the Julian makes a lot of sense because Valentina hates playing against the Julian. Also, Ling hates playing against the Julian. At the same time, you farm so fast. Even Terizla doesn't feel very comfortable when there's a Julian around because of the mixture of physical and magic damage to with your side laners. But maybe because they already picked the Harith. They didn't feel comfortable picking up the Julian to go with it.
I suppose, but I also think that it could be just an ego thing, right?
Yeah,
I think
400%.
I mean, there's a lot of moments in this game that we would have expected, like, yes, Beatrix, she's allergic to ingredients, you know, I clear it fast, but then that's when you expect to see the full dive coming up from Kyrie at some point. We didn't see that, right? We saw him consistently trying to match up against MP the King in these types of 1v1s. But now, since we're in the drafting phase, looks like see you soon, back on blue side.
So they do have the advantage where they can pick up the Ling once again, unless Fnatic Onyx bans it out. For now, see you soon. They ban out the Moskov. Now it's really on Fnatic Onyx. You know what? They respect it. No more Ling this time. Will they open up the Bane? And see you soon. Will they ban out the Louis again?
Yes. Especially because... oh, maybe they will force Fnatic Onyx to ban that anyways. Maybe give up the Bane ban, because the Ling was already banned by Fnatic Onyx. What they can do is to just get the Valentina off, maybe, or maybe a Fanny, because they don't want to see they want to see carry on Fanny. There it is.
I mean, See You Soon have just been like making sure that Fnatic doesn't go too out of the ordinary, right? With some of their weirder picks, or at the very least some of their like key counter strategies that they have.
Yeah. So now, honestly, with the Fanny as well as the Moskov getting banned here, See You Soon really has their draft opened up. The chip has to be banned, and I feel like Fnatic Onyx, is this a way that See You Soon kind of gets inside the head of Fnatic Onyx? Because they're like, first game we banned Louis, that means we don't want the Louis. So maybe then Fnatic Onyx is like, okay, if we let go of the Louis, they won't pick it up, right? Right? So, okay, but
they do go on.
Okay, yeah, I'm overthinking it.
Yeah.
Keep it simple. Keep it simple. It's See You Soon. Their aggression and their raw mechanics is what brought them here in the first place. They're going to lean into those two attributes to get them over this finish line.
I believe Fnatic Onyx will want to ban the Roger instead of the Harith, just because they know we have figured out that, Harith is manageable. Roger is also manageable, but at the same time, it's a flex pick, and we know that the nature of MP the King, he's more than willing. He's going to be more than willing to pick that hero up. So Roger ban makes a lot more sense here. Apart from that, maybe okay, never mind. So it's Roger first pick, right?
We're overthinking it.
I think this is interesting because now the angle does come over to See You Soon. It's like, hey, you could pick the Roger, and yes, it can be flexed over, but I think that Fnatic Onyx is very happy if MP the King does pick up the Roger itself, and then you go into something more utility.
Yeah. Pick up a Baksha, for example, for carry, which we know that the entirety of Fnatic Onyx as a team knows how to counter. There is going to be the Roger pickup, and Fnatic Onyx typically answer this with Edith, as well as the Valentina, but the Farm is an option. I'm curious to see if that will be the choice here for Fnatic Onyx, especially because the Valentina is open. So they immediately pick up the Claude. And Edith, perhaps? Oh, the Valentina. Okay.
Okay, Valentina first. They're going to give the Edith over to See You Soon. That's under the assumption that they actually want to take it. But then again, I think there are certain conditions that need to be met. I think that even MP the King is thinking about what type of jungler he needs at this point of time, because everything is still up in the air.
If there is the Valentina, maybe... Okay, this is weird, but maybe Bane Faramis for See You Soon, just because...
I'm okay with it.
What you actually give is the ultimate from the Faramis, right? And if Valentina, if Sans copies that, then you have the Deadly Catch to kind of counter it, right? So, but instead, it's different. It's a Vexana and a Terizla.
Interesting.
Very standard.
Yeah. It is standard, but at the same time, it's begging the question of, like, Terizla has been shown many, many times by the side of See You Soon, right? At this point, is it at a counter roll point of attack for Fnatic? Because looking, like, go on to the export, right? Really dominate this matchup. Maybe, okay, probably the Lapu Lapu as well, just to have some backline access raw.
Or a Dragon right now. Yu Zhong looks really good for Fnatic Onyx. That's the thing with Terizla, right? It doesn't. Well, when it comes to Yu Zhong versus Terizla, I would say that's almost a 50-50 a skills matchup. At the same time, I think Terizla just is comfortable with any kind of draft. Fnatic Onyx are going for Protect 1. They're picking up the Grok this time so that they can protect this Claude no matter what. They will ban the Edith afterwards. Despite them having access to the Valentina, they're not that comfortable facing the Edith.
Rather interesting. It feels like this might have been a little preemptive for Keyboy to actually get his hands on this Grok, because again, it's not like there's a lot of information to work off of See You Soon. So this is definitely Fnatic Onyx kind of hunkering down to their own strategy rather than responding like in game number 1.
With that Grok pick, they have forfeited their access to the Yuzhong as Soon immediately bans that hero. Maybe the Lapu Lapu could be also another point of consideration for Soon as the ban for Lud P. And there's the Bane. I really like that ban. We did say that the Bane Faramis could be there for Soon, but the Bane was left open with the Vexana being up. I wonder if Fnatic Onyx are going to consider getting a sustain hero for Lutpi, which we know that he really likes to play somewhere along the lines of a Barats, perhaps. Yeah, or I don't know if Uranus is a hero that they like, but that's also a hero that you consider for Lutpi, or maybe a Benedetta actually.
Yeah, I was thinking that no matter what, worst comes to worst, Benedetta is just the Swiss.
Yeah, I agree.
Right, you know. But now we see the Nolan, it gets banned out for the side of CU soon. It begs the question, right? Whether or not Kyrie is actually going to get an assassin this time around.
Yeah, I think you last pick the Kyrie hero. Get the Benedetta now if you're Fnatic Onyx. You're okay with that.
Or even an X-Borg.
X-Borg, yeah, it's a one-size-fits-all kind of thing. Wherein, yeah, you have a decent answer to the Turizda. The poke coming up from Vexana will be an issue. That's why I feel like Benedetta makes a lot of sense. Or maybe just go to a Paquito, wherein you can make the plays around with your team. You have the Grok to go in. You have the Paquito as your second unit. Definitely a one-shot hero for the Roger if you play it correctly. They go Arlott instead. Okay. Man, Teresa was known to be the traditional answer to the Arlott lane, so
yeah. Because it used to be just too thick to deal with, right? You don't have that raw level of damage unless you like commit to something crazy like a lethal ignition, for an example. But I don't know. I think this one it's starting to look very similar to game number one. It's kind of dependent on what the jungle pick here is for Kyrie, but we'll see once CU complete their composition, and I'm liking it, right? The carry, making sure that their frontliners don't get that much space, but more importantly, I think that even Keyboy sees the opportunity. This might be his moment.
Yeah. Kyrie Ruby looks good for CU another hero. You kind of need a knock-up. Edith is already banned, so they go Kaja. They're very brave because there's a Valentino on the opposite side.
Yeah.
Okay, so you Assassins are kind of iffy now for the side of Fnatic Onyx. But you don't want to go Fredrin in, going up against the...
Right, with the carry. The carry is such a big deterrent. I think as long as it has iframes, I suppose.
I think you're left with Alpha or Julian, I would say, for Fnatic Onyx. Alpha is decent. A little bit of a fighter in there. Yeah, you don't want to go Barretts against Gary Roger. That's death sentence for you. I think you're left with Julian, honestly, for Fnatic Onyx. Or, come on, let's pick up the Lancelot for all time's sake.
For all time's sake.
Gotta go back, Sha.
Okay. Well, looking at the drafts here, all 10 heroes have been picked up. I gotta say, see you soon. I feel like this is a very comfortable draft for them. For Fnatic Onyx, this is more of a draft that we've seen in previous patches. Now, I'm gonna say, I'm pretty sure the casters didn't expect what happened in game number one, but casters, prepare to be surprised, because I'm gonna throw it over to you guys again. Here you go.
No matter how prepared we are, given what happened in game one, there really is no precedent. There really is no way to say we're ready for what comes, but then again, here's game two, Fnatic Onyx versus See You Soon. Trex and Leo at your service. 11 minutes and a half. That's all it took for game one to happen. What do you expect here?
I mean, just like wild card, it's still continuing in group stage. You have to expect the unexpected. And right now, that's exactly where we're at. 11 minutes. We just saw Falcon get beat in 11 minutes. What does this mean? What alternate dimension, what multiverse have we dropped into? But right now, See You Soon is sitting at the top of that multiverse. Fnatic Onyx, they pick up the Basha on Kyrie. A savory pick for them.
Don't remind everybody.
Up against the Kaja.
It's barely been 6 months, man.
Too early?
Too soon even. Too soon, even after another championship. Here we go, one more look at the emblems. Again, folks, do note the Impure Rage on Sorian Felix, which did so well for him in game number one. I respect it now. I actually like it.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely spicy. It's definitely something that they showed worked before. How do we feel about this gold lane? We have the carry. How do we think it's going to man up? Is it going to be able to play the distance? Is it going to scale? You know, what are our thoughts?
That's a classic KK combo, man. Carry and Kaja. Mid-game, you just pull on someone, burst them down with true damage. It makes sense, and what I love about it so much is the fact that it's a mobile fighting unit. Like, that's what See You Soon is. Like, they just pick off one, jump in, kill another, and then you have the Teresa to cut right through. As for the other hand, Fnatic Onyx, yeah, it's very reminiscent of the kind of lineups they played in M5, but just the same, I think it's a safer box for them. That's one thing I can say. Oh, here we go, up top.
A little bit of damage onto Felix. Felix gets terrified, might not be able to get away from this one, tries to use the flicker, but still brought down. MP the King, though, with the Lycan Pounce, able to pick up Luffy. It's a 1-for-1 EXP for EXP.
Yep, in the purest form. Down bottom, though, CW asserting dominance against Soul.
Oh.
Now Soul throwing out the light wheel. Lets it go, turtle spawned, upper quarter.
Soul's got soul, man. He's willing to get in the box with CW, willing to get in the ring right now. Ding, ding. And it's going back and forth. I feel like this matchup here is definitely, it's a lot of mechanics. It's not, no one just completely dominates the other.
But if you ask me, I'd say Soul is a lightweight in the early. Oh no, Kyrie secured the turtle. Fight's already begun. Flicker out by Boxy. Purple secured by MP. They disengage. I was saying, Soul is a lightweight, while CW on the Claude is a featherweight. Because again, like you have the basics on carry dealing more damage the more you do it with it, right? But you do have the mobility advantage on CW. That's one thing he has.
So a lot of things to say. I love how Onyx, they were ready to kind of go for that purple after the turtle. Instinct told them, but then they saw it got taken. They decided to back off. Now Boxy takes a lot of damage to respond, and with the Eternal Guardian and MP the King trying to lock down onto Kyrie. Kyrie might not be able to get away with this. All it takes is one Lycan Pounce. And Kyrie down, man down. Up at the top side. Felix up against Lupi. Nothing too major, though.
All right, forcing responses from the EXP lane. I love that engagement, that counter engage by See You Soon down bottom. It was a perfectly placed Eternal Guard by Ra, by the way, which we did not talk about much. We did not talk about this. Come on. Oh, Boxy!
Boxy down. Now it's 2-2. 9.4 to 9.4. Back to what you were saying.
Yeah, no, Ra has such great game sense, and we didn't really talk about it. Final slash by Lupi!
They don't want to let you talk, man. Sans now trying to get engaged as well. Sorry, I'm Felix. Trying to kind of kite back a little bit, taking a little bit too much damage. Should be okay. Kyrie playing the distance, looking for the engage.
I'd rather have it this way. Them keeping going, keeping fighting, because this is how Fnatic Onyx gets ahead, right? They're about 400, 300 gold up, and a game of inches is what you got to do against a team like See You Soon, because the Kamai, they're so good at forcing fights. Maybe only second to how then their prime in M5 ECA does so. The Vi Gaming, I don't know what the equivalent is in the Kamai language, but maybe their local Homoy Mao, you know, like they just cheer on, fighting, forward, CW, doing it against Soul. Whoa, the flicker!
The flicker, and he gets it! Soul, the lightweight, up against the feather with a knockout punch, but now Soul in a little bit of trouble. Keyboy able to find him. The power of nature. Eternal Guardian lands on top of Sans. Sans taken out from MP the King. Now it's Kyrie up against 4. Lupi with his back tries to dash in, tries to do something. Is it going to be enough? MP the King still chasing down Kyrie. Can he get the final hit? One more to do with the mega kill, and now Lupi on the run as well. Boxy versus Lupi. 1v1, MP on top, looking for Keyboy as well. See You Soon. Bouncing back, Fnatic Onyx still holding. We're holding the gold lead, but it's gone now.
Michael, somebody's got to stop Michael. He's at 5-0 now. 5-0 even before 5 minutes, and they're going to take this turtle. Now Fnatic Onyx and See You Soon are a major objective apiece. Let's watch that again. It took a while for MP the King to finally get the kills in the back line, right? Kyrie got away. That's a dive in by Lutfi. Oh, an amazing final slash, dare I say. If only, Trex, would you agree with me? If there was a wild charge in Keyboy, that would have looked very, very different.
Very, very, very different. But See You Soon is willing to flip the coin, take the 50-50. And, you know, we saw the items a minute ago, and it looked like MP the King was holding a strong lead over Kyrie, and now it's going to be even more. And what do you do when you have Roger on the field? You feed Roger. 5-0 right now.
And it looks like Fnatic Onyx, I don't know if by purpose, if on purpose, or if just by their rotations naturally, they're starting to avoid MP the King. I think given how he performed in game 1, much respect, that's the Ling, he can catch you. But as a Roger, it's kind of hard to, on purpose, run away from the Roger. and Lutfi doing his best to defend his lane away. I think that is one good way of looking at it if you're a Fnatic Onyx fan. If you're a Sonic at that, at least there's no major objectives on the map, like permanent objective that's taken away, right? No good conversions yet.
It's true. Look for a conversion now, though. Judgment followed up by the penalty zone and Eternal Guardian, just to make sure Keyboy doesn't come back from it. 3 ults, a lot of utilities. Can they translate it into something else?
This is dangerous for See You Soon. They spent so much greens on taking down Keyboy without any real objective to take from that. No real conversion, because that's a roamer. He'll be back in about, there you go, a jiffy, as the kids call it. He's back right now, and okay, luckily enough, Soul does take this tier 1 down bottom, shrinking the map just a wee bit for CW. Luckily, he is a very mobile marksman.
Yeah, this is true, but also Soul now gonna maybe be able to pivot over to the mid, pivot over to the top, and that's one more hero to get involved in these fights. And this is looking similar to last time. Luckily, Seasoon hasn't escaped too far yet. Fnatic Onyx need to start contesting, need to start finding some movement on the map, and this could be it. Able to find MP the King up in the top side. Lupi able to get the kill, and that's going to kind of help set the pace back for Onyx.
Uncharacteristic for MP the King to have overstayed his welcome, did not see it coming. Kyrie and Lutfi, that's a lot of damage between the both of them. Keyboy here with the conceal play, looking for a target. Checks into the bush, spotted already. See You Soon can't do nothing but watch. Fnatic Onyx taking the last turtle.
All right, 3 turtles down. Next up, gonna be Lord. Fnatic Onyx back in the lead with gold, and they're looking for this mid-tier 3. Sorry, I'm Felix, just trying to clear the minions. Keyboy with a nice wild charge. Sans with the IMU pulling Boxy back with his own skill. Whoa. Nice final slash onto Soul and Felix, but Fnatic Onyx decide to back off.
Amazing how the champions of MPL Indo for 2 years now, back to back, did I say that enough times? Are able to find a small opening and turn it into a gaping hole in their enemy's strategy. And just like that, after that pick off of MP the King up top, suddenly they're in control. Trex, how do they do this? Look at this now. They're about 1,000 ahead, maybe a change. And now See You Soon is the ones avoiding them. See You Soon is running away.
You know, and I've been trying to see where all the gold is going for Onyx, and it looks like it's all going to CW, because Kyrie, he's still behind MP the King a large amount. When we take a look at Lupi, we take a look at CW, they're the ones who are getting all the gains right now.
And Lupi has been pulling the trigger on the final slash so perfectly. Picture perfect, frame per frame. Like, he gets 3 or 4 people minimum. Almost every single huge engage. And how does See You Soon answer that? I'd say maybe 1. Send Sora and Felix first. It's so hard to start with Boxy, because as soon as the Kaja dies, that's not the kind of roamer you can afford to lose, right? Not like a Grok, not like a Minotaur sometimes. It's okay. A Kaja, you got to protect very well. Now, they're going to be on the aggressive side.
To be able to grab Keyboy, a lot of damage. Raw able to pick up the kill, but once again, it's 3 ults down for that kill. Looking very similar to last time. They're going to try to convert into another tower, tier 3. Not the minions to push, though.
Gila Sans able to defend single-handedly. That was 3 or 4 members of Team Sunni. He just said, you know, let's clear the wave. That takes a different kind of player. That's mechanical confidence here. Lord has spawned in the bottom quarter, and there's a push by CW up top. I mean, it's fair to say now that the map has shrunk for both gold laners. Can I just say Soul has been taken a little slow? He's slowed down, ramping up in the late game.
Yeah, he's going to need a little bit of time. And he just and also, they don't have a big CC. Like you mentioned, the Kaja carry, right? It's felt more like Kaja MP instead of, you know, Kaja and Soul. So I think if Soul can kind of get in here, start to find some angles, there's still some room for him. And because it's only 10 minutes, like, we could still see him pop off. They're going to try to lock on Asar and Felix. So Sans with Divine Judgment, the IMU, he's able to flicker back, but Lupi still finds the kill. Kyrie finds Sari on Felix, and now Lupi going mayhem in the back zone. MP the King getting pushed back. The Eternal Guardian comes down, but it's more as a maneuver to keep Onyx at bay, and Sans falls. MP the King picks up the kill. Now it's on to the Lord, conceal play, Raw, looking for something. Blaze Duet comes in, pushing Boxy back at the final slash. Members of See You Soon are falling. MP the King will be the next 3 members down. It's a 3-for-1, and a Lord over to Onyx.
And just as quickly as See You Soon calls the play, Boxy comes in with the conceal. Fnatic Onyx make him regret that. Starting with a Blazing Duet, eventually into the collapse, and Kyrie keeping his finger just a nano inch away from the Retribution, a clean take, a Lord secured here for Fnatic Onyx, which allows them to maintain this. I didn't expect it to be this wide, honestly. We expect 5 or 6K, you know, but 3K now between two very closely equal opponents is, might as well be a light year.
Yeah, and so here's the thing though, with Onyx having this lead, see you soon. What is the answer, right? We talked about Soul not being as involved. Why do we think that is? Has he just not been able to get up close and personal? Sans has been doing a great job with the Divine Judgment. What's the deal?
Number one, quit falling for the Keyboy trap. Keyboy has been making his life worth so much more than all of these ults. So maybe stop at that. Next is focus on defending. See you soon's turret defense, high ground defense isn't the best. They're very high committal. So if they're able to keep their inhibitors, that's a good step towards the right direction. So now that maybe they can leave their base, maybe just try to secure their buffs, that's one step. Another is to, focus on Soul. How do you activate Soul, man? They really only have one way of peeling. Oh, wild charge from Keyboy.
Wild charge, followed up by Loopy, and look at Kyrie taking the back route. CW to the backside with a blazing duet. Melting down, Boxy the King, the immortality pops. The Terrify onto Sarlian Felix, and Kyrie now is on the chopping block to turn around. MP the King, Sarlian Felix with the flicker, looking for Sans. Sans dances around, maneuvers, able to just get away, but MP the King wants more. Moving on to CW, one more shot, and he finds it. It's 3 men down for Fnatic Onyx. The coin's been flipped, and see you soon's on top.
Whoa. MP the King still deep behind enemy lines, son!
The dance back, the Terrify. MP, is he gonna re-engage here?
Forcing the winner crown trigger. Sans still alive, Keyboy keeping up a barrier, the enforcer to his mid laner, his core. Interestingly enough, see you soon. Again, the coin flip. Suddenly, they're up 1,000 gold now, and the map belongs to them too, it's all blue.
What happened here? Boxy the King immortality pops. Look at MP reverting back, gets a couple free shots on the Kyrie, and then he knows it's on. Once he gets one, it's back to back.
I see now. Eventually, what would be MP the King cleaning up the jungle, forcing the response from Keyboy and Sans to play defensively. What happened there was those walls in the orange side jungle of See You Soon acted as the aforementioned lack of peel. Fnatic Onyx can't just get a beeline towards Raw, towards Soul, even towards MP the King, who had to, double back and then consider the re-engage. Those walls were what acted as what a Minotaur, what a Grok would be for See You Soon's lineup. And they're cheating death already by playing so soft. Now Boxy the King looking for targets. Y-Bush controlled by Fnatic Onyx. All right.
I thought he was about to use it on Keyboy again. I was like, don't do it, bro.
Again, right?
He's learning.
Okay, so far so good here. Again, barely 1,000 between these two teams. I wonder how far that last engage, that team fight win for See You Soon went for Soul. Because again, eyes are on Soul, man. Eyes are on this import from the Philippines that really didn't get much play in MPLPH, but won a championship in his debut in MPLKH.
All right, Fnatic Onyx use up the conceal to gain some ground over this Lord Pit, but here comes the penalty zone. Tied up with the flicker, MP the King still holding down the distance, waiting for Soul to possibly engage here. Onyx taking it slow, Siren Felix takes a lot of damage, MP the King walks right into a final slash. Soul now with Speedy Light Wheel getting a couple shots on, but takes a couple shots back, brought down to about half health. See You Soon back off, but they push Onyx away.
Masterful retreat by Fnatic Onyx. That is exactly how you de-escalate a team fight, coming in from a very aggressive team such as See You Soon. My favorite part was the final slash response. Like usually you want to use that to put him closer into where your skills would hit, but again, shows you the level of communication that Fnatic Onyx has with their rookie XP laner, one of the most mechanically gifted players out of MPLID right now. Lutpi says, you know what, guys? It's okay. You can go back. I got you.
He gave him a little backhand real quick,
Front hand, backhand.
Front hand, backhand, real fast. And just let him know.
Oh, Kyrie, this bush, very familiar. Keeps it under control. The conceal play.
And it looks just like last fight. We're going to come back to the mid, push you out of this bush. Boxy the King, though, finally finds someone important. Loopy goes down. Keyboy brought down to about half health. Sans on the run as well. Soul finally with Speedy Light Wheel. MP the King, look for the dive in. Kyrie goes down.
That's a revenge strike damage, MP. Dueling with CW.
Back
underneath
to the
tier
purple.
2. Fnatic Onyx down 2 men. Already a big win for the Kamai.
And now they're going to move on to this Lord. See you soon. Take the win on that one. 27 seconds on the clock for Kyrie, 15 for Loopy. And Fnatic Onyx can't do a thing about it.
Wow. For all the boxing fans out there, I'd give the first and second round over to Fnatic Onyx. But in the third, See You Soon might just find the knockout.
It's not about how hard you get knocked down. It's about how many times you get back up.
I like how you doubled down but still figured it out, because that's exactly what See You Soon is going through right now. They may have had to learn the lesson the hard way in the first 2 phases of the game, but in the late, they figured it out. Hey, this is the way. As the Mandalorian say, this is the way. Don't fall for Keyboy. Get the DJ on someone that matters. And when Fnatic Onyx does the 2-step, don't fall for it. Find another engage. Don't waste your ults. Now the Lord gonna knock into the mid.
All right, watch for Felix. He's got the penalty zone ready to go. Conceal play comes in as well. Felix able to jump in, get a nice penalty zone onto C-Dub. Sans, along with the rest of the team. Kyrie taking way too much damage, and MP finds the kill. Loopy's next on the block. The base is at 20%. Bring it down more. CW trying to clear things up with a blazing duet draw. Brought down low, but the base drops. And Onyx dropped with it. See you soon with the biggest upset in Group B.
We are but at the halfway point of today's broadcast, and already a huge upset. The tournament favorites, the defending champions, Fnatic Onyx, suffer a loss at a team without a coach. The Kamai champions hold their heads up high. Where did this come from?
And the group has been equalized. See you soon, feeling confident, coming in strong. It's all love on the stage, but in the land of Dawn, See You Soon reigns supreme right now.
Again, the sportsmanship between these two teams, much respect. Playing for the mecca of MPL ID, going up against a developing region in MPL KH. This is, I'm not going to say it's unheard of, but I definitely wasn't expecting to see this. At least a 1-1. At least call it down the middle, but See You Soon came to play today.
Yeah, I felt like once they came online there, and it was the same thing kind of in game 1. They were falling behind a little bit. Once they came online, MP the king, man.
He's always had his reins on his team. Look at that. From mid-game shot calls to understanding how to get to the dub, and even towards the end. He only really celebrates when it matters. Michael Andino, remember his name. MP the King leading his team to a win, a sweep against MPL ID's champion, Fnatic Onyx. He's on stage right now with Mara and Dawood Sandstorm.
From See You Soon, we're here with MP the King. All smiles from MP the King. Congratulations. You've upset the defending MSC champions. You gave them a sweep. Now, before coming in here, how were you feeling? Were you guys feeling nervous? Because it's no secret that Fnatic Onyx is one of the favorites. They have a great coach. You guys don't have a coach. So how were you feeling coming in here? Were you a little bit scared, nervous? What was it?
Para sa akin po, parang gusto lang namin patunayan sa mga tao na nagsasabi na Remake Esports po kami, na kahit walang coach, na kahit maraming problema, kayang-kaya namin gapangin yung bracket namin.
Wow. He's saying for him, he wants to prove that even though you guys, people are saying what?
Remake Esports.
Remake Esports. Even though they don't have a coach, the people are calling them Remake Esports. They want to show the world that they can handle their group.
I mean, they really did. They took down Fnatic Onyx in a 2-0. No, I don't think anyone here, anyone watching the stream on any of the languages expected this kind of result. But I do have to ask, 2-0ing Fnatic Onyx, how does that make you guys feel after this game? And how do you see your chances going forward with the rest of the group stage?
Regardless of the result, we are already happy of what we can achieve right now. So we're just happy of it.
Honestly, you deserve to be. Yeah, that's a massive statement to make, and I'm very excited to see what these guys are going to do with the next game. So let's head on over to the analyst desk, because you guys got to break it down. How did this happen? Please, explain.
And we'll see you soon.
First of all, Mara, nice. I get it. But we have a lot to talk about. We have to talk about the technical side, the draft side, the playstyle side, even the story side. But let's talk about the game first.
Yeah, I am still in disbelief, especially because it kind of feels like it is See You Soon's day today in a way that losing their drafters kind of made it so that they are now drafting so well. We said that Team Onyx, or I mean, I did say that Fnatic Onyx doesn't have a choice to go for Assassin Juggler as well as a Utility Juggler. They were forced to last pick this Baksha. And it felt like there was a big difference between the damage dealers of Fnatic Onyx and See You Soon in the end.
Look, many people have made this reference. This is like that Rock Lee moment.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
Honestly, when we talk about this reference, Rock Lee is the strongest when Guy Sensei isn't there.
Yeah.
And this is a new unlocked version of See You Soon, right? They had some really good target acquisitions.
Look at that.
They saw the bigger picture in these fights, right? They were able to peel backwards. They knew that they could apply pressure to Fnatic Onyx and push them back into these choke points. But MP, the King, really stands above the rest in this match. I mean, look at how far ahead he is in this game.
Man, Teresa is a problem. And back-to-back games, we saw the Lutpi Arlot going up against the Felix Teresa, which we did say that it's always Teresa's sided no matter what stage of the game. Even patches ago, it looked really difficult for Fnatic Onyx to win this game because they've already revealed their Grok plus the Valentine in the first phase. Then eventually they already know the squad. It's like, for some reason, we were hyping Coach Yeb to be that guy that flexes everything, but back-to-back games, they were just so honest with the heroes that they're picking up.
Yeah, look at this. MP the King. What a carry, man. 862 gold per minute, 74,000 damage dealt to heroes. I have a lot that I wanted to discuss with our analysts here. And let me say this to all the audience watching, to all the Fnatic Onyx fans, the See You Soon fans. When we're talking about the absence of coaches here, it's like we're not saying anything bad about the coaches. It's more about how right now the players, with the circumstances that they're in, they're fully focused. And that's the sign of a champion where despite everything going on, you know what's important. The important thing is you gotta win. How do you win? Draft good, play good, destroy the base. And that's what they did.
They checked all the boxes, honestly. They really did check all the boxes, and I think, this is an impressive team. And that's why I said from the very beginning that any teams that are coming out of specifically MPLKH are honestly really difficult to prepare against.
And this is carry Kaja that usually is not going to be used when there's a Valentine on the opposite end.
That's true. That's true.
You don't really pick it up. But I think what See You Soon did was to overload the Suns with a lot of options. It's like options paralysis. I forgot what that term was called. But basically, you're looking at Trilista Ultimate. You're looking at the Kaja Ultimate. You're looking at Vexana as the potential heroes that you kind of want to copy with the Ultimate with. And unfortunately, we wasn't given enough choice. In fact, in this game, there was only one good Divine Judgment copy that we saw, but the entirety of the match, it was just the Kaja, just whatever he sees, whoever sees first, be it Keyboy, be it Lutpi, he's gonna pop the Divine Judgment and they're gonna burst him down.
MP the King was very impressive, but we got to talk about Rod, the mid laner coming in from See You Soon, because we saw, like you said, Divine Judgments pulling anyone in, but the Eternal Guard, any engages coming in from Fnatic Onyx with one ult coming from one mid laner, disengages everything.
Yeah. He's a door stopper is what I like to call him. He literally just puts it under the door and it's like, you stay right there. You don't need to move any further. And that Eternal Guard is so effective as well because it takes quite some time to really start chunking it down.
The initiators coming out from Fnatic Onyx were dependent on their flickers and dependent on the dive, technically speaking. Although there could be a box that could be done. If you look at conceptually what Fnatic Onyx wants to do is that they want to jump in with Claude, with the Grok flicker, with the Arlot going in flicker as well. Valentina wants to get up close and personal. So is the Arlot. So everybody from Fnatic Onyx wants to dive. Guess what? The lineup of See You Soon is just a box composition, right? They want to go in, whoever goes into their box or circle of influence, whoever goes in, gets gun up on one combo from the carry, can eliminate anyone, literally anyone from Fnatic Onyx. And when the ultimate is done for the carry, guess what? There is the Roger to clean things up.
Again, the Vexana pick is absolutely genius. It really shut down what Fnatic Onyx wants to do. And now we got to look at our Sony match MVP, and it's going to be MP the King. And while we're looking at him, let's talk about the plays that he made. Like, he made it possible, not just in this game, but again, people say remake esports and everything, but we have to remember them going up against Selangor Giants. Selangor Giants legitimately almost lost the second game because of MP the King's Bane. MP the King has used what? Bane, Ling, now Roger, any damage dealer. He's amazing at it.
If it's carry oriented, I think MP the King is going to be top of the charts all the time because he really accelerated this game, right? At a certain level of cost. Like Felix was taking good brunt of the punishment, but that was actually good because then it allows MP the King to be like 4-0 by around 3 to 4 minutes into the game. And even now, you can see 7-2 by 12.
Yeah, you can see this good exchange, good sequence of events for MP the King. CW is full HP but no stacks, and MP the King just literally, you know, scratched it. Scratch that card, literally.
He's buying lottery, he's buying scratch cards and winning every single one of them.
Oh, dude.
7 KDA, 862 gold per minute, 88% of the kills. I gotta say, MP the King is a good acquisition by See You Soon. He's definitely carrying the brand really, really well. We're gonna talk about technical stuff as well, but I do want to say, let's talk about the storyline.
Yeah.
The day is wide open now. Now there's no. I mean, I would say I think that SRG is still confirmed going to the knockout stage, but now.
Are you sure?
But now the one that I can say, Fnatic, Onyx, they're the defending champions of MSC. They might not be able to defend their title now because defending champions getting knocked out of groups. What a storyline!
I hate to bring it to you, boys, but the aforementioned Selangor Red Giants getting to the knockout stages guaranteed is not actually that guaranteed anymore. I hate to be the bearer of bad news because what happens is if See You Soon eventually wins against Falcons 2-0, and then let's just say Fnatic Onyx turns it around and wins 2-0 against SRG, that's going to be a three-way tie.
Ooh. I mean, I'm thinking of the possible, like, for the majority of it, the most atypical one would have been like, oh, SRG and as well as Fnatic Onyx making it out of this group, no big deal. But now the possibility of no Indonesians in the playoffs alone is a scary thought.
In fact, it will only take one win from SRG to eventually force Fnatic Onyx out. Right?
Now I'm really interested to see what our STC predictions were. Speaking of which, for you guys at home, I'm sure a lot of you guys are watching. Make sure you guys scan the QR code because let us know how we can improve the broadcast because, again, we're adding new things here. Look at here. We see the champions. Their logos are on the walls, are on the floor. It's absolutely amazing. It's because of you guys and your opinions. But yes.
Yeah. Wait, sorry. I was thinking about math here, right? If Falcons eventually, let's just say See You Soon wins over Falcons 2-0. That guarantees them the slot to the playoffs, right? And then we look at the ALJ match of the day, where if SRG literally just wins one game over Fnatic Onyx, Fnatic is out. Because what happens is, See You Soon practically becomes top 1, or top 2 actually. See You Soon becomes top 2. And if Fnatic Onyx is top 2, that means that See You Soon is gonna win the head-to-head.
Okay, first of all, let me just stop you there and say SRG is gonna win 2-0 against Fnatic.
Okay,
Onyx.
well,
I'm just saying.
Okay.
But now we gotta look at the STC prediction. Let's see what the audience said.
Dude. Yo, the guest coins. The guest coins, the amount of loss. Give it to them. Give it to them. Give it to them. They need that energy, man.
For the 16% of you. For the 16%. You know what? Hats off.
Hats off.
You guys knew it was going to happen. You guys called it. And when we said, oh, the favorite is Fnatic Onyx, it's like, you guys called it. Hats off. Hats off.
Well done. Well done, man. I mean, the Cambodians are definitely going to be like screaming for joy here because that is such a big win. And that momentum, hopefully, I mean, you saw the player reactions, right? They've got a lot of energy pent up inside, and a lot of pressure has been relieved because of that 2-0.
Here's the thing. See you soon. You're not done yet because we're going for a break. But after the break, it's going to be See You Soon going up against Falcons. So we'll see you guys then.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على الصوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارت معك وين ما تروح.
Folks, I can't believe we used the entirety of the break just to discuss the possibilities of a three-way tie. But again, that's the story. That's the story of the group of death. When you put 4 champions in one single group, this is the things that's gonna happen. Now, welcome back to the Mid-Season Cup 2024. My name is Afel. Alongside with me is Gideon as well as Wolf. And again, we have a lot to talk about, but for now, we're jumping straight into the stage with Maracino as well as Note Sandstorm.
The high-octane matches continue here inside the Amazon Arena as we continue for the 3rd match of the day.
That's right, and the Cambodian Owls have their eyes set on that knockout stage ticket after sweeping the reigning MSC champions in our last set of games.
Can they continue this success? We're about to see.
All right, well, you know what? I am very curious because I want to see what's going to happen. We have to reintroduce the MENA representative back on the Amazon stage. So, without further ado, let's welcome Team Falcons.
This is the last match for our MENA representatives. Make some noise for Team Falcons! There you go.
That's what I want to hear. That's what I want to see from this incredible crowd that we have here in the Amazon stage. And I do have to say, Falcons, the MENA representative in this tournament, it may be their last game. There may be, I want to say, no hope of them making it to the next stage, but still, you're talking about one of the emerging regions when it comes to Mobile Legends and their international tournaments. So I think, especially with them being in the group of death against Fnatic Onyx, and after seeing See You Soon, I'm definitely going to count them too. You're in the group of death, you're getting a lot of experience on this international stage.
And with this experience that they just received, their opponent, well, they're feeling really good right now, and for sure they're going to be carrying it on for this next matchup. Back for their back-to-back game. About to fly even higher. Introducing See You Soon.
That series sweep against Fnatic Onyx, the Sky Kings, is definitely why Group B is known as the Group of Death.
even with the performance earlier, they're quite happy with that. Now we're gonna see if they can shake things up a little bit more and fly higher than the Owls. Let's get it started.
Let's do exactly that. We need to answer that question. Who will be able to make it into that knockout stage? So let's hand it over to the analyst desk and the lovely boys that we have here in this stage. Boys, take it away.
Thank you very much. And before we even drop into the draft, gentlemen, I have some news to share.
Okay, okay.
It's good to have friends. I asked them to do the calculations for me.
Okay, okay.
There's 5 different possibilities that will turn out, but I'm just going to talk about one, all right?
Okay.
I'm just going to talk about one where there's no tiebreaker and See You Soon makes it out.
Okay.
This is the scenario. If See You Soon wins 2-0 against Falcon, and then if Fnatic Onyx is 1-1 against SRG, SRG will be number 1 and See You Soon will be number 2.
Oh my goodness, you were right.
Literally,
You were right, Wolf.
The viewers did not hear that.
So,
but yeah.
so meaning to say, if See You Soon really wants to make sure they go to the knockout stage, they need to win 2-0 against Falcon right now, and then hoping that SRG takes at least 1 game off of Fnatic Onyx.
I believe that no matter what happens right now, what needs to happen for... I think for what needs to happen for See You Soon is to get the 2-0. That's their first step at the door. And I believe that even when Fnatic Onyx wins 2-0, going up against SRG later, which, because you're around here, is very unlikely. I was just going to say that. Because you boys are around here. But if that happens, there will be tiebreakers. So no matter what the result is of the ALJ match of the day, See You Soon's first step to the door is a 2-0.
Let's see whether they're able to actually pull that off, as we're already in the draft, and I'm seeing the Lloyd as well as the Chip instantly banned from both sides. It really begs the question, right? When you think of See You Soon in these types of drafts, do you think they already have a pre-plan, or are they just going with the flow here?
Especially because they don't have draft, I think there's pre-plan.
I feel like it's pre-planned. The only thing that's adjustable is the last 2 picks.
Yeah,
that's fair.
I agree. I agree with that. And it kind of feels like the last 2 picks of See You Soon from, I guess the formula here is pick your gold lane and your roamer last. I would say. I think that's the formula that they're following. Louis and Chipman, okay, everything's normal. Maybe the lane will be next. You know what's crazy about Falcon's state here right now is that they don't have a chance to get into the knockout stages. But with just one fell swoop, one win, they're gonna take See You Soon with them to the grave.
They're lit. Oh, man, don't that shipment alone.
No, this is the group of champions, man. Like, if as a champion, it's not enough for you to win. It's sweet when you make someone else lose.
Yeah, that's right. It's like
enemies have succeeded.
Yeah.
Truly, like this is one of those moments that Falcon can really show can be the gatekeepers here.
Exactly.
There's Laban, they've been watching the game.
They have been. I like that a lot. I really do. But the Edith ban also from the side of See You Soon really means that this game is going to be pretty high octane, pretty explosive.
Yeah. Okay. Whew, what is going to be the first pick?
Take away the Roger.
Yeah,
but then let MP the King get his Ling. Oh my goodness.
Ling,
pick bad.
Ling Valen.
Oh! Very quick picks here. Very quick picks.
No Teresa is great for Falcon Esports. That's a great start. You don't have that Ling Teresa combo. But then again, you don't have your Edith, so are you left with Arlet now if you're Falcon?
I think that's a better. I think that's the only other substitute, right? That can kind of like clump them up together.
I think so Falcon likes Minotaur a lot, but I think Tigreal makes a lot more sense. Mino and Fury is a difficult ultimate to give to the Valentina. So is the Implosion, but at the same time, you are left with a situation where you have to handle the link with a good hard start. Yuzhong is great, and finally we get to see Yuzhong.
Oh, after
so long,
Farsa?
Yeah. Use on Farsa or use on Valentina? Farsa or Valentina here?
Yeah, Farsa is great.
Farsa's pretty good.
The only thing is Ling, you know. We see Nempi the King against Sans's Farsa. So Minotaur.
They pick up the Minotaur. You know, this is the, 5th time that they picked it up? I don't know actually the actual stats, but yeah, that feels like the 5th time that they picked it up.
The entirety of today, Falcons have been picking up the Minotaur like without any hesitation as well. They always do it within first rotation at the same time. I mean, pretty obvious answer for the side of See You Soon. You got a bunch of tanky boys, no problem. Carry is going to be the one to knock them out.
Yep. So a means to an end kind of hero as well. You will treat this like how you treat the Beatrix, the way that you want to clear the waves. And by the way, there was a rising. There was one time where the fighter carry has been meta. Maybe you go hybrid if in this case, especially if there's a Yuzhong. That's the thing. Just pick up the Thunderbolt, you're not one shot anymore from the Yuzhong, and then you're okay. If you pick up the Beatrix in this case, it's much harder because you don't have access to that, and the Yuzhong one shots the Beatrix. So I like the idea here from See You Soon picking up that Scary.
While we're having the draft, can I just update as well? If Falcon wins 2-0 going up against See You Soon, and then SRG gets 2-0 over Fnatic Onyx, we still have a 3-way tie except for the bottom 3 teams.
Oh yeah, wow, okay.
Yeah. So if Falcon wants to make it to knockouts,
they have a chance.
All right.
Beat See You Soon 2-0 and then let SRG beat Fnatic Onyx 2-0.
All right. So this is indeed group of death.
Group of death.
Oh, all right. So the Farmison as well as the Vixana are banned out from red side of See You Soon.
Yeah.
The Kaja, and now the follow-up from coming in from Falcon. What are you thinking?
Going to be Tigreal actually is a good ban here for Falcon. I think the Cho as well. But that means a lot of options for See You Soon. There still is the Grok, which is going to be a really good combo. There's that Franco that you combo with the carry as well. Hard lockdown to go with that. But I'm thinking Tigreal actually just makes a lot of sense. You got a lot of front line with you. You can kind of prevent the Roger jungle because of the fact that Roger will struggle from the invasion coming out from this Tigreal, and the Minotaur is too slow to protect that. So that is my guess here for See You Soon. Apart from that, solid EXP lane. The kit match against the... Okay, there's the Lapu Lapu. One of those solid EXP lanes.
It is a solid EXP lane, but I think they're trying to they're trying to get access to the backline, right? Because Ling is going to need some help. It is very difficult for carry to actually go for these like big flanks without a little bit of help or a delivery system.
Ruby looks enticing now for Falcon in the gold lane. Yep. And then they will have to go for a little bit of damage. Farsa is still on the table, but then there's Lapu Lapu and Ling. So probably you're stuck with Aurora or Nana as Falcon. I wonder if they pick it up. Vexan is banned, unfortunately.
Oh, sorry, I missed that.
Kagura looks... Actually, Kagura is great, honestly.
All right. So extra mobility, a way to kind of purify yourself from big types of CC. You get caught up by the edge of the Shadow Strike, or if you get locked down by Lapu Lapu.
Yep.
I'm kind of okay with this draft.
And I really like the draft, honestly. So they do go back to the Grok, which we kind of prescribed earlier on. It's great. What I do like about the Kagura is that you don't give an ultimate to the Valentina.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's kind of, it's kind of nonsense if you copy that.
Coming from the panelist stand.
I love it.
We love the draft. We love the storyline. And we love to throw it over to our casters because it might be a long day, boys. We might have a tiebreaker.
Well, we're going to find out here because we love it as well. Joining us here on the caster desk, it's me, Nice2, joined alongside Mirko. And man, oh man, we knew this was going to be the group of champions, the group of death, Mirko.
Beth.
But Beth, the group of Beth. Did we expect this, though?
I think most people didn't, but I was talking to every single person I met today saying, hey, there's a chance.
There's a chance. And we'll find out exactly where that all falls into place here as we jump into the Land of Dawn. Match number 3 here for the MENA Falcons versus the Cambodian Owls to duke it out and find out where this group falls into place. Already taking a look at this, the lineups that we see here are very interesting. I mean, the fact, too, that we get to see a Kagura now paired up with Natan is going to actually play a part, and Kenji picks up the Roger. And for See You Soon, man, off the momentum that we just saw them go against 2-0 for Fnatic Onyx, that is insane. So very big kind of, I feel like, morale boost for See You Soon.
The analyst panel said it, right? I mean, right after that victory, See You Soon, they were just ecstatic. They were jumping back and forth. You can see the momentum definitely favoring them here. And you can already see as well, even though Soul is on a pick like a carry, he's already very, very aggressive in lane here up against Lark. Trying to bully him all the way at the start of the game. Kenji going to be able to reveal MP the King there as he tries to go for an invade. And we can remember game number 1 against FNOC. See You Soon. MP the King, he might as well just change his name to MP the Ling.
MP the Ling, I like it.
How well he was able to play and execute this Ling.
You know, he's locked in. If anything you saw from the last series, he is ready to just play. It's funny because I see him always training. He's always actually in the gym in the morning, and I happen to see him there really locked in, getting his cardio in before the matchups here. And interestingly enough, because he's playing out of his mind so far throughout this this day, we'll see if he can can replicate it here. And I think that begs the question for Team Falcons.
Yes, MP. Yes.
What do they do? Yeah, what do they do to handle MP the King on this Ling?
See, Team Falcons, I feel like now with the Kagura, they're just going to try to surprise him. They're just going to try to burst him down before he can even go for anything. But the thing is, the way Seosun have been able to make it work is the fact that they've been layering it so well. MP the King, every single team fight comes in very late. And you can already see Falcons, they need to utilize this pace all the way from the start of the game. Kenji on the turtle already. Even though Seosun actually have a bit more prio up top in the XP lane, Kenji will be able to secure it now with the Bravest Fighter. Felix trying to go for some damage, will be able to get the slice twice. Furious dive into the Petrify. Now to the Yin Yang overturn. Good night. Takes him down. Ra gonna be caught on the 4 members in the enemy purple buff. Team Falcons are online.
Hi, Team Falcons, they're like, momentum from Seosun. We'll go ahead and fight them for it. Boxy pretty deep, but he should be fine. He is on this Grok here. Just going to check things out and delay that Pro Ball. We're going to take a look at the replay brought to us by STC. This was already after the turtle was taking, but great decisions. And look at the early burst also from Goodnight already early on with this Kagura pick. That's the power of this hero. Doesn't pop up too much in a current meta, but it does. I feel like it's starting to shine here. You know, picks in the mid lane. I know the gentleman on the desk earlier talked about the picks in the mid lane. You see a lot of Farsa, you see a lot of Valentina, but it's nice to see this Kagura locked in, and how little round this lineup from Team Falcons already getting that early lead on.
Slowly but surely, Falcons now trying to push that lead super. Getting that knock up. And now it's just going to be Kenji and Goodnight to secure Lethal Wanderer. Still going to be playing it a bit passively, though, because again, right, for Team Falcons, they can play with the super fast pace, with this kind of composition going for the burst, but they can also scale up. They have Kenji, they have Lark. Lark will be online in around, what, the 12th minute of the game. So Team Falcons, they're actually quite comfortable just playing it like this, the way Seosun want to play it so far. Also still waiting for the mid game, but definitely for Falcons, I think there's one thing that they need to get done in the early game, which has to be shutting MP the Ling.
Shutting him down, shut down MP the Ling. And part of that too is utilizing, you know, Minoa and Fury, you have that, you have the Yuuzhan pick that we see Ding utilizing here, is already using that Dragon form in this 1v1, but part of it is stopping MP the King from roaming around, getting the setup potential, but so far from what we've seen, he follows up very late into the fights, and that's how he's able to capitalize. Sometimes we don't even know if this game he's gonna pick up the Sky Piercer here, but he goes and starts this turtle up, objective now online. Seosun wants to go ahead and equalize the turtles, so they keep them busy in the mid lane. This could just very well be a free turtle in the hands of Seosun.
Yeah. Falcons can't really go for anything here, so it should be MP the King just picking it up. Now wild charge on the 3 members. The Soul rotates over as well. Super forced to use the Minus Fury onto Ra. Up top, MP the King finding the kill. Minus Fury now by Ra as he steals it away with the IMU. Meanwhile, up top, Kenji trying to do some damage. Tempest of Blaze will be able to knock him up. MP the King trying to go for the Blaze right now, but Kenji will be able to outplay under the turret, finding a kill back. Boxy, no wild charge, puts the barrier down. Kenji will be able to get out.
I guess that's the answer. How do you stop MP the Ling? There you go. Kenji's going to do it. He's going to scratch him to death and wasn't able to utilize even the Tempest of Blades there. And Kenji's been having a heck of a time just trying to get his buff. You know, Boxy the King's going to go ahead and continue to just be a nuisance on this Grok. That's what he's doing. We're taking a look at the gold differences falling into place here. Nothing too crazy just yet. But at this point, you know, even for Saria and Felix, as he builds up on this Lapu Lapu pick. Oh. Okay, it's finally going to be handled. Boxy might get fired back here. He should be able to get out.
He doesn't have the wild charge, but he will decide not to use it. Not the flicker, not the wild charge. Boxy decides to give it away. Wow. Wants to save it for the next turtle.
Yeah, so we'll see if that ends up being value, you know, later on. And I think as we take a look at the first items being locked in, a Berserker's Fury now there for MP the King, Hunter Strike over there for Ding. As these first items are picked up, you want to also pay attention to this Nathan pick, this Natan pick for Lark. Lark is one of the best gold laners, if not the best gold laner from the MENA region. And I believe he was the finals MVP as well. So going against Soul here, when we saw just the performance from Soul from the previous matchup, we're gonna see if that 1v1 or later on, if Lark's damage on this Natan paired up with Kagura could work out really well in the team fights.
You know, fun fact, in the MPL MENA Season 5 Grand Finals, Lark was the one who utilized the carry a few times to beat Twisted Mind. So very comfortable on this pick right now. The Yin overturn, catching Boxy. He's still able to go for the wild charge. Cancel out Good Night using the anti-CC, or the Purify rather, in his kit. Very well. Black Dragon formed by Ding, gonna be melted down from the skies by Soul, but it's baited in the ultimate. Now as MP the King goes on as well. Now Super with Minas Fury knocking 3 members up. The Raw will be able to respond over to it. MP winning the retreat battle. Super gets demolished in the front lines. Kenji won't be able to go for more. Will be forced back. See you soon with a great trade.
Yeah, I feel like, hold on, MP the King gonna get the kill on Ding too. The shots, it's not gonna be enough to get the kill, but okay, they go and trade at pretty much objectives, the kills as well. You know, from that last fight, Super started up that fight. This is all for the purple buff. They're gonna force Kenji out.
Oh, Lark, I don't know about that. Pops an Entropy, gets bursted down by Soul on the carry. 1-0-1. But what was that damage?
We were just talking about the gold laners, man, and Soul shows up. Interestingly enough, that Team Falcons, you know, you find themselves responding to the pressure on these resources. Look at this. Boxy has been doing this the entire game, but this time around, they force so much pressure, it forces Team Falcons to respond, and then they get punished off of it. You know, Boxy the King here, I had him on the round table. He's not a man of many words, but when he does speak, you love to hear it because of how confident he is. He's been with See You Soon since the beginning of his career as he got onto this team and is only stuck with See You Soon since then.
Solo kill down below, Lycan pounce there to dodge away, but MP the King again, finding the assassination, escaping as well. As Boxy tries to go for the invade now, putting the barrier down and forcing Super to go for a rather awkward path back to safety. Gets smacked in the face by the power of nature. He says, no problem, I got that healing.
He's got it, he's got the healing, and right now, See You Soon's got this side of the jungle. Wishing Lantern also picked up by Ross, so now look at the pressure on this tier 2. I'm not sure if Team Falcons actually wants to initiate this. Super does have them know in Fury, but it looks like they're just gonna watch that tier 2 taken down, so See You Soon playing the macro game.
Slowly but surely now, Ding doing some damage. Furious dive defensively as now the Bravest Spider will be used up. The 2 slashes, the final one to back away. Ding gonna be slowed down now. The wild charge not connecting. Super goes in, but gets terrified before he can go for the Minas Fury. Rob pops it in, and it seems Super won't be able to take that damage. Now, dang! That's a 5-man or a 4-man Petrify, but no one's there following up. Lark is gonna be demolished in the back, forced to use the Entropy defensively. 3 members down, traded in just for Soul.
I don't know what it is, man. It looks like Team Falcons is just a little disjointed in some of the calls and some of the entries they're going for here. You mentioned it, a great Petrify from Ding, great setup, but there's no follow-up. And that is tough to see from Team Falcons, and part of that is in light to their lineup, the composition they brought to the table here. But See You Soon, after all that, will go ahead and grab themselves this first Lord of the game. Hozclaw's now picked up for MP the King. We've seen so many 1v1s even under the objectives between him and Kenji. And he's got to get some of that sustained now. We're taking a look real quick. Once again, items fall into place. You got 3 items now for Soul. He has that Trinity he's looking for, Corrosion Scythe, the Golden Staff, the DHS, and some defensive items are going to be needed here, especially for Super. If he's looking to get that Minoan Fury off, get the combination, Flicker's going to be down, so he doesn't have that. So this is going to be a difficult defense. Team Falcons has to be able to defend this to stay in this game. It's a 10-minute mark. You're already looking at the damage dealt from this lineup from See You Soon. It's very aggressive. And they could possibly, if they win a decisive fight here, could end the game on this. Lord now makes its way to the mid lane. What can Team Falcons do?
Lara can go for the Entropy now, but Boxy the King using the conceal, walking up right there. It is going to be very, very tough for Lark to actually utilize the wave clear that he has in the kit. With the first Lord, they're able to crack open the base. Base cert number 1 taken down in the mid lane right now. The Brave Spider will be used again by Felix just to escape. Boxy again, very, very patient on that wild charge. Doesn't want to go for it just yet. Wants to hold out as another mini wave will be crashing down up top. Soul just munching on that turret. 2 base turrets in the 10th minute of the game for See You Soon. And they might want to make it 3 as they rotate over to the bottom lane just with that peak thing. Oh my goodness! Almost gets bursted down the wild charge. Straight into the damage from Soul. The fade away. One last shot to do it, but Felix won't be able to get it. Forced to flicker back out now. Goes for the stun. Just anticipating some of the damage coming out. Lord, oh! The fade away coming up from Soul. As Rod disengages with the Minas Fury stolen away. MP the King's returning over. That was a blaze to escape from the Minas Fury. Now it's going to be MP the King picking up all the plays, but will be forced back with the Finch poise. See You Soon. they'll take 2 base turrets, they'll lose 2 members, and they'll say, okay.
It's a little messy, but hey, they're still in the game for Team Falcons. That was brutal for them, but eventually they hold on to the 1 base turret. We're going to take a... There's so much happened here. Look at this portion of the replay. It's already... When a lot of that happened already, Ding nearly goes down. Great usage of the Minoan Fury with that Temps Blades. They hold on a little bit longer. They get MP the King out, because if they weren't able to get him that low, I feel like he probably could have picked up the kill. He's not going that route of the Sky Piercer, so that threat of getting executed isn't there just yet unless we see that later in the game. But right now, 12 minutes in, man, Siasoon is just on point, gets the BOD locked in. Goodnight does pick up the Divine Glaive. So what we're seeing here, if you're from Team Falcons, you want to be able to get the setup, Minoan Fury, or from Ding, and then follow through with that yin-yang overturn. And Lark hasn't been able to shine just yet. Conceal play going to be used, though. Boxy the King will push further in, forcing them back.
Oh, Wild Charge not connecting. Ding able to escape with the Black Dragon form. They baited out a big ultimate, but they used 2. See you soon now. Going back to the lowered area, trying to go for it. Lark actually has picked up an item, Power Spike, but take a look at Soul. Take a look at See You Soon.
Oh, no.
Deleting the Lord. Now, MP the King goes for the Tempest of Blades onto the back line. Knows Ding doesn't have the Black Dragon form. Goes in for the Blades as well. Gets gunned down before he can even fly away. Team Falcons, they find a big pick. And it's a good time for them to find that pick. See You Soon want to go for the siege.
That Holy Crystal pickup gonna help the Lark there pump out a little extra damage to get MP the King down. So we'll see. They still have the full force of the lineup. Minoan Fury 4 Raw here. Last turret goes down, Lord's in the base.
That's an enhanced Lord now. He's already on the base. They're not actually going to try to take it away. That's a Wild Charge connected to the back line, but Lark will be able to purify out of it. Super goes over to Vinus Fury as well as Raw. But take a look at Lark, still free. Hitting the back. Good night! Again, able to find a yin-yang overturn, but there's no damage. Soul with the flicker forward. Try to go for the pick onto Lark, but will not be able to get it done. Falcons, though, they live to see another day.
I don't know what it was. Like, it was a great entry from Goodnight. The yin-yang overturn was there, but there just wasn't enough damage. And if you look at it, you know, they're, what, 7,000 gold behind? So maybe if it was a little bit more even in terms of the economy, that would have went better for Goodnight. Again, as we take a look at the replay here, great usage. Once again, Super has done a fantastic job at using the Minoan Fury, buying more time for the follow-up to come through, and that's where we see Goodnight entry in. Isn't able to capitalize on that damage. And you can see some of that, you know, the reaction, the frustrations here too, of course, as they're still holding on. You know, they still hold on to this game. It hasn't ended just yet, but See You Soon, they might try to go just for a game ender, but they have to respect this damage. Ding's gonna go ahead and get on out of there. Will get back to base, heal up, has to use the dragon form. But man, at this point, some of these last items are going to be picked up. Athena Shield now for Super. Definitely needs that to go ahead and have a better time for the setup potential with this Minoan Fury. Lane's pushing in here. See You Soon. They don't really have much they can do until that Lord possibly comes up in about a minute. So they just want to control this side of the map, control the jungle. We're going to see some key items being picked up here. This is where Natan shines. Has the Holy Crystal, has the Divine Glaive now available to him. So Lark, the positioning is massive here. He does have a Purify, and that might be a crucial point in staying alive from the initiation.
We've been seeing a lot of, well, actually, we haven't really been seeing a lot of Natans here at MSC 2024, but even when we do, we don't really see him get to his item Power Spikes. You know, it's
games.
Very early game-centric, the gameplay, the plan right now for every single team. So Natan really hasn't been able to find the timing to go for those items, but now we see that from Team Falcons. Lark, with the 3 super mini waves constantly pushing in, See You Soon are basically giving away farm to Lark, and he's been taking all the value out of it. So See You Soon, they need to get the job done here with the next Lord, because the later the game goes, Lark will make it as though, you know, he's the assassin. He's going to be doing some true damage, it feels.
Already got to preview that,
right.
You know?
Going in, Ding used the Furious Dive earlier, will be forced to use the defensive Black Dragon form. Now going to be Lark caught on the back line by Boxy. Now with the flicker forward and the barrier catching him. MP the King with the Tempest of Blaze. Lark all the way in the front. The main carry taken out. Well played to See You Soon. MP flashing a BTR emote as he goes for it. He has a triple kill. Might be going for the Savages. They will be taken down by Soul. That's game number 1 for See You Soon.
And see you soon. We'll continue on with the momentum they built from the last series into this one. MP the Ling here once again. Man, what a performance from this entire lineup. Really, not even, they knew that they could get the Lord, but instead it was like Team Falcons wanted to duke it out. They wanted to possibly get some information. And See You Soon knew that they had the advantage. They had the lead. And if they just solved it by getting a great Guardians Bears set up, closing in on Team Falcons, they could get a kill or two. And if they happen to get Lark, as we were talking about the Natan, especially in the late game, man, again, great game here that we got to see from See You Soon. And I know there's going to be a lot to break down here and say on the analyst stand. So, gentlemen, go ahead and take this away and tell us how this one went.
I would say this almost went to the way of Falcons, man. They almost win that, but one crucial catch coming in from the Grok, getting it then a ton, it ends it.
Yeah, I have my own draft principles, and typically if I want to go double scaling, like Roger, for example, as well as Nathan, they need a lot of farm, right? I have this hero that I always call the Bridge, which is a mage typically with long wave clear, so that whatever happens, you clear the waves, you prolong the fights, you get into that zone where late game, and when you're getting pushed like this, you have a way to end it. Kagura is not that kind of hero, right? Kagura wants to eliminate heroes, which, with all due fairness, Goodnight was making a lot of good plays, but it's just that the farm wasn't enough. I believe that I can sum this up as Falcons just being very greedy with their composition, but they have a lot of potential to show us what can happen in the late game. When everyone's stacked up, it's gonna be a big brawl versus See You Soon.
Yeah, personally for me, I think that even when we're looking at the composition, even some of the items, right? Like Goodnight was very close to making the big maniac, like one-shot build against everybody, but still, great itemization from See You Soon. They recognized the initial problem and afterwards started to itemize against that magic damage to eventually start snowballing out of control.
See You Soon made the most out of their composition, I would say, in a way that it's unorthodox, right? But fair, look at See You Soon. They were struggling in the early stages because they're getting kills. In fact, they had to kind of forfeit some of the kills. But what they did was to give the side lanes to the Ling as well as the carry, and then activate the Lapu-Lapu very early. Rarely would you see an XP laner get into the mid lane as soon as possible, like around 5 minutes, right? But there was practically a switch for the lanes, which I think was kind of genius because now you buy a lot of time for your Ling to farm up.
In the very exact same concept, we did actually see that from Falcons as well, right? Because we did see Roger actually picking up on towards the mid waves, even though the EXP has rotated to catch it. So at the same cost, it's really who scales faster in these types of games.
True.
And unfortunately, Ling is just that much quicker across the map.
I agree.
I mean, again, going up against MP the Ling. Now, here's the theory, right? Here's the theory. Maybe going up against See You Soon, first secure blue side so that you can ban the Ling.
Okay.
You can ban the Bane. You can first pick the Roger, and then letting MP the King, I don't know, pick up something like high booster or something. Because if you're red side and you're having to ban the Louis, the Chips, only having one ban doesn't feel enough going up against See You Soon.
It's gonna be difficult, unless See You Soon, bans the Louis again for themselves. So that
could happen.
That's a handicap, I guess. Right now, like it came to a point where that is a handicap that they give so that their opponents can eventually match up against their draft. Oh my. The coachless See You Soon is drafting so well.
They really are. Because initially we thought, hey, maybe the Drizzler was like the big linchpin that keeps this comp together, but not anymore, right? There's still multiple ways and these backup plans for See You Soon.
That's right. Unbelievable. And to be fair, with Falcons, I think that they have an interesting composition. Maybe if they did pick up the Kagura and maybe change up their marksman choice. Maybe Beatrix, perhaps, which was available, going up as a carry. Maybe they go back to their Clint. Actually, this probably was the game that I would have recommended the Clint. Or even a Brody, perhaps. Brody's great versus the Ling,
Brody,
But, I think that if they wanted to pick the Nathan, there should have been a change. Should be a Nana or Aurora so that they have wave clear. If they wanted really to pick up that Kagura, pick up a different Goldaner, I would say. That's not that farm dependent.
Wolf, you know what? If I learn anything from See You Soon, Keep it simple.
Exactly.
Don't think like a coach.
Exactly. Don't think like a coach.
Think like a coach. Think like a player. Yo, players.
I love it.
What hero do you like to use? Oh, I like this. What you don't like to go up against? I don't like that.
Yeah.
But they ban it. Like, make it as simple as possible.
Dare I say, and this is a hot take, right?
Okay.
Because if you're looking at Team Liquid Echo, they are very vocal about them being led by Count Easy when it comes to the drafting. So it's essentially a player's draft.
Yeah.
So is this the era of the players drafting?
I don't know. Orgs are like, well, we can save a lot of money here.
Okay. Before we get too crazy, we gotta look at our Sony MVP of the game. We're gonna jump on that topic again, because honestly, this feels like a podcast kind of topic, but we gotta look at our Sony MVP of the game, and I gotta say, is it MP the King again? Because it might as well be, right?
Yeah.
Without a doubt, personally. I think... Look at these plays, right? Like, MP the King is baiting out resources from their opponents. And obviously, he did get punished one or two times, right?
There was...
The big one. The big one from Ding with Petrify. That one was really great because it was all about timing. But I think at this point of time, they have to pick their poison. Falcons need to decide whether or not, hey, I don't mind you having Ling, or better yet, start swapping out the Minotaur for something like Tilda to have the extra bit of space.
Finally, some spotlight on Ra, because we were impressed with his performance going up against Fnatic Onyx this time as well. I mean, there wasn't really big like IMU play that he was able to do, but the fact that he's outputting the damage to his opponents, going in for this build, wishing Lantern on this Valentina with a Divine Grip, that's a lot of damage. By the way, he rushed it because this was his third item. Typically, you go Winter Crown after some offensive items or the Blood Wing so that you have a little bit of hybrid. He went in for damage. He went in for the punch.
Is it a crazy thing to say? You use the Wishing Lantern more as a vision item when you hit your skills, and then when they try to hide in the bush, then MP the King is like, oh, I can see the... No, that's a bit of a stretch. It's a bit of a stretch, but it's stretchy enough to be like, there's a hidden utility in that item.
I guess, but in order for that to proc, you kind of already see your opponent anyway, so...
I mean, as long as
you go inside the bush,
that's
see them and then you go inside the bush.
Oh, wait, then again, there's already the glowing wand to be fair.
Okay, you know what?
I want to say, though, that is applicable if there's Xavier, because it's a global. Okay. And I think we saw that yesterday when Sanji played it. Pop your ultimate, you know where the Ling eventually will go, something like that.
Doesn't sound like a bad idea. Honestly, I think that when we really have to boil this down to, like, what are the key linchpins that are making the See You Soon comp actually work, right? And I think that Ra, very much so the MVP, they need to start considering whether or not this Valentina is too much to handle, right? Because his spacing is incredible, and he's making sure that he's like filling in the cracks of the wall, just an entire filler to make sure that they don't find any gaps from the side of Falcons.
What I want the viewers to understand now is that the Valentina as a pick, as a hero, is now being used against damage / assassin jugglers. That's your go-to, like, because if you go back to somewhere along the lines of a Vexana, for example, you're exposed. If you go to a Farsa, yeah, sure, it wins over the Valentina, but you saw that even Sans, the Farsa god in the world, is getting forced out by Lings, right? So Farsa, not good against assassins. There are rare mages that are good against assassins. Valentina falls in that place, which means that, I think that if we're going up against See You Soon, Valentina is a point of contention. Fnatic Onyx tried it. They almost won when they banned out that Valentina, but for sure, it's proven. Ras Valentina, it's not about the hero-player combination. It's more about what it does for the draft.
No, honestly, I feel like that's a very good point. The Valentina has been showing up. And for you guys at home, are you curious? Because I'm curious to see the STC prediction. I wonder which side are you guys on, because just now it was 16%. Oh, it rose up. 54% says Falcons going to win. 46% says See You Soon is going to win.
Wow.
Where are you guys at?
Wow, we're the Sooners. Where are you guys? Why are we not voting for See You Soon more after them win against Fnatic Onyx?
They're probably in the Sooner Cave at this point, right?
Yeah.
You know, the Sooner Cave. But I think overall, you're totally right. I do think there needs to be a change in that middle. I think the Kagura was an interesting idea. Maybe take it one step further. Go into the Lunox, go into the Kadidas, right?
Yeah. Here's the thing. For you guys, if you're a Sooner and you want to vote for See You Soon, go to play.gg right now and actually put in your predictions before the game is over. Because again, let's remind ourselves, if See You Soon wins 2-0, and then SRG just wins one against Fnatic at our ALJ match of the day, See You Soon is going to the knockout stage. Unbelievable.
And
what an amazing day.
You know what? If they do win against Falcons, they will at least buy another best of 1, no matter what happens.
Yes.
Because that will be a 3-way tie, right?
That's exactly
true.
So
it's either 3-way on the upper side or the bottom side.
Yeah. But eventually they would have technically played their 4-match suspension already, and their coaching staff can come back in. Am I correct?
I think
a series.
Yeah, I think series.
Match means series, game means the individual game.
Yeah, this is one match.
Gotcha.
Best of 2 is one match.
So this is the second match.
Gotcha.
But at this point, come on, do
we really want to put the weights back on?
Come on.
Again,
No, I mean,
we're not saying anything about the coaches.
Yeah,
Again,
exactly.
We're not saying anything about the coaches. We're just saying about when things are simple, it's easier for your mind to be set free.
Exactly. And by the way, we're not even saying that having coaches is actually like a deterrent for them winning. They actually won one game versus SRG, legitimately, like they played it out and almost won another one. So I think that we have just all been sleeping when See You Soon are just awake because
you've been a coach, Wolf. I've been a coach, and we both
have
know,
I been?
You know what? Like we helped out the teams, but sometimes it's like having a kid. You know, like you help them out, let them understand the basics, and then you gotta let them fly.
Yeah.
You gotta let them make their own decisions. But now we're jumping into the draft. See You Soon. Now they're on blue side. Falcon, red side, Ling, Roger, Ban, Chips open.
Oh, Chips banned first.
Oh, sorry, Chips banned, but now Louis is open. I mean, they can ban the Louis.
Honestly, my guess is if Louis is available, they're probably gonna pick Valentina anyways.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well.
That's true.
Yeah, okay. So Louis, oh man, Valentina, all my guess coins.
Every single one of them.
Whoa, come on, relax, man.
Yeah. It can't be that wild, unless they start changing things up. I am curious to know what exactly MPV is going to get access to this time around.
They haven't picked it. They're thinking about it. It's not an easy first pick here. Maybe this is where it's like, okay, maybe we need a coach.
Yeah, there it is. Valentina. All right.
Okay, your guess
guys are saved. I think you take away the tourism now, right? If you're Falcons, don't give it to Mr.
Sorry, Felix.
Sorry, Felix.
Seriously, I'm Phoenix.
Seriously, I'm Felix. That could be true.
Okay, do you pick up the Moskov now since it's the hero that's one of the stronger heroes out there? But then again, yeah, I think you pick up Terizla and probably the Minotaur that they really like because that's just how they operate. What? Then again, you expose it to the Valentina, so maybe that's a point of consideration. But
I don't know. I think they need to start changing up their plans. So far, they haven't won like any of their games with the Minotaur in hand. You might as well go for something simpler like Matilda to like try and kind of get out of the ways and still have some access to single target lockdown.
Yeah, Farsa Terizla.
I agree with this. This is a very good pick. Okay. Although I would say maybe the Farsa is a little bit early since there's no way that See You Soon is going to pick up another mage. But, you know, that's nitpicky.
Yep. I think you go Yuzhong, right? For if you're See You Soon, or maybe a Lapu-Lapu.
Yuzhong, I mean, Grok also works as well, right?
Yeah, Moskov is great, but maybe they'll settle for I don't know, maybe a assassin like a Hayabusa. Honestly, they go for the Cho and the carry. They really like this carry pick. Interesting.
I guess they're trying to make some hard reads here, right?
Yeah.
I think it could be just like that. They might be thinking that Falcons are responding according to their draft and looking to deny as many picks as possible rather than playing their own game.
I agree. Cho is interesting because I will not be that comfortable thinking that this will be Roam. Like this could be a EXP jungle Cho, you know? This is MP the King, so gotta be always careful about that.
See You Soon, pick up Bane, and then Falcon pick up like a Julian or something.
Yes, that's right. Yep. So for Falcon, how do you answer the carry? You go for Claude maybe. The Moskov, as we did say. They eventually still get their Moskov, so I think Falcons are very happy about how the draft turned out.
Well, for now. Things could still turn around in these last two picks, which See You Soon consistently have shock does.
Exactly.
And consistently get their like prime picks.
Yeah. So you ban the Yu Zhong now, and I think you still ban the Bane for all intents and purposes. Hayabusa, as we did say, could also be the choice for season, especially that they have shown their mask of. Tigreal ban and eventually the Minotaur ban. Season, the Falcons really like that.
Is there a possibility? I feel like there's a possibility for Fanny here. I don't know whether Falcons are going to ban this out, right? I've noticed a couple of things, but like it's starting to look good, and especially with the Troll that felt a little out of place on blue side.
That is too sus. Sharing a third pick Cho at this rate, you know? Yeah, I do agree with you.
Oh my goodness. Is Falcon going to ban it?
Falcon is in a very tight spot because they have to ban both Fanny, Bane, and Yu Zhong. Because Yu Zhong is great versus Moskov and Farsa altogether.
So they ban the Arlet.
Okay.
I guess open it all up, right? Open it all up.
But
see what you can
get. Like good against the Arlet?
Hey man.
Yeah,
that's up to him. He chooses what he wants to fight.
Yeah. I understand though because I think that they're kind of scared about the Farsa. They want to protect the Farsa with that Arlet, but then again you expose the Yu Zhong. So I think Falcon might just go back to the Minotaur or the Grok at this point. Reserve your jungle, I guess. That will be the last pick. So the benefit of getting the actually even Grok is a problem. Maybe get the Ruby actually instead. Because if you pick the Grok, that's Valentina picking the wall charge.
That's the thing, right? I guess there's a couple of overlaps that are a little concerning here. I think as of right now, you might as well just overload the Valentina. You already have the penalty zone. You already have like the feathered airstrike. You just need to find the overlap that cancels out their feathered airstrike. If stolen, worst comes to worst, you still need people who carry Purifies.
Well, in that case, I think you just go main. They go back shot.
Okay. I mean, it's safe.
Safe. Okay.
For all intents and purposes, Baxia, first item Blade Armor, you can deal-ish with the carry.
There's you are the Hellcurt. Oh my god. Yeah, this is an MP the King Hellcurt.
Look at them. They're cheering. They're like, let's go Hellcurt.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, so how the typical answer to the Hellcurt before was the Akai, and it's a valid pickup for Falcon. The Rome, by the way, Rome Akai. Apart from that, you might just sell for Rafaela or the Florin. Or Florin also works.
The Florin, I think this is the scary part, right? Because as soon as level 4 hits, if Florin is just caught lacking or walking around the river by herself, insta-killed. Feather Airstrike comes, Dark Knight falls. You can't hit anything if you can't see him.
I don't know, Wolf. I'm siding with Gideon here.
I understand.
So casters, we haven't seen Hellcurt in a while. And even in this game, we might not even see him because he might turn off the lights. And with that being said, we're passing it over to the casters.
Interesting draft we have here. Gentlemen, thank you for breaking it down for us. Of course, it's me, Naisu, and Mirko on the desk to bring you guys this last game for this series between Team Falcons. And see you soon. What do you feel about the Hellcurt pick, Mirko?
I like it, you know? This is exactly the draft I expected when there are no coaches around.
Yep. You know, and we'll see this time around if the Hellcurt surprises us from MP the Ling now to MP the Kurt. MP the Hellcurt? I don't know.
MP the Knight.
MP the Knight. We'll find out. Jumping to the Land of Dawn again for us in a very crucial match for See You Soon to be partly the decider of what can happen here for this group of champions, the group of death, as both these junglers go ahead and start up. Kenji this time around will go ahead and take this Baxia. That has been a pick now for a lot of teams when they want to kind of step back a little bit, slow things down, because look, I mean, Super's on a Florin. Very different from what we saw from the previous game where he locked in that Minotaur. He was a big frontliner for them. And also emblem-wise, anything sticking out here to you for emblems?
Not really. It doesn't seem like anybody is going to go for anything crazy, except, Super with the Temporal Rain. Master Assassin and both the Marksmen, by the way, still going for that lane dominance here, trying to get the advantage in the lane. But yeah, man, I don't know. For See You Soon, it almost seems like they're doing better without the help of the coaches. Again, they had their whole conversation there. Boxy, though, now with the Jikundo, trying to go for the reset on the Shunpu, will be able to do so. And good night. What do you think of the Kagura pick? Earlier, now back to the Farsa pick. It almost seemed like, they wanted to go for something crazy, and then they said, okay, maybe a bit too crazy.
You know, I agree with what like Wolf and Gideon were also saying about this, where mid is just in a position where it's kind of awkward because the rise of assassins once again in the current meta, especially when Ling is on the table a lot of times, it's difficult to be a mage right now, you know, because you got to be able to play quite defensively. I don't think anything's going to result into this unless Boxy doesn't have a level 4. We'll take some damage, but everybody's down here in the bottom lane.
Even Ra just rotating down below, dishing out some damage, forcing Kenji back.
Get that XP, you know, before this turtle comes up. A couple seconds away. But yeah, I think the Koguro, it was great to see, but it just didn't end up having enough damage, especially in the late game where they got to. So turtle's up here. Empty the game, gonna try to push him back. Oh, good night.
Boxy in a 2v1, still able to escape, goes back in. Good night, might actually be taken down, has a Purify down. He flickers forward, Boxy, but it's first blood over to Good Night. MP the King securing it now with Deadly Stinger. Soul might get another solo kill up top, and Lark will be able to escape for now. Soul's looking for it. Feather Airstrike again onto Ra in the mid lane. Good Night. 2 early kills for the far side.
Hey, that's great for Good Night. You know, 2 early kills on this mage that's already, you know, provides so much burst damage available this early on. You get 2 early kills, then you're online way quicker than you originally would be. So that's crucial for Good Night and just for the whole team of Team Falcons to be able to contest of what Seosun can bring to the table here. I think part of this too is as long as you can survive when MP the King initiates. But look at this once again, right on the shot there. Feathered Airstrike set up from Good Night, and
look at that smile.
He's feeling good about it, man.
He's really feeling good about that.
Oh.
Here, MP the King trying to go for an invade again. Boxy going to be stopped down by the Poisons and stunned down by Super. Even with Ra with the Feather Airstrike, Boxy able to escape. One last hit should do it. Now the Deadly Stingers down on Kenji. It was all a bait. Now Good Night. That smile might be going away as MP jumps with a Deadly Stinger. Feather Airstrike, not enough to take MP down. Now with the stun down as well. One last hit from Super. Oh, penalty zone from Ding, rotating all the way from the XP lane to get rid of MP the Kurt.
They have to get him, man. They can't let MP the King do what he did in the previous game, and it looked like it was going to happen unless Ding rotated there. Now here on the top side of the map, Boxy goes in with a dragon. I don't think he's just going to be shoved out. Nothing that can happen there, so great usage of that Purify. And, you know, part of this, every single time that we see this Cho locked in here, we know that now with the change where you get that little 180% basic attack when that bar is full, you can actually do pretty well, especially with Concussive Blast. Going to force out again with the Feathered Airstrike, so that's already utilized. And this is where you're going to see a whole lot of, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of Feathered Airstrike from both sides.
A lot of airstrikes.
A lot of airstrikes. Ra has this Valentina, and that's pretty much going to be the job so far. Next objective does come up here, and I'm expecting with Team Falcons, the little lead that they got on Good Night, they should actually have a pretty good time. Oh, way the dragon again.
Jaden CC'd with the Terrify and the Furious Dive, running to the passive TOT, and the Deadly Stingers gets rid of him. Together with the passive, now Kenji all alone, no more healing for Kenji, but he's still trying to run MP the King down. 2 members taken out. Felix going at it onto Good Night, going for the passive again. Oh my god, with a Purify even. Might not be enough. Boxy, a bit of a misplay there. The Feather Airstrike catches him. That's a turnaround as Ra will try his best to go for the Feather Airstrike kill on a Good Night, but he's able to sidestep, get in the shield as well. You can hear the crowd chant and, you know, kind of cheer for Good Night sidestep there.
Yeah, that was some good bobbing and weaving from Good Night there, and able to punish Boxy, you know, as I was just talking about the Cho pick. So if they can punish that way, that's great for Team Falcons. But again, you know that still the objectives are in favor here of Seosun. Taking a look at the items real quick before some more action breaks out. You've got the War Axe already available for Sarion Felix. Corrosion Scythe there now for Soul, has that online against the same thing over here for Lark. So gold lane wise, it's pretty much even. You know, it's coming down to that skill matchup, and so far Soul has been on point. Mid lane,
Ding all alone. Penalty zone to try to defend the turret. Away the dragon by Boxy over to Kenji, but gets stunned up now by Good Night, and will be able to escape with the Shun Pu. But Team Falcons unable to defend that mid-tier 1. It seems they're still looking for, you know, some sort of farm, trying to slow the pace of the game, because obviously this is a scaling composition that they're playing with. They're trying to go for the wave clears, trying to wait for Super to get to his item power spike, and then maybe in the prolonged team fight, if they are able to layer some of these abilities and start, you know, baiting out the resources from Seosun, then it'll be good.
And that's the thing. As we look at some of these items fall into place, we know that Moscovs can change the course of a game. It just needs that time to build up, and like I said, he's still working on that second item to fall into place here. But late game, if they can get there, the Moskov can be crucial, plus the true healing that you get with this Florin pickup. So right now, I feel like the bases are pretty much covered for Team Falcons. It's just, how do you stop yourself from getting too far behind? I mean, we're already, look at the goal difference, right? 20,000 here for See You Soon to 16.6 for Team Falcons. Defensive penalty zone going to be used by Ding. He's trapped.
4 members in the bottom lane. Boxy, Way the Dragon to chain him down. Now with Felix all the way with the Furious Dive there. Still waiting on that Furious Dive. Ding getting the healing down with Feather Airstrike. Will get rid of his HP bar together with Felix as he finally goes for the Furious Dive. But Good Night takes him out. A bit too overextended there, Felix. But it seems for See You Soon, he'll still be able to go onto the turtle. Kenji getting melted down by Soul. Gets a bit of healing with the flash of the Oasis. Soul continuing the damage all alone. And Team Falcons, Kenji can't handle that.
This is why he loves the carry. You know, he's been picking this hero up for time after time, and he's just able to go ahead and shred through. And that's when you're wondering, you know, Super picked up this Florin pick. You're almost thinking, how much value can you get currently from this Florin pick with the Temporal Rain in comparison to, let's just say, what we saw from previous, where the Minotaur was really able to set things up or even peel for the team here. This time around, you're relying on the Boxer and Ding on the Terizla to be that front to back if you need it and just sustain through it. So again, it goes back to Lark, needs the time to farm up, has to catch up here. But looking at the items already, I mean, 4 MP the King. He's just stacked this early on.
Boxy again just goes in, Jikundo will be able to shun Poo back out. They're still trying to go for the invade here on the orange buff as Boxy walks up again. Penalty zone locking them down. Boxy will be taking out Felix. Should disengage here. Kenji is still there using a poison sauce. Now the airstrike actually threatens Felix's life. Dark Knight falls into the back line. He goes, but the healing, it's getting to a point where Team Falcons, they don't care about that damage anymore. It's no longer a one-shot threat from the Hellcurt.
Yeah, I think a big part of that was the Flask of the Oasis that was picked up for Super. So, you know, as we get further into the game, you don't see Florence too much. I know the guys mentioned the Rafaela possibly could have been picked up here too, but we'll have to see. MP the King, okay, he's not going to enter that point. They could look, Team Falcons could look to just take this tier 1. Looks like their eyes are set on it. They're going to put the pressure there, forcing MP the King to go back. And at that point, again, late game potential from Team Falcons could be great. As long as they keep things from getting too out of hand. Spirit of Destruction going to be used, but they will lose that tier 2 turret. He doesn't. No, don't.
Don't take it.
Don't take it. And you know what's happening too. When he uses that Spirit of Destruction, you have MP the King pop the ult, and then you don't actually know, right? You don't know 100% if you want to enter that fight because you don't have that information because the lights are out, man.
Yeah, then it'll be really tough for Falcons. But technically, they have Good Night, so maybe they do enjoy a little bit of the evening,
some darkness,
And you can see the Dark Knight Falls here, utilized by MP the King, just as a utility, actually.
Yeah.
Trying to get some more pressure on the map. Lark, Abyss Walker forward, clearing up the wave up top. And it does seem like for See You Soon, they're going to have so much more prio on the map to play around as Lord. Already starting it out in the 9th minute of the game here with Soul. Boxy.
Boxy goes.
Great way to drag to punch him down. Now the penalty zone locking him down as well. Kenji gets the healing with the Tortoise Poissage. Trying to escape from the feathered airstrike. But look at the chase now. Black Dragon form by Felix, slowing him down slowly but surely. Soul gets rid of him. Kenji, 4th death in this game. Good Night trying to go for a little bit more damage. Try to force See You Soon out of this Lord. But it seems with that one-man advantage, it's the jungler. They'll be able to take this for free. No contest from Team Falcons.
I don't know, Miracle. I feel like just See You Soon has figured out the Baksha. We saw this with their game against Fnatic Onyx, and Soul does get that Lord there. But the thing about this is, when you have the Baksha locked in, you're trying to rotate quickly. You're trying to be that frontline tank. You have the ultimate makes you even more tanky, but they're getting shredded. I mean, even with that, he is taking the damage. But because of the fact that you have Soul here with the carry who handles tanks so well, it almost seems negligible. And now in the mid lane.
Again, great angle of the way to Dragon. Now with the Feather Airstrike, Good Night trying to clear out the waves, and he will be able to do so. Lark, don't take it. Okay, he doesn't take it, right?
He doesn't take it.
Just goes for it. MP gets rid of the turret up top. That's another tier 2 falling to the hands of See You Soon. Black Dragon form. Gonna be used up as Rod dodges away. Oh, taking a whole lot of damage. Even with the steal on the Bloom, they're not able to get back to full HP. Mid lane, the cannon minion should be able to take their turret down, but they actually CC it, and they keep it alive.
Okay, they keep it alive. Fleeting time also picked up here by Super. And this is where you start to wonder, all right, now that we get to that, mid-game to late-game transition, eventually in a couple minutes here, how well will the healing from Super do in comparison to set potential? Because if you can land the penalty zone, great, sets things up for you. And not only that, but Lark, you know, he's missed it. Oh, hold on. Boxy? He's forced out. They're going to lose that mid-turret finally. You know, Siasoon knew that Joe was just one hit away. They finally get it down, but going back to it, Goodnight's been doing a great job. Actually, Goodnight and Super, they haven't gone down at all. Holding on to the Purifies, getting a lot of value out of that. And Lark, you saw it earlier. If he just, we've seen this throughout even the wild card stage and to this point, man. If you don't land that Spirit of Destruction where you need to, you're left running to the team fight. So Lark, gets a little more difficult as we approach these objective fights.
Slowly but surely, Team Falcons trying to scale up, but it seems like for right now, they're still really struggling to get to that comfort point. Goodnight trying to read out some of the positions of Siasoon, but the conceal gets used up. Goodnight, he notices something fishy is going on.
Yeah, he knows.
Man. He knows something is going on. Ra walks up, and the Wings by Wings will be popped in by Goodnight to escape. Ra does get the feathered airstrike, though, so that's going to be a big ultimate coming into the next few team fights. And it just feels like for Falcons, even if they scale, Siasoon's composition is built to go up against this front to back. They have so many ways to enter the team fight, so many ways to actually find new and creative angles to attack this very, I would say, like, just a coordinated, reliant draft. Again, that's what Boxy does. Goes in, way the dragon into the furious dive.
That was coordinated.
That was coordinated, but it wasn't from Falcons. It was from Siasoon, who has so much more control on the map.
Yeah. And, you know, anytime this Cho's locked in, that's what you're going to have to expect. And I'm surprised that, you know, Team Falcon's still really struggling. And this is around the resources, just the buffs, you know, at this point. So with that, Siasoon, just a single pickoff on Kenji is going to allow them to just go ahead and take this Lord. Team Falcon's not in a position really to do much unless, you know, Goodnight just provides information, but he could get sandwiched in. Look at the placements already from Boxy, sitting there patiently. So Team Falcons will go ahead and grab that very easily. They'll have to defend against Siasoon's Lord push. And now with that, Siasoon, they've been in control of the majority of this game. Team Falcons showed some signs of hope fighting back. I mean, we're going to take a quick look at the items. At least Lark has the Wind of Nature. Gets some of that defense here available to him. But only Dominance Ice and Athena Shield, the immortality for Ding. A lot of the times, yeah. And there's the BOD locked in now for MP the King. So we could possibly see this game ending on this push. Lord's going to go down on the bottom side. So Team Falcons centering around this mid lane. Keep an eye on Boxy. He has Flicker available with the Way of the Dragon. He could actually start the fight. Looks like Darkness is going to fall here.
Dark Knight falls now. MP just shredding through that base turret up top. We'll be able to find it now, as that's another in the bottom lane without the charge of the Enhanced Lord. The Lord still at full HP. Now Falcons decide to go on it. No more mini waves to utilize for Siasoon. A good feather airstrike by Goodnight. Try to zone them away, and they will be able to get rid of that Enhanced Lord in the bottom lane, but they have lost 2 base turrets. Boxy the King again with the conceal, trying to go for a play right now. The Black Dragon form is there as well. The Jeet Kune Do knocks thing up for Soul to melt him down. Immortality is still there to help him up. Felix goes in for the Furious Dive, but gets punished by Lark. Spirit of Destruction as Lark joins in the team fight again. MP the King, and he's spotted, but he finds the Singers. Still not enough as Lark gets the Wind of Nature, gets the healing, and the Flask of the Oasis to survive.
All right, Team Falcons, they hold on to that mid turret. But man, I almost thought they were actually just going to full send it in the mid lane to fight back after they got started on Felix. Even with the heal that they had, they still had to be checked. They were checked by Ra's damage. You saw that alone. This is why so many teams prioritize the Valentina pick once it's available throughout the entirety of the game. Even doesn't matter which ultimate is taken here. The raw damage and the skill set from the Valentina, you can see the amount of damage that is dealt already. And a lot of times, this is just taking the feathered airstrike themselves for Siasoon. So once again, Team Falcons, they... Oh, Ding.
Might be solo kill. Dark Knight falls. Ding gets the healing. The Spirit of Destruction doesn't connect. And now MP might be caught. Kenji finds it. What happened to Lark in the other side of the map? Now in the mid lane, Soul gonna go for the base turret as MP the King gets taken out with the feather airstrike. Will be there to go and clear out the waves. One last shot as Boxy clears or cancels it out rather. One cannon minion up top. But for Siasoon, I think they're happy with that trade. They got a base turret for MP the King. Up top, it's gonna be Ding versus... Sorry, I'm Felix. Felix taking him on into 1v1, winning it out. Boxy walking up again. The feather airstrike stolen away by Ra as Super tries to get rid of Soul, but look at him. He doesn't care the damage. Super melted down. See you soon. Now onto Kenji. It's a double kill for Soul, and it's a 2-0 clean sweep for See You Soon.
The Cambodian Owls will fly onward again, 2-0 against their opponents here, Team Falcons. Man, oh man, this is... See You Soon came to play today. I know we've all been saying it. I know everybody woke up today thinking differently about this team, especially what's happened to them in the previous days. But man, are they just playing nearly perfect right now, I'd say. You know, and across the lanes, the lineups that they bring to the table too are very interesting. Again, fist bumps across both teams here. And this is going to make the ALJ match of the day very interesting, Mirko, ahead of us.
That's the decider now for if we get a three-way tie, because See You Soon bumped their stat line now onto 2 points. SRG still sitting with 4 points, and Fnatic Onic with 0. So again, if Fnatic Onic get that 2-0, it'll be 2-2-2. The battle for knockout stage continues.
Oh man, again, it just, I love this. I love it when group stages are this intense, you know, because you have something in mind, and yep, group of death, group of champions here. Wouldn't have it any other way. And as you know, we have to wait for that matchup later, of course, for the ALG matchup of the day, SRG and Fnatic. But man, again, that's going to be closing it out for us here for this match, at least on the desk. It's Mirko over here with me, Naisu. Can't wait to hear what we have to listen to from See You Soon over on stage. Let's go ahead and throw it over to our host to hear from them.
Here with us on stage, the gold laner from See You Soon, Soul. Congratulations.
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
Your smile is very nice right now. I know you're so happy. You guys were giving each other high fives. How are you holding up considering it's your first international experience and you're doing so well?
Nung una kabado, pero nandiyan naman yung teammate ko para mapataas yung confidence ko sa first international tournament.
In the beginning, he was feeling really nervous, but he credits his teammate to increase his confidence for his first international tournament.
That's the thing, you rely on your teammates, you rely on your team to bring you back up into, I want to say bring you back into the game, bring you back into the groove when it comes to a tournament like the MSC. Now, I have one question for you. Your qualification to the knockout stage is reliant on the next game. How do you feel about that?
We wish Onic win. Sana manalo Onic para makaangat kami sa next round.
They want Onic to win so they can go up the next round.
Okay, I mean, here's the thing. When it comes to Fnatic, Onic, and I want to say the Selangor Red Giants, if Fnatic win one game, or rather lose one game, that's it. They're done. They're out. But if Selangor Red Giants take the 2-0, both of you teams will make it through to the knockout stage. So how do you feel about that? Do you think Fnatic can actually take one game and get us back to a, I want to say a tiebreaker, or do you think it might be a 2-0 to the Selangor Red Giants?
Siguro kahit sino nang manalo sa kanila.
Oh, he's saying it doesn't matter who wins. It doesn't matter, are you sure?
Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
I think the analyst desk might beg to differ when it comes to that, but you know what? I'll let you guys break it down for us, because sometimes it can be a little bit confusing for us here on the stage. So break it down. Let us know. How is it going to work out when it comes to the next game? What do we need to happen to see two more, or I want to say a couple more tiebreakers, or what do we need to see to wrap up the day with the next game? Boys, take it away.
We'll be answering the question. Now, I understand everything. Number one, just saying, Selangor Giants wins one game, there's no tiebreaker, See You Soon moves to the knockout stage. But I understand what Soul is thinking about. Soul is like, I want to play more games. I want my revenge. So
I think
that's why it's like, if win or whoever wins, I know that I have a shot now.
You know, as a Filipino, I think what he meant was, I think what I saw, is, I didn't think that he looked at the scores anymore. Like, he was so focused on winning.
Yeah.
I think that's the goal for system, because no matter what happens, if they didn't get the 2-0, which they eventually did, they will not be able to buy another few games, you know. So no matter what happens now, they have a shot.
They have a shot. They've done what they had to do.
Exactly.
They've already made a good impression on everybody internationally.
100%.
And now they're peaking. I think, you know, in this game alone, the fact that they were able to draft... I wouldn't even say this is unorthodox. This is definitely something that they have tried out before, but you can also see how creative that they can get when they hit multiple brick walls.
Yeah. And, you know, I do want to talk about the game, but I think the next steps matter as well because something gets in my head, right? But maybe I'll talk about that later. Very quickly, Helkert jungle with, I think he had the whole 5 items at 15. Was it 15 minutes?
13 minutes.
13 minutes. Flash farming with this Helkert. I think the same system for See You Soon happened in game number 2 where they were creating a lot of chaos. This time, unlike other teams that focus on the gold lane, they focus on their jungler. This time, MP the King is the flash farmer, 878 gold per minute. They were creating chaos outside of the match. There was even a time that they were trying to invade while the Helkert was just farming and also getting the turtle. They went out of their way to make the space for MP the King this time.
Absolutely, because you in Baxio's position, it's more so like, how do I go into your jungle? How do I start stealing away your camps anymore? But now, I mean, even in this game, you can see that the laners definitely played a big part because they were struggling to actually create that space and then have that extra man to walk in the jungle with him.
Okay.
I'm looking at my script here, and I'm confirming if Fnatic Onyx wins 2-0, 3-way tiebreaker.
3-way tie. And here's the thing.
Anything else, See You Soon makes it true.
Yeah, exactly. So the point here is if Fnatic loses 1-0, that's that's already over.
That's it.
However, in the 3-way tie scenario, what I'm thinking about is this will be a 3-way tie to decide who gets the 2 teams to get in there, which means that by rules, the fastest win time is gonna be waiting for a best of the result of the best of 1, right? That's the thing. So technically speaking, the team with the fastest win is already in the knockout stages.
Yeah.
Right?
No. But
yeah, you're right, because there will be 2 people, right?
You know what? Here's the thing. I need to ask my friend, you know what? He does the calculations, but now we got to check out our Sony MVP of the game. And again, the MVP here is going to be Soul. When I got to interview, he did a lot in this game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, previously we were thinking about like Rob being the anchor for the team, but at this point they were sending members out so very often that honestly Soul had more than enough space. Nobody really wanted to attack the backline. Maybe for Ding, but he knew, Soul knew for a fact that he could 1v1 Ding no problem whatsoever. So the real question was how exactly do they start opening up the map and finding these angles? And honestly, this pick here, man, Kenji just got bored.
Yep, Kenji just got bored. MP the King eventually will be taken out. And what makes this MVP performance from Soul more spectacular is the fact that Carry in this lineup, in this draft that See You Soon has designed, is a means to an end kind of hero, again, much like the Matrix, but this time, instead of farming the waves, he's there to kill the tanky heroes on the side of Falcons, which in this case, he was able to do so. Kept his ground, almost didn't die in this game, also performed so well when it comes to his positioning.
I mean, let's put this into perspective, right? So many heroes on the side of Falcons could outrange him, and being one of the shortest range marksmen out there, it doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, you know what? I understand what you're saying. Like, the fact that he can make Carry look that strong is amazing. For you guys at home, again, a lot is going on. Make sure you guys let us know. Your opinion matters. Scan the QR code for the broadcast feedback survey and let us know your thoughts. Because, again, we're inching away towards the grand finals. And before we go there, I really want to hear what Eterna has to say. So let's throw it over to our Aces ROG reporter, Eterna.
Hi, everyone. It's Eterna here. Hi everyone, it's Eterna here backstage of the Amazon stage, and we are joined today with Innocent from Selangor Red Giants. Now, Innocent, congratulations once again for that 2-0 against Team Falcons. How are you feeling about that victory?
We're happy because we really need the momentum because our next match is Onyx ID.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that they were a very strong team, that the momentum will bring you forward. Coming into that, right, how do you feel about this next matchup? Are you confident that you guys can win another 2-0 and stay undefeated? As, remember, the moniker that you guys now have is the Undefeated Giants.
Yeah, we're confident, and also our jungler can... I'm confident that our jungler can fight toe-to-toe against Kyrie's Assassin.
What about you?
Against
CW.
CW. Yeah, I'm confident as long as we can play our game.
Okay, that's so great. So congratulations once again, and good luck against Fnatic Onyx, and we hope to see you guys in the knockouts. Thank you so much again, Innocent.
There you go. Innocent says whatever happens, they're very confident, even going up against Fnatic Onyx. Up next, we'll have the 4th match of the day. Featuring, this is the ALJ match of the day. Fnatic Onyx going up against Selangor Red Giants. Don't go anywhere because this is going to be the decider Are we going to have a tiebreaker? Who's going to go up and who's going to get eliminated? We're going for a break. We'll see you guys right after this.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Welcome back to the Mid-Season Cup 2024. And as you guys can see, I'm LaFell, but alongside me is Gideon Wolf and Ripo. Ripo, how you feeling?
Yeah, I'm doing good right now. So hi guys.
He's doing good, and the thing is, we're all doing good because we're about to catch the ALJ match of the day, where this match will determine who will actually go towards the knockout stage. Because Selangor Giants, they need one win. If Fnatic Onic, they win 2-0, then they will actually force us to a tiebreaker. With that being said, all this drama is going on. We have to throw it over to the stage because Maracino, as well as Dawood Sandstorm, you guys have to set it up for us. You guys have to reintroduce the teams, and you guys will start off. With that, it's your turn.
The ALJ match of the day is about to kick off live here in the Amazon Arena.
And still, the undefeated Giants from Malaysia are about to take on the shaken but not broken Sky Kings from Indonesia.
Towering the group of death, let's welcome back Selangor Red Giants.
Selangor Red Giants had a perfect game against Falcons earlier on in our third day when it comes to this group stage. And they are one win away from locking up the group of death and guaranteeing the top two teams that qualify to the knockout stage.
Now, Selangor Red Giants, they played the first match for today, so they're very well rested. I was talking to some players during their lunch at the Players Lounge. They're pretty chill right now, and they're doing just fine. And they got to see how See You Soon defeated their opponent right now, and they may very well do just that.
I mean, we'll have to see, because I want to see how fast the Sky Kings can bounce back after the performance that we've seen over the past couple of games, especially with their backs against the wall. What can they do? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Amazon stage one more time. It is Fnatic Onyx.
A lot is at stake in this match. Will we see tiebreakers? Will Selangor Red Giants continue to reign? Who will dominate in this match?
Well, to answer all these questions, we're going to head on over to the studio and see exactly what's going to happen with our possible last series of the day. Boys, take it away.
Thank you very much. And again, we're here with Rippo, so I'm immediately going to ask him, Rippo, do you think Selangor Red Giants can win 2-0 against Fnatic Onyx?
You did hurt SRG undefeated team, so I would say 2-0 easy win.
It's not just 2-0. It's easy win. What do you think about that, Wolf?
You know, I think that they have proven that they are worth it. I think that they only need one game right now so that we escape the decider. Initially, I always thought that this will be a 1-1, right? That was my initial thought. So I'm going to stick with that one. It's a 1-1 between these two teams.
I'm going to have to agree. I think a 1-1 is very possible for SRG, just trying to be realistic. But at the same time, there is the possibility that maybe Fnatic Onyx aren't just playing well today. I mean, the fact that they went 0-2 against See You Soon, okay, maybe See You Soon was playing well. But if they do that performance again against SRG, it could be, as Rippo said, an easy 2-0.
Rippo, I have to ask you, how do you think that Fnatic Onyx lost to See You Soon? Like, how did that happen?
Maybe because they don't have any coach. That's why they will debuff. Because yeah, See You Soon after no coach will be like OP. So right, that's the reason I think.
That's the reason. It's funny, the panelists said the same thing. Caster say the same thing, and now Rippo, our professional player, he was like, you know what? Sometimes no coach might be a bit OP. Speaking of OP, for Fnatic Onyx as well as Selangor Red Giants, who do you think is the player to watch?
For Fnatic Onyx, maybe will be Kyrie because his assassin is very good in right now, and also Red Giant, also Skies. Assassin also need to watch out.
So we're looking at the junglers here. Do you think that both of them should be using the Assassin, or we see Kyrie just now using the Baxia? Maybe Kyrie will use Tank jungle?
I think better just use the Assassin because like we always seeing people using the Tank jungler, right? So I hope we'll see both teams will be using Assassin, so have interesting game to watch.
Man's here for the showmanship. Man's here to see a bloody game, and I respect that. I respect that a lot, but I do think that we gotta focus on the roamers, honestly. Like, we know both Kyrie and Sakai are great, but Yums in comparison to Keyboy, I mean, there's a lot of arguments to be made here.
Yeah, I think even Yums himself is very excited to see Keyboy, right?
Yeah.
But maybe Rippo knows. Who do you think is better when it comes to, like, you know, those roamers?
Oh, who's the better?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe to be honest, for the performance, MPL to MPNC, maybe Red Giant, Yums.
Yums, he thinks Yums is better. And now we're jumping into the draft. Selangor Red Giants going up against Fnatic Onyx. Selangor Red Giants, first pick, blue side. Fnatic Onyx is second pick, red side. Before the bans begin, Rippo, as a player, which side do you think has the advantage? The first pick or the second pick?
Have a pros and cons for the first pick and the second pick because like for the second pick is for the counter picks against the first pick. So for the first pick, maybe they can prioritize the first hero they want to pick first for their continuous draft. So for me, have an advantage here maybe for the first pick, I guess.
Yeah. I can agree. There are a lot of OP picks, as we've seen, and also the fact that you're required to ban Louis and Chip in the red side. It's like you have to ban it, so I wonder if that will be the case, though. Do you want to give the Chip or the Louis to SRG? Probably not, right?
I don't think so, right?
Okay, actually, let's ask Ripo. Ripo, would you give Selangor Giants Chip or Louis, or do you think it's better to ban away?
I think just better ban those both heroes because I already faced against Louis Chip at the same time. So I think it's a nightmare against them.
For sure. But this time it's going to be Roger as the ban from Fnatic Onic. Obviously, against still ban the Chip last. SRG they might not even be forced to ban the Chip anyway, so they just could ban out Valentina perhaps.
Just leave it all open, right?
Yeah.
I think at this point they've already gotten the big hitters here, and obviously with so much priority on getting rid of Ling, Roger, on top of the Fanny as well, like the junglers are a very big part of these bans.
That's right. Okay.
So right now we're looking at Louis getting banned here. So we have to figure out, Selangor Giants, what is going to be their first pick? Because you have to assume the Chip is going to get banned.
Yeah.
So what is going to be the first pick for Selangor Giants? I don't want to see any Angela because I don't think it's a Stormy hero.
Yeah.
I also don't think it's a Yume's hero.
Harith, maybe?
Harith. I do have to ask, Ripo, in MSC, Harith has very bad win rate. Like, as a professional player, do you know why Harith is not, like, super strong right now?
Because of the user also. Yeah.
User. Yeah.
The pilot. Control the Harith.
Love it.
So depends on the pilot. If like have the person that can control the Harith better.
Yeah. Sorry, we have a player code from Yums. He said, Keyboy, let's have a good match so that we can tas together.
Oh, love it.
Which is the TP or the recalls.
The recall sound, right? It was the...
That's exactly...
Oh! Chip open!
Wait, Chip's open?
No.
Chip inbound!
Oh.
Chip inbound!
I think now is a good time to start talking about counters, right? we have to start thinking about large AoEs against the Chip. I don't see SRG just letting it through.
Yeah. Top of my head, Faramis comes to mind. Arlet should have been a pick, but it was already banned by SRG.
Rippo, so if the enemy has a Chip, how do you counter?
Maybe for me to counter against Chip using the teamfight hero, the AoE area damage.
Okay.
So for me, maybe if like Chip is TP, then have the hero that can counter against the AoE. So it's good against Chips.
So Terizla, maybe
Tigreal,
Minotaur.
Elric.
How about Faramis? You like Faramis against Chips?
Faramis against Chips. Depends. It's really good, but depends on the goal winning. So if like they losing, it's hard for them sustain against the Chip.
Whew. So you have to secure Terizla now, right? If you're Fnatic.
Let me just say, while we're doing the draft, let me remind everyone watching, Selangor Giants needs one win.
Yep.
If they win this one, the next one doesn't matter anymore. They just need one win.
That's right.
And then Selangor Giants and See You Soon will go to the knockout stage. So Fnatic Onic, this is a very risky,
super risky,
very risky strategy.
They're dancing with death.
They really are. They really are. I'm surprised that, but you have to admit, he's got a lot of faith in his players, right?
Yeah.
As Rippo mentioned, Harith, it's not about the plane, it's the pilot.
Exactly.
Yes.
Woo! Okay, so you pick up maybe a Beatrix now or Moskov for SRG?
Maybe, I think,
Valen?
Jungler and mid.
Jungler and mid. All right, so that is
what
Red
other
Druid?
assassins?
Haya's still available.
Maybe
Haya's great. Yeah.
What if he just waits, and then actually picks up something like a Julian or a Hellcurt?
Yeah, like that's why. Yeah, Moscow Valen. Yeah. Oh, got it.
Wow. Nice.
Woo! Really calling it on, really on the ball today, Wolf. Haven't missed a single one just yet.
Well, the secret is say everything, so that
throw a wide net.
Yeah, exactly. Throw a wide net.
Farsa getting picked up here. So Selangor Giants and Fnatic Onic, they're both not showing the junglers just yet. So I feel like Rippo understands this matchup. He said we got to look at Sakai's, we got to look at Kyrie. Both of them don't want to show the jungle just yet. So they don't know. Is it going to be Assassin? Is it going to be Fighter? Like, what if Kyrie uses Bane?
Oh.
All right, wow.
Against Chips, maybe it's good because of the first skill.
Yeah. You're right. Wow, I love that it was it was LaFell that thought of the idea, but Repo was the one that defended it. Yeah.
Like this is the bro code.
The bro code.
I say anything, he backs me up. He say anything, I back him up.
Yeah.
Yes,
All
yes.
right. Okay, so the Joy, interesting, right? We haven't seen any Joy or any semblance of Joy.
The only one using Joy is Chibi from Homeboys.
And that was during the wildcards as well. But that's a completely different stage. I think at this point, like, from Fnatic Onyx position, they're thinking about their backline, right? Who can actually access their backline, because a lot of it seems to be moving forward.
That's right. Especially with the chip, right? The thing is, you pop your ultimate as a Joy, and then when you enter the portal, you're already like maxed off, and then there's really nothing that your enemies can do about you. So I like that. Oh, this is interesting, because we did say that a Tigra and Minotaur could be answers for Fnatic Onyx. Okay, so they're banning assassins.
Huh.
Julian is still viable.
Julian's definitely viable. Maybe Fnatic Onyx, they pick up the Julian.
Oh yeah.
Right? So when people go in the portal, just do the knock-up, and it's like, okay, GG's.
But that is what I call the Harry Potter lineup again, with Harry, Farsa, and Julian. So, but yeah, I do understand why it happens. Has been done before. Even Liquid Echo is a team that
just build Harry Marksman. What's
right.
Demon Hunter Sword,
Of
Golden
course.
Staff,
Yeah,
like Chang'e, like Chang'e, just build Marksman.
Of course.
At this point, I'm thinking whether or not, like, I think SRG is almost guaranteed to go Yuzong in this particular case, just to make sure Feather Airstrike there's an answer to it. Because again, you can't pick a Grok when you already have the chip.
This is crazy, but again, Cram likes two heroes. He likes the export and he likes the CC.
Kufra is the answer. Okay, so pin them to the wall when they appear. Okay, so SRG, I think Yuzhong's great. Another option is the Esmeralda, although it's...
is it crazy to have the Baxia here for Skies?
Baxia,
Akai, something like that?
For me, maybe it's hard.
Maybe it's hard?
Yeah,
Okay,
because
hard.
have Terizla and also hard, they cannot target their backline, so it was a totally failure.
What Fanny, though? Even when there's Kufra?
Fanny banned already.
Oh yeah, Fanny's banned already.
Maybe...
When the professional players like, yo, it's...
Maybe Julian actually for
Yeah,
SRG.
Julian maybe. Or also tanky hero.
Ah.
Tanky jungler.
Fredrin, maybe?
Fredrin.
Ruby.
Hey, Ruby EXP. What's the jungler here? Skies, what's your hero? 4 seconds free.
Alpha.
We forgot about Alpha.
Yeah.
Okay, Ripple, what do you think about Selangor Giants draft right now?
For me, this Alpha is for me is new for SRG, but I trust on them because their lineup is really good. If Alpha against Terizla, Alpha against Kufra, it's really good. You have true damage.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
that's a lot.
Yeah, maybe will be good against those frontline heroes. Yeah. So their backline will be not safe. Have Moskov also.
How about Lancelot for Fnatic Onyx?
Lancelot. Oh, it's hard because it's hard. Ruby. Yeah.
I'm thinking more like Fredrin. I'm thinking more of like you just need a person to stand there and be a wall.
But usually utility junglers struggle from Alpha, so I'm thinking,
Oh, yeah.
Lancelot.
Lancelot.
Well, Wolf, you called it. But Repo said it's hard, and I'm actually gonna back up Repo here. I think the Lancelot is gonna be difficult, so I don't know how to move forward.
There are 3 Malaysians here, so yeah.
You're between 3 Malaysians, and with that, we're passing it over to our casters. It's do or die. Casters, it's your turn.
Thank you very much, panelists, and of course to our guest, Repo. It's me again, Naisu, alongside Mirko, here to bring you the action. And it could come down to this game number 1 here in this best of 2.
It's now or never.
Now or never.
It really is. For Fnatic Onyx, 1 game win for SRG, and Fnatic Onyx will not be able to defend their throne in the knockout stages.
Oof, it is intense. It's the ALJ match of the day, and it couldn't get any more tense as we head into the Land of Dawn, as this game 1 could already set the stage for the Group of Death, as SRG just needs that 1 win. We'll find out once again. Great pickups here. I love the lineups. I forgot about the Alpha as well, guys. Don't worry about it. But, you know, because of the fact of that, Kyrie picks up a Lancelot into the jungle. And paired up with this, I mean, paired up with Keyboy on this Kufra, should give him enough coverage and setup potential. We'll see if this time, mid lane,
Great knockup onto Stormy. Dealing some damage back, but Yums is able to get the crash course. But yeah, as we were talking about it, right? I mean, with the Harith, with the Farsight, they needed something physical.
What did Wolf call it? The Harry what? Harry Potter?
Harry Potter?
Harry Potter?
Is that the
combination,
Harry
man?
Farsight combination? Harry
A lot of
Farsight?
magic?
But yeah, I mean, with Kyrie on this pick, it is a signature pick. This was the Kyrie pick, you know, back in MSC 2023. It was the iconic one, as well as the Kufra for Keyboy. So they're trying to recapture, you know, what made them so special last year.
I think they'll be able to, as long as the early game goes okay for them. But again, you have to consider the fact that SRG has not lost. You know, I mean, for the most part, they're just continuing on with their undefeated streak. And that's something to take note of, because how are they able to do this? You know, what allows them to do this? And I think also, it's a great point that Gideon pointed out, the roamers, man. We have to pay attention to the roamers for both these teams. And the fact that Yums got his hands on the chip, and we saw what happened yesterday when Liquid Echo brought that to the table in hands of JP. So Yums, if he's able to even replicate that or put his own spin on this chip pick, it could be devastating for Fnatic Onic as they get into these objective fights. But you're already seeing this little tension in the XP lane.
Bit of a battle as Stormy rotates down below as well. Tries to go for the clear for the level 4 advantage, and both of them will be able to get level 4. Lupi, a bit delayed for that level 4. Keyboy as well. You can see now as Sans stays in the mid lane. Yums crash course over to Sans. You can see the poke damage already towards Sans, but Sans is doing some damage back to Yums. Now penalty zone. Locking Skies up. It's going to be Kyrie walking forward against THC to the back line. Still with the Dornrosa, able to survive for a bit, but will be taken down. Skies able to survive as Keyboy flickers forward with a bouncing ball. Now with Cram doing the same thing with the Dornround Wolf King. Pure destruction from Innocent all the way from the gold lane towards the Turtle. Lupi still swinging a hammer down to the Stormy. One last hit should do it now with a few more hammer swings. He gets it done. It's 3-1, but the Turtle goes to SRG.
Okay. Wait.
2.
No, he's not. He gets pulled into the turret. Okay, he's out.
I'm gonna find it again. Crab trying to go for the sustain. He does get it, but now up top it's gonna be teleport to bring them all up to get CW.
Oh man, already this game, a lot of action happening on across the map even. You know, we got to take a look. Lutby able to stay alive through that, especially with the Brave Smite emblem that he rocked with for this game. And, you know, he lacked, I mean, the entry points that they had for that first turtle. It's just, SRG handled Kyrie so well. The timing with what they could provide with CC really played its part. Taking a look here, items fall into place. No first items locked in just yet. Still the Corrosive Scythe being worked on, of course, for Innocent. Once he does get that, that'll help slow down. But again, a part of this is just looking at the chip, the value that this shortcut brings to the table. Enchanted Talisman will be locked in by Stormy as well. And we heard it during the roundtable. SRG couldn't wait for this matchup against Fnatic Onic. On the top side, a lot of attention here. Some extra gold going to the pockets of Innocent. But ultimately, nothing can be found on the top side, you know, for SRG here. Pace-wise, Mirko, they're setting the pace here.
Just trying to make it as fast as possible. With the chip, that's what they need to do. Especially considering, you know, the Alpha. We've seen this a couple of times. I think our friend has a bit of PTSD when it comes to this Alpha pick when it goes to the late game. So I think that's the opposite where Fnatic Onic want to play with, right? The mid-game power spike is definitely something that Fnatic Onic have in the bag. But if SRG can continue to pull off these neutral objective takes, it's going to be very, very scary for Fnatic Onic in the early game. Yums again, that base damage on the chip, it's quite ridiculous.
It is, and there's a reason why the chip and the Louise are usually banned out, right? Doesn't change too much. Turtle is for the taking. It's half health. It's going to go for a reset. Cram is not going to find the I'm Offended he was looking for with that ultimate from the Ruby. Keyboy going to jump in? No, he doesn't. And that's already another turtle in the hands of SRG.
It looked like Fnatic Onic really wanted to go for the contest there, but then Kyrie missed his puncture, the second one. He went on to Cram, used the puncture, the second one onto Yums, didn't connect, so they had to pull back. They don't have the recess, they don't have the mobility to actually go for the turtle. I think it was a good call. It would have been a bit too forced, but we do get a look at the items here at the 5th minute of the game. That's a War Axe for Kyrie on the Lancelot.
So a little more, in a way, it's just you're trying to be a little more defensive here. Yums is going to go ahead and spawn him out. Has good damage, though, but that's also a War Axe picked up by Loopy now. That's going to play a big part, especially with the Brave Smite emblem that we saw earlier be utilized. So for Fnatic Onyx, when you're really thinking about it, you're just trying to break down this lineup here and where... Oh, hold on.
Counter Revenge and the Rage now. It's a unforced for their airstrike. He won't be able to pop me the shortcut, but he does in time. Yo gets down with the flicker as well now. The Spear of Alpha locks Keyboy down. Lippy still able to find a kill with the penalty zone, locking 3 members down. CW going to re-engage as Keyboy rotates as well, but they will not be able to find more. Nope, Keyboy bouncing ball onto Innocent and Miss Walker. Used in the blink sounds with the flicker forward, but the Purify Innocent gets out with 1 HP. SRG stay alive. The Spear of Destruction nearly hitting Sans there, but they're able to utilize this Priel to continue the top siege.
Fnatic Onyx wants these kills. They want them early on. They want to be able to snowball. Look at this.
Demand force into the feather airstrike with the Spear of Alpha. Keyboy gonna be dismantled. In the front is Humes. Looks for the flank. Doesn't have the shortcut just yet, but will be able to lock CW down for Skies and Stormy to deal enough damage. Look, 1v3. It's a big hammer swing, but Skies, he loves these chunky members. Spear of Alpha into the crash course. Lippy surviving with the flicker, getting the Brave Smite proc to his Krem, tries to deal with Kyrie in the mid lane, and Kyrie will be able to puncture out of it.
Man, I think SRG just accomplished what they wanted to after, you know, having a couple deaths there. They get some again in response, and now the turtle's up. And if they go ahead and grab all 3 turtles here, Fnatic Onyx feel like they have to contest this. They want to. Kyrie goes into the zone.
Again, bottom lane. Keyboy now with the Township Bench and the Rage finding 3 as the turtle is going to be up for grabs. And look at them. They're all going to be locked down. Kind of backlines over the perfect slash again, but Kyrie will be able to get just 1 shutdown. Looking for more. Stormy takes him out. Such a chaotic fight in the bottom lane. Fnatic Onyx decide to fight, and they pay the price for it.
They pay the price. We look at the replay here from STC. Again, a good setup from Keyboy. Shortcut comes through, but man, is it chaotic. And for some reason, Kyrie could not pick up those kills. Multiple low HP. You can see how good SRG's feeling about that exchange. Man, it's very difficult, it looks like, for Kyrie to go ahead and use this Lancelot pick.
It really is. Every single person has CC. You got the Spear of Misery, you have the Don't Run Wolf King, and on top of that, you have that crazy damage and the CC from the crash course.
Yeah.
Everything can stop him, and it's all up to the rest of the team to really look for the sets. Kyrie on a turtle. Keyboy going for the Town's Revenge. Locking Cram up into the Rage as well. Now with the Feather Airstrike, they collapse on Cram, and he will die to that first kill of Lutpi. That's a kill streak picked up by Lutpi. Skies bringing out the retreat battles. Kyrie goes into the puncture, escaping this. A Spear of Alpha onto the back, now with the Spear of Misery, pinning Keyboy down. Innocent with Spear of Destruction, now chasing CW. Williams locking him out. Lutpi cannot get the swings. Skies goes in, but DPC will be there. Sans gets a trade. Stormy gets a shutdown. Kyrie in the bottom lane going for the trade. It's a big gold lead to the Giants.
SRG not only gets kills, but they get the turtle as well. What can Fnatic Onyx do about this? It just seems like everything they try doesn't work against SRG. They have an answer for everything against Fnatic Onyx. And as we look once again, it's just the power of utilizing that shortcut from Humes. Fighting into these small crevices around the map, utilizing Innocent on the Moskov pick. I mean, look at the items already. He's got the Corrosive Ice, he's got the Golden Staff, working next, possibly for that DHS. And, you know, Humes, he's got a Dominant Ice. That's it. He's that tanky already. This is why the chip is talked about so much. There's the DHS locked in now for Innocent. And this makes it much more difficult now to utilize Keyboy here on this Kufa. You might get that setup, but then your health bars are going to be gone in an instant, just like this turret in the tier 2 bottom side.
Innocent is doing so well right now with the farm. The damaged health is actually on Terizla. It's Lutpi just utilizing that base damage with the War Axe. And then we have 3 SRG members. Lancelot all the way down, and as you can see, Keyboy's been soaking a whole lot of that damage together with Lutpi, but it really hasn't been enough. Skies is the reason for that. He's been able to melt down these frontliners so easily with the built-in true damage of that Alpha, connecting all of his skills. And if you see his build, it's not even like a full damage build. It's a War Axe into defense.
He's like a tanky Alpha, you know, for the most part. His job is Talfa. He just wants to go in, get the Spear of Alpha on, and then, you know, relies on the rest of the team to shine from there. And that might be what solves the problem where we usually see Alpha struggle towards the mid to late game transition. Right now, this Lord is going to be up here. Fnatic Onyx, despite still trying to come things together.
Good catch onto Yums now with the Phantom Execution together with CW, but he has used the Saman Force. Cram, Donor, and Wolf King again. Over to Lutpi and Keyboy.
All right, Keyboy jumps in, gonna find the target.
Again, that's gonna be Dime offended, locking him down. Now with the penalty zone as well. It's gonna be Cram locked down and taken now. 2 members taken down by FNOC. They find some stability here around the Lord Pit. Sky still looking for and engages. Innocent jumps over the wrist. Walker and Kyrie gets one of the back with the Phantom Execution. Lutpi falls. That's a trade down. Now Stormy with the flicker forward. Gets very, very low. Sky's trying to go for the opening spear of the Skies! Again finding the play, but will not be able to get the Lord. It was Sans that secured it for Fnatic Onic.
And despite that, at least for Fnatic Onic, they finally find the hope in this game. Yums is gonna drop down the shortcut, and Sans is taken out in an instant. There's nothing you could do about that. But they at least have the objective. They have the Lord marching on the top side. Next for Fnatic Onic is to play into this. What can they grab across the map? They need to get space to work around with. They only have 2 turrets down. And with this Lord, they could possibly start to get some of that movement in their favor, start to get some of the space to work around with. But look at this. Innocent will just hold the Lord here and deal with it for now. The rest of SRG here to help him out. It looks like the Fnatic Onic didn't get much out of this Lord.
No, they really didn't, right? I mean, they couldn't. The fact that SRG forced the team fight on them when they went for the Lord. And, I mean, taking a look at the itemization from Kyrie, it's that utility build, technically.
Yeah.
It's kind of a mix. It's a semi-tank build with a War Axe into the Thunder Belt, into the Endless Battle. So he's really going to be relying on those basic attack procs right as he uses the skills, and not so much of an assassin. He can't really one-shot people, but we did see almost a one-shot happen to Innocent, or actually to Yums earlier, with the Phantom Execution.
I think part of that, again, is you have to be able to go in and out of these fights. Yes, they're still assassins, but if you're gone in an instance, you know, what good are you? Especially when we're talking about the Lord fights later on, because the Lord dances have changed. You know, they're not exactly these long, drawn-out fights anymore. Much more calculated, I'd say, from what we're seeing, and you got to kind of match what Sakai's has. You see him, he just picks up the Athena shield. He's got some now defensive ability to work against the burst that can actually come out from Sans as well. So that's part of the play here. Immortality as well from Cram so far in this Ruby pick has done a lot of work already. Just being a nuisance to deal if you're Fnatic Onic, and also there it is already. They try, this is the thing, Fnatic Onic, like I said, with the Lord they had earlier, they had to get some of these turrets down. You're only seeing the tier 1s top and bottom down. That mid lane turret that stands for SRG is actually paying huge value to their control as they wait for that Lord to go up in 40 seconds here. So for Fnatic Onic, it's just, let's farm what we can, but we have to stay together. Oh!
I'm offended into the Spear of Misery. Kyrie gonna be caught by SRG! The Giants find Kyrie. The timing, it's right for the Lord. 30 seconds and 20 seconds, respectively, for Kyrie and the Lord. We get to see the replay here. Kyrie jumped with the puncture, and he was not aware. He did not know that they were there.
Cram, oh man. Cram knew, and you know, Kyrie obviously gets caught there. And that's tough because, like you said, his timer, his death timer, it's still there. They might actually try to rush this unless Lutpi can stall them out enough. Fnatic Onic might do that in time for Kyrie to make it here. But it's already going to be started up. Look how fast it's going down.
And look at Yums into the backline. He goes with the crash course. Now Keyboard trying to go for the Tyrant's Revenge to Yums, but he just keeps on juking, distracting the backline as SRG get the Lord. An enhanced Lord now for Selangor Red Giants on the conquest to take Fnatic Onic out of MSC.
They're on their way. Things, again, fall into place here. SRG teams have struggled to find a way to find the weak point of Selangor Red Giants, and so far, even Fnatic Onic is struggling to deal with that, as now they have to deal with a push by the Lord on the bottom side.
Kyrie again into the bottom lane with the puncture now. It's still an enhanced Lord, so he will be able to charge down despite all the damage. Again with I'm offended, finding Sans! Keyboy with a rage, but the Purify gets them out. Now CW to be caught in the crash course as Yums dives in deep, but the Spear of Destruction doesn't connect. Cram still has the immortality. That's Yums with his own immortality pop. Lutpi trying to go for the defense right now, but the base is quite open. They are able to drag them in waves up top. Cram again, I'm offended! Straight into the Spear of Alpha! Fnatic Onic They're everywhere. Graham with the Dome Wolf King CW trying to use his Amon Force to go over to the fence as Keyboy gets melted down by Stormy. CW picks up double kill, but the waves are all there. Now with the winning waves, it's Kyrie versus the world. The Red Giants drag the Sky Kings out of their throne.
SRG, the undefeated, the untarnished, will dismantle the defending MSC champions, Fnatic Onic. Man, oh man. Team after team cannot find to solve the puzzle of SRG. What is going on here with this team? And I'll tell you what, lots of people around the world right now are just very emotional because there's a whole lot happening with just this game one in this matchup.
Ladies and gentlemen, Fnatic Onic have been knocked out of groups with that game.
Welcome to the group of death, ladies and gentlemen. The panelists have a lot to say about this one, I'm sure. Let's go ahead and throw it over to them to hear what they have to say.
It's the group of death. People will ask you, what's your proof? The proof today is even the previous MSC champions will get taken down. They will not have the opportunity to defend their title.
This is the price of competition. For the longest of times, I've been saying maybe one day Malaysia's going to have two teams going out of groups. We're going to make it out. But I didn't expect it to be at the cost of Indonesia. I think the price is too high.
Fnatic Onic being eliminated. The 4P champions, the MSC defending champions, my personal heroes being knocked out of the group stages, not getting into the knockouts at day number 4 of MSC. Definitely not in my bingo card.
I mean, I'm guessing not in your bingo card as well is that no Indonesian teams makes it to the knockout stage. EVO's Glory and now Fnatic Onic has been knocked out. And with that, Selangor Red Giants is the #1 team of Group B, the group of death. And See You Soon is the #2 team of Group B moving forward to the knockout stage. How crazy is that?
It's too wild. It's too wild. Like, out of all the M Series tournaments, MSC has always been having a special place in my heart. But man, with plays like this where both sides desperately struggling to fight for their tournament lives, and more importantly so, Fnatic, they tried everything. They threw everything at SRG and it still wasn't enough.
A couple of things that I also want to say is that people were not putting a lot of stock on SRG despite them winning like their undefeated run because it was from a region that's not known to kind of get it out of groups. I mean, I'm not saying bad about the Malaysia, but you kind of understand why people doubt SRG's prowess. But I always kept on telling you,
server.
Exactly. But then again, and shoutouts to our NA people who said that Malaysia is an easy server. But what I'm trying to say here is that I've always been, even Mirko and I had a bet where we're gonna be doing 500 push-ups or something if SRG doesn't make it to top 4. Guess what, Mirko? No Indonesian team, SRG up top.
I mean, this is wild. Folks at home understand that we've been in the scene for a while. This is unheard of. Like, we need a moment to like.
That's the thing, right?
We need time to digest.
I am not from Indonesia. I have not always been a fan of Fnatic Onic, but I'm good friends with these people, with Kyrie as well as Coach Sheb. I'm shaking right now. I can't believe it. But at the same time, if Fnatic Onic eventually goes out of the bracket, SRG or See You Soon will be out. I also cannot handle that because See You Soon, they made a big fan out of me. It's SRG, I've always been rooting for them ever since the start. So, Group of Death is it's a heartbreaker. It's a heartbreaker.
Honestly, you should be blaming the scriptwriters at this point because they're just putting all of your favorite teams in one group to make this outcome possible.
It's not like last year's MSC when I can blame Mirko as well as this guy for all the group draw. This year I can't blame anyone.
When me and Mirko do the draw, Indonesia survives.
Yeah.
So don't let us do the draw. It's like it makes it interesting because this is set up to be one of the most exciting international event in MLBB history. Not just MSC, not just M Series, all of it. Because it's anyone's guess now. Here's the thing. If Philippines doesn't win this one, like before this, it was Indonesia that wins this one. So I need time to digest.
I saw a flash in his
Yes.
eyes. It's like, what if Philippines doesn't make it as far as I think it is?
Yeah.
And it's like, his knees got weak for a moment. And I totally get it. But let's pull it back to this game because honestly, I think that Fnatic Onyx were really ego challenging hard. Like very, very hard against SRG trying to play somewhat of a standard draft.
Hold on. While we're having that conversation, we have one topic to talk about, and we're gonna flash it on the screen. And it's a very simple question: will SRG remain undefeated?
Okay.
Imagine going through MSC and not dropping a game. Not dropping a series. Like
I'm gonna ride that train.
You're gonna ride that train?
Yeah, I'm gonna ride the train. Innocent and Cram, as well as Coach Arcadia. And the rest, I mean, Hume's made a big fan of it. I think Stormy is amazing. I understand why he's your boy.
Stormy's my
boy. After that round table, like him a lot, you know? Dude, and of course, as a guy, I think he really have outproven himself, if that is a term. But yeah, he has outproven himself as a valid jungler that you have to talk about, especially when thinking about like assassin junglers. Then he shows up with an alpha. Like, what else can he not use at this point?
You're talking about Skies. Some call him Skies. Either ways, he's our MVP. Sony MVP of the game. Let's check out some of his highlights, man, because talk about him. You're talking about the hero picks. Now he's showing he can use fighters as well.
Yep, there was a hero play that he is eventually going to use. Like, eventually the Lord will be...
Lord?
Yeah, that was around the Lord fight. But at the same time, look at him just getting out of vision so that he can bait someone in. And that eventually was Keyboy. And how active he was. 6 minutes in, he's already securing some parts of the map. And then, obviously, this is the chip's prowess. There's really nothing you can do about this, especially if Keyboy constantly dies. 2 deaths at 7 minutes on a tank like a Kufra is actually you not getting into the zone where you're a threat. And Keyboy is constantly not a threat in this game because he died so much. He gets the dominance ice around 10 minutes, which meant that he's not tanky enough to do his role.
Look at Skies. Look at how... Okay, let me set the story here. Listen to my voice.
Okay.
Kyrie is his idol. He idolizes Kyrie, and now he can say he defeated his idol, man.
Oh, when idols become rivals?
Dude, like the journey this young man has from idolizing someone, meeting him on the international stage, and defeating him, and honestly, being the reason why he's knocked out of knockout stage.
Still can't believe it.
It's crazy. It's a young, new jungler coming into it, playing alpha of all things, which a lot of people count out in the jungle.
At the same time, I would say this is because of the draft as well. I mean, I'm not gonna diminish what the players were able to do. To be fair, they were spectacular in this game.
They
overachieved. But you put Kyrie in a disadvantage where it's almost like a checkmate. Picking up the alpha means that you deny all of the utility junglers. You cannot play Baksha in this case, that's gonna struggle. You definitely not Fredrin, right? Maybe Barrett's, but then there is Moskov as well that can deal, you know, if it gets a DHS, you're quite in a lot of trouble, and it's very awkward to play the Barrett's against the chip. Kyrie was put in a checkmate. I mean, I did predict the Lancelot, but doesn't mean that it's like the best pick at all. I'm just like I just thought that it was an ego pick, like you said, and it was duly punished by Sekai's playstyle on the alpha.
To be fair, me and Wolf were talking during the game, and a lot of the topic just came around like, man, interesting draft because it means that Coach Yeba has, bringing the floor higher up and the ceiling even higher because there at least is an opportunity to outplay your opponent despite the disadvantage.
That's right. It's like if you play the utility junglers, you will not essentially lose, but you don't have a chance to win. If you play the Lancelot, you definitely will have you will be stumped, or you will play highlight game where Kyrie just escapes that so many times, you one-shot Innocent and then win the game afterwards.
I mean, here's the thing. I don't know about you gentlemen, but I feel like crying, but I don't know why. Do I cry because I'm proud that the Malaysian teams are doing good? Cry is like, Indonesia is not part of the conversation. Like, this like, I feel like this is gonna take some time.
There are so many things to celebrate.
Do you guys want me to pinch you guys in case you guys are sleeping, or you know?
I've been pinching myself the entire time. I still haven't let go.
There's so many wins that we have to also celebrate here. Despite, Fnatic, Onyx losing this, man, Malaysia is on top, and I would say right now they're like at least top 2. And then you're thinking about see you soon. the way that they handled Fnatic Onyx and technically almost went against SRG, you might even wonder, whoa, maybe this season might have been the top one, right?
Yeah.
Think about it. It's 1-1, right?
Try to separate all 4 teams into different groups.
Exactly.
Imagine if they're not in the same group.
There is a W here, people, and I think that MLBB is going to be thankful for it. Unfortunately, it has to be Fnatic on the carrying coach having to do the sacrifice and, losing their keys. But at the same time, there are so many wins that we have to celebrate.
Their keys, dude, it's
going to meet the hydraulic press.
Dude, I forgot about that. I never would have thought Fnatic on it would have their keys crushed in a group stage.
Yeah.
Not this early on as well.
Not this early on.
It's wild. It's a wild time that we're living in right now. And honestly, if there's anything to blame, we blame the patch.
Let's blame the patch. I blame the group draw not being Miracle and LaFell.
Wow, you forgot my name for a while, huh? It's okay. It's been a long day.
Yeah, it's been a long day.
But
Amal.
We're jumping into the second game. Gentlemen, we're jumping into the second game.
I haven't even moved on, man.
Yeah.
I haven't moved on as well, but second game, this is testing ground for both teams because we got to remember, Yum said, Keyboy, let's have an amazing match that we can toss around. So, oh no, now they're showing the key as well. They're showing the key.
It's just pain. It's just pain.
It's
all
exciting.
pain right
Sad.
Oh no, are you kidding?
Angry. They're
they
focusing
zoomed
on
in.
the key. Dude, I want to take a picture with that key.
You won't get a chance to. Well, maybe. Well, you might still have a chance.
The broken one.
Yeah. But you can see that even at least amongst the coaching staff, amongst the players, they're not beating themselves too hard.
When I have a kid, this is the story I'm going to tell them. Wolf now curses Indonesia.
Is it really? Yeah, you're right. The curse has been transferred.
How is it that Singapore and Malaysia is the one doing well now?
I don't know. It's a weird world that we're living in, but we're already into the draft, and let's see how it goes.
Wow.
We'll remember the year. It's 2024.
Oh my God.
Jumping into the draft. Fnatic Onyx, Selangor Red Giants.
Are you kidding me? Yeah, I did.
This is the final game of the day.
I 100% did.
Right?
Yeah. Even if you look at Evo's Glory, everybody was, apart from us, LaFell.
Yeah.
Evo's Glory were easily the top one of most teams in that bracket.
Definitely.
Yeah. And Fnatic Onyx is top one overall,
Yeah, definitely.
What is happening? What is wrong with me? Maybe I should stop being a talent anymore, Is that a way to go?
Hey, man, you can start coaching Malaysian teams if you want.
Hey. Well, they don't. First of all, they don't need me. Second of all, I think they don't need coaches anymore.
Well,
coaching overrated.
Yeah, drafters overrated. Let's just draft ourselves,
Here's the thing: we're in the draft right now. Fnatic on it. Like if I'm Skies, I'll be smiling ear to ear. All my heroes are getting bad. I mean, to be fair, like Roger, you can put it on Innocent, but it's like basically 3 junglers: the Nolan, the Fanny, the Roger. I mean, again, you're facing against your idol, and even your idol is not arguing with the coach. Like, yeah, just ban those heroes.
It's worth getting rid of. And now the Harith is the final. Let's see what the first
Louis
pick
open.
I mean, at this point, I feel like Sans getting the Farsa later down the line. Yes, the artillery is a pretty good idea, but against the chip it can be a little tough. But now we're seeing the rest of the heroes start to come in for these players. Maybe they can utilize it better.
Yeah. This also means that okay, it's Moskov.
Yeah, Moskov first pick.
Okay, so yeah, CW wants to pay back, but that means that Louis is gonna be the pick here for SRG, right?
Wait, hold on. Is that Gojas playing instead of Cram?
You're right.
Oh wait, it is.
Because
you know what? Let the guy play.
Let the man play.
Let him show up saying, "I'm not just a sub, bro. I can do work."
And if there's any team that he can prove himself, right? It's definitely Fnatic Onyx. So excited to see this. It's Arlott and Louis. Tail us all this time. One of the strongest and most disgusting combos in the world.
At this point, Louis, Arlott, Alpha,
yeah,
try to move. Fredrin, Baxia.
Oh.
Like, any utility slash fighter jungle is gonna work well with this duo.
Yeah. So you go Edith, maybe get your Firesun or Novaria, okay? So that's a Moscovaria big combo.
Or Novaskov.
Novaskov, nah.
Novaskov.
Yep.
Moscovia.
Bovaria. The thing with Novaria is that it's great versatility, so I understand where that comes from. You want to go for... You want to take your marksman now, right? If you're SRG.
Most likely. I think, you know, Claude is still available.
Claude is great.
Yeah, at least you have the
great.
mobility, and you can use the Purify. Anything Purify at this point is going to be relevant.
I hope that this will be Beatrix as well. Innocent plays that hero so well. I don't remember if it is... Has he played it in MPL Malaysia?
Nope. He hasn't.
Okay.
All he plays is Harith and Roger.
Harith and Roger.
Oh, he's played Claude.
JOY!
Joy Jungle.
Now you have to ban Angela if you are Fnatic Onic, I believe.
Although, I don't know. I mean, I don't like Malaysian teams using Angela, dude.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I don't like them using Angela.
Yeah, it will be Yumsto's forced to pick it. So
the only reason I would be okay if Yums uses the Angela is if the Angela can use the Way of the Dragon.
The way of the Angela?
The Way of the Angela.
Okay.
You go inside someone and then you kick them.
You can choose which direction to get a mega dash.
Or what if he picks up the Petrify on the Angela?
Oh.
Wait. If he goes into someone, he can petrify.
He can actually Petrify, right? Like Angela Joy with Petrify? Hey, that's scary.
These are the talks that coaches have.
Yeah.
What if Angela petrified? Okay, here's the thing.
Look, there it is. They still bet it.
No, here's the thing. If that becomes a thing in rank, TM, copyright, we called it, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. All right. It's the Wolf Angela.
It's the Wolf Angela? That's what you're going to name it?
That's what I'm going to name it.
I like the ideas. Personally, I like all of the ideas so far, but even from SRG's side, they're still making sure that this Joy is, well, going to be able to reach that backline. Banning out the Fredrin makes sense to me. The fact that Arlet's already out of the way, that saves you some time.
That's right. So how do you answer that with a jungle pick now? If you are Fnatic Onic, you want a hero that's faster. Typically, the Nolan is it was the traditional answer to the Joy back in M5, you remember. But Fnatic Onic themselves have banned that hero. So without the Hayabusa, without the Roger, without the Ling, maybe Julian is the next best thing for Fnatic Onic that actually farms very fast. Or maybe they're the team that picks up the Hellcurt, right? Maybe carry Hellcurt could work.
Let's remind ourselves, Joy does not have the anti-CC anymore.
That's right.
Joy can be CC'd now. So
you can play the CC in.
That's not what I mean. That's not what I mean. Although CC, current call, lock the Joy.
Yeah, could be.
It could work.
I can see it happening. I can definitely see it happening.
I hope that we see an Esmeralda because this is Luyi, Joy, and Grok. They go Masha instead. Okay, whatever. And then Hellcurt perhaps for Mr. Kyrie. Oh, Guinevere. Oh, no anti-CC. There is CC. I think they're okay. So you're looking for a marksman.
Probably a Claude, right?
Yeah.
A Claude versus the Moskov. Maybe you want to go back to the Beatrix or the Ruby.
My only problem is that the Guinevere can jump on you and you don't have the Purify.
Yeah, that's why I like the Ruby for SRG. This is a way to cancel the Guinevere, Masha's.
What about Carry?
Carry
might be difficult here, actually.
Yeah, there's a lot of Cs.
Yeah, a lot of,
no, not really Cs. A lot of one-shot heroes like Masha. Yeah, they go back to the Claude. Understandable.
Yep, again, using a hero that has a Purify makes it a little bit more interactive when you're going up against the Guinevere. Thank you very much, Gideon. Thank you very much, Wolf. Casters, I don't know about you guys, but we need to digest. So give us some time, because now it's your time to do your job.
Thank you, gentlemen. We also need some time to digest, man.
Yeah, man, we all need to digest, man. I mean, at this point, even Fnatic Onic have to digest. Nice. So how do they tackle this game, right? They're out.
Oh, man, I don't know, but it looks like, you know, even with the fact that they're not going to be going forward to defend their title into the knockout stage, they still want to go out in style. They still want to possibly go out and get this win here with an interesting draft that they brought to the table. But, you know, what we saw earlier And with the changes here, even with SRG bringing Gojez in, let's see how they look with this lineup as they get prepped and ready for moving forward. We jump into Land of Dawn one last time for today as we round out Group B. After things have already fallen into place once again, can SRG continue on with a 2-0 here against Fnatic Onic? And as we look at the lineup as well, you know, the fact that Gojez is on this R lot, actually he's already going to be forcing out Keyboy, it looks like, from the jungle. But yeah, interestingly enough, Sakai's also bringing out the Joy jungle.
Yeah, with Impure Rage this time, Sky's on that Joy. We did actually get to see this as well last time, if you remember. Keyboy here. This seems like Sans, we forced a flicker all the way before the first minute even. So no flicker, no Inspire, 2 up top CW. Actually, with the Inspire, Innocent is looking to go for the trade down. He does have a few of those passive stacks. CW forced to go for the regen, and in this matchup, he has the Master Assassin. This is like, I mean, usually for CW with the Moskov, with the Inspire, with the Master Assassin, you expect them to win, but Innocent's doing a good job up top.
Again, when I reference the fact that you know, we got to talk to SRG a little bit on the roundtable, this was the match they were looking forward to the most. You know, they had specific players they had in mind going against. So hold on, see, okay, I think they're going to be fine. So, you know, I was getting ready for that electrifying beats there because we saw that before with the Joy. But yeah, going back to it, you know, SRG was looking forward to this matchup, and I feel like even as they approach into this game, you know, they're riding on this huge morale boost, huge momentum. And it makes me wonder what is, again, making it work so well for SRG, because we heard from Stormy that it's all of them. It's not just one player, and I think really, if you guys haven't been watching Selangor Red Giants through their journey up to mid-season invitational here at EWC, now you know, right? The proof is there as they have now gone in and just performed near perfect, near peak, in resemblance of what we saw from Team Liquid yesterday. With that, nothing really happening in the early game. Oh, Innocent finally taken down in that 1v1. Turtles up though.
Final slash onto Sans together with the diversion into the back line as Keyboy is still there with the onward. Sans survives, Kyrie wins out the retreat battle and gets out with the spatial migration. Fnatic Onic getting all the dubs in game 2, the first 2 minutes.
Yeah, already off to a good start for them. Again, mid lane, look at this. Keyboy, not level 40 just yet, now gets it online. Same with Yumes. We'll go ahead and get that wild charge now on this Grok pick. And that's something that can be said too. Going back to it once again, the roamers here, man, have really been doing so much for the team. I wouldn't be surprised if somehow, like maybe all the teams don't get the chip anymore, or they draft for that, because so far from what we've seen from drafting is utilizing the Louis, utilizing the chip if it's open, and taking that. We take a look here at some of this rotation, of course, for Sakai's. To build up on this Joy, I think one of the main things is utilizing it with the fact that you have a huge burst potential in comparison with the Louis Yi. Like, that's enough magic damage in the early game to set you up.
Good Valid Requiem with the spatial migration straight into the Spear of CW. Innocent, no Purify to use to escape from that situation. 2-0 up, Fnatic Onic in game number 2.
Let me ask you this, Mirko. Oh, hold on. Final slash. I don't think you're going to go through all those 2 health bars, but
ask away.
Let me ask this. What if we had a Guinevere in the previous game instead of a Lancelot?
Things would definitely be different, you know? I mean, take a look at Kyrie's damage. You're over the Skies on the Guinevere. Or even the Astrosphere as well there earlier. Sans now Skies goes with the electrifying beat. Stormy punishes him with the yin yang reaction. Skies still revealed by that Astral Echo. Will stay in the bush for a bit longer. Kyrie will be falling there. It's a trade back, so I guess you get your answer. Now with the charge, straight into the Gojez, his final slash, right into the yin yang reaction. But Keyboy is still able to survive with the Primal Wrath, punishing Gojez for overextending.
You could see on your screen too, Sakai's laughing at that, but Gojez had the right thing in mind. Oh, hold on, CW?
Now with the Inspire as well, trying to go for it. Keyboy jumps in with the Earth Shatter and the R-Word, locking Stormy down, but Stormy's able to flick around. Now with the Yang reaction, getting the shielding down as Keyboy will be forced back. Innocent gunning him down. The Earth Shatter connecting, and one last shot from Innocent. Now it's Kyrie looking for the cleanup. Now as Yums is very low inside of the bush, Kyrie decides to go for Innocent, but he jumps back in onto the Battle Mirror image with the Violet Requiem. He doesn't need the spatial migration. 2 thunderclaps to take Yums out. Now Skies on the electrifying beat, has another thunderclap reset for Lupi, goes into the Skies, flickers out to safety, and Sans is there to provide some backup.
Yep, good fighting once again from both teams here, but SRG also to respond. You know, they fall back, they fall behind just a little bit. We're going to take a look at the replay brought to us by STC. Great initiations on the top side. Keyboy was there, gets the Earth Shatter. You know, Stormy one hit away, but eventually Lutfi also joins the fight, comes in with the Thunderclap. And, you know, I'm actually really interested on what build path we're going to see here because, you know, before, yeah, Gojes,
They're having fun.
They're having fun. They should. You know, bringing in Gojes here, of course, for this. And, oh, not going to land that final slash. Might get whittled down here. Unless they just disengage. Looks like they're going to go ahead and disengage. But SRG, at the most part, is just trying to keep things from slipping too far in favor of Fnatic Onic.
Slowly but surely, Spear of Misery down below. Innocent doing some damage back on the CW. Damn, that's a lot of damage.
That's it, and which is weird. He's 1 in 3. Right? He's 1 in 3 on the Claude, and we know that
That's
Claude,
why I was surprised.
Yeah, he takes time to build up, man. But look at this, like Innocent is still going to play that style of his in the gold lane, even if he's down. I mean, even looking at the gold difference here, you can see it, right? He is behind, what, 700 gold or so? Nothing too crazy. Diversion going to be used here. What do they end up landing?
Wild charge flicker. Yums now straight into the collapse now as Kyrie isn't able to find spatial migration. Keyboy using the Primal Rat defensively. The electrifying beats from Skies. Not enough to take Kyrie down as he is able to survive. So Fnatic Onic, they lose CW. CW.
They just lose him, you know, lose CW. They pick that up. There's the difference between those gold laners once again, but they both pretty much have nearly the same items, nearly identical there. For CW, though, of course, he wants to go ahead and continue to farm up, get that next, either the Golden Staff DHS, that we see what Moscow's do, but Innocent's going to go ahead and just take down this Tier 1 turret. They're going to be too late to get to it, and you can see this, Yums providing it that vision with this Grok. Makes me wonder here, Mirko, like, what's more value, the Lu Yi or the chip? Or do you think they're equal?
I think they're kind of equal. And both times, spatial migration, Violent Requiem, Gojes going to be pinned down to the wall by CW, but look at the diversion again! CW able to get the Abyss Walker, but Innocent just guns him down with the Blazing Duet. Right on time to answer your question. Chipper, Lohi, both are equally strong. Kyrie jumps to the back. Innocent still able to escape for a bit, but will be taken out by Kyrie. And that will be a trade. It's actually a 2-for-1 in the end.
Yeah. Turtle's up, though. So with that, you're going to see Fnatic Onic go ahead and just try to get in this zone, in this area. But Yums is going to spot a lot of this out. With this Grok, he's going to get flipped over.
Spatial migration, locking him down into that Violet Requiem. The combo together with the Astro Meteor placed down. That's a kill over to Sans as Skies. Now goes with Electrifying Beast. Not enough damage onto Keyboy or onto Kyrie. The Primal Wrath gets used up. The final slash onto 2 as Kyrie jumps to the back, but Skies is able to escape. Gojes flickers out, gets caught in the spatial migration. The Spear and the Astral Spear. Everything and the kitchen sink thrown at him. They will be able to secure turtle number 3. Skies tries to go for a little cheeky steal there at CW. Who claims it? Kyrie unable to go for that retribution. Skies wants this 1v1. Never mind.
Yeah, never mind. Diversion's going to be used too, but here's a response. Sends in Stormy and Yums to go ahead and cut that area off. As we look at the replay once again, this was just a great setup from Keyboy using the Earth Shatter, set things into motion, and then they go ahead and eventually get this turtle as well. But, you know, something about it, I mean, the lineup that we're seeing here from Fnatic Onic, like I said, I'm really wondering if, even in the last draft, if the Guinevere came into play, how that would have fared. Because the Lancelot really struggled, and we're seeing some of these assassin picks trying to fit into this meta. I think Joy's one of them as well. Like, as we look at Joy, we know she provides a ton of damage. Look, she's got the Starlium Scythe. She's building onto the next item. And it all goes into the relationship between that Joy and the Lu Yi. Okay. Oh, diversion, bottom side.
Again, wild charge on the CW, Yums! There's something with CW and Yums, man. And now Kyrie goes for the spatial migration. It's a good flicker out by Stormy. Keyboy goes for the onward as well, but the Violet Requiem will be able to lock him down together with Keyboy and the Primal Wrath. It's a trade down as Innocent gets out. Gojes goes in for vengeance with the final slashes, but he's all alone. But if you take a look at the mid lane, Skies just goes for a trade. That's a tier 1.
Great, there's great decisions coming out from SRG where they can get a pick, utilizing the diversion, utilizing the conceal, but I feel like this time around, Fnatic Onic actually having an answer for a lot of that, and part of that's actually the Masha pick. You know, when you have loot beyond this Masha pick, you can go towards that back line, and that's what we're seeing happening here. With Innocent, sometimes he has to be a little more careful, even where he BMI's back to, because of the fact that Loopy could hunt him down. And so with that, you know, nothing too crazy in terms of gold lead for Fnatic Onic, but they are able to fight back once SRG decides to go ahead and try to find a setup. Mid lane looks like to be the focus right now. Both teams still looking to go ahead and start this Lord. It's now spawned, but SRG does have that mid turret still up in the tier 1.
Again, for SRG, it's all about that slow build-up because, again, they have Innocent on the Claude, and for some reason, he was picked off twice, by the way, in the early game. So the fact that he was still able to somewhat stay equal in farm with CW is already very impressive. And on top of that, we got Yums having personal beef with CW for sure, right? He's just been targeting him down again. CW in the back this time, not onto CW. It's Kyrie who gets out, but Sans gets caught all alone into the electrifying beats. The beats of victory for SRG.
You know, I think I just got the answer to my own question earlier. Hold on. Keep away should be okay. Looks like they're just going to get this Lord here. It looks like Fnatic might want to push them off and even fight for it. Getting in the zone, Kyrie there on the backside. Loopy also swinging around here.
Go just again with final slash, finds Kyrie, displaces him as the Lord gets taken down by Skies. Now Kyrie getting ran down by electrifying beats. Lippy has a thunderclap but can only go on Innocent right now as he finds the kill back. Now it's Stormy with a diversion onto Kyrie. The spatial migration together with Violet Rec Boom will be able to lock him down, but there's not enough damage. Skies gets out, the clone is right there. Yums gets shot down by Sans. Spear of Destruction not connecting. SRG running away. Gorgeous still able to pace out. Let's take a look at Sans with the snipe, taking Yums out up top. But still, the Lord is still in favor of SRG.
Nowhere safe. Not even when you're trying to hide in the bushes to recall. Good pickup there once again from Fnatic on it. Just real quick to go back to it. I think Louis is more value, man. The fact that you can place the diversion. Chip, you know, Chip, you have to, you're shown, you're on the map. You know where the shortcut's gonna go. CW goes down. Okay, mid lane, Lord's gonna be worked on too. It's taken out of the picture. They get a flicker out.
This flicker is out. Skies, look at him. Look at how much of a menace he is at the 11th minute of the game.
Just playing music for him.
This is a nerf Joy, by the way.
Yeah, it is, actually.
This is a nerf Joy. Like, I thought this nerf was going to really take her out of the game.
It was the first time we saw the Joy. It was during the wild card, I think.
Exactly.
Right?
And it did really well, too. I think it was Chibi, right?
Yeah, and, you know, I think even if you look at this replay here, this was interesting. Yums, I'm not sure if this is the final shot, but Fnatic Onyx knew what they wanted to do with the lineup they had. We're going to get a slow-mo looked at it. There's Sans, lines it up. Goja is not even, actually sidesteps
like, yeah, nah.
Yeah, I'm not going to block that
And
for you.
again, we've had that. Wait, is this the same clip, or has he just been laughing the same way 3 times?
I feel like that's just him right now.
That's
you know?
just him?
That's just him.
Synchronized laughing.
Synchronized laughing. Always laughing, but yeah, Fnatic Onyx, it's pretty much dead even, man. Look at this. Look at the gold department. You know, for the most part, there's nothing really giving any team a drastic favor other than the fact that, you know, there's way more turrets, at least for SRG, to play around with. They've got 5 down of Fnatic Onyx. And so you're going to have to kind of see them play around the diversion. Items also, they've got the Winter's Crown for Stormy available there. The Starlium Scythe, Holy Crystal also locked in now for Sakai's. And that's where you're going to see that damage. Oh, and then the Divine Glaive as well, as I was just going into that. So he picks up Divine Glaive, Divine Version.
Again with the wild charge. Now with the Sans again. This time he won't be able to flicker out of it. And Sans gets assassinated by Stormy together with Yums.
Divine Version. That's what I just called it.
Divine Version.
Yeah.
Wild Diversion.
Wild Diversion. Both work. And so going back to it, SRG now still going for the pickoff. Keyboy.
Primal Rat trying to survive. Innocent takes him out away in the purple buff. And with Gorgeous, just with the final slash, he's able to displace him enough for the rest of the team to deal with him. 13-11, but the gold lead is still in favor of SRG.
Yep, just a bit by a couple hundred gold. Nothing too crazy. Like I said, Fnatic Onyx, it looks like they should be able to actually contest this and get into the zone, but they don't want to just deal with it, you know, given the fact that they do have pretty good clear. They could find themselves just defending. Diversion going to be used right there on the side of the jungle. No wild charge coming through that one. They're not going to pull the trigger just yet. But like I was saying, the clear speed from Fnatic Onyx lineup should be pretty good. They could actually still extend this game. It is almost that 15-minute mark. Malefic Roar now being picked up by CW. So we'll see once again as this Lord will eventually spawn up and push in. For SRG, though, as they approach the base here, it's really like they have so many tools they can use. Coaches, he's been doing it all game. You know, he might not have landed all of them, but he is trying to use that final slash to swoop in the members of Fnatic Onyx to force that fight.
I think Wolf already said it, right? The fact that, this Arlet and Loyi, it's a deadly combination, and it was first picked. Fnatic Onic went for the Moskov, and so far, this Moskov first pick, though it was great in the early game, he was able to get a solo kill on Innocent and then a few more with the help of the team. Not the snowball you would expect. It's actually still Innocent who's ahead of CW, despite the inspired choice, despite the early aggression, and now Innocent has a win in nature.
Yeah, Innocent does a great job, usually in any of his matchups in the gold lane, where he does play aggressive, but most of the time he ends up winning the matchup. So even against someone like CW,
wild diversion again, but this time Yums, okay, a bit too aggressive. If we get a replay again, maybe we get to see Gorgeous' laugh again, right? Spirit Destruction on the Stormy this time with the winner crown there. Kyrie gonna go for the backup as Lippy jumps in onto Gorgeous with the Thunderclap. It's Stormy getting caught. 3 members. Onto Gorgeous with the Thunderclap. It's Stormy getting caught. 3 members. Going a bit too aggressive earlier. Fnatic Onic punished them.
Yeah, I don't know. The timing was off on that from SRG. Sending Yums in, and then, that pretty much just negates the Lord that they had to work around with. So they'll go ahead and just kind of be on the defensive themselves this time. And then also gives Fnatic Onic now the chance to push in a little bit as they get this tier 2 in the mid lane down. So what more do they take? Also, that tier 1 bottom side will go. Oh, Kyrie jumps in.
Spatial migration into Violet Requiem. Gorgeous losing immortality. Innocent now with Lazy Duets in the backline, but CW is going to be melted down. Innocent going back to the battle mirror image, dealing enough damage in the process of that Skies. Now with Electrifying Beach, trying to get them down. Kyrie will jump in with a spatial migration. Yums forced to flicker out. Skies, no immortality. Right as he gets it, Skies is still able to escape. Well played. What an escape as Innocent again baits out the onward, goes back to the BMI. SRG are having fun.
Everyone is everywhere. That last team fight, literally everyone was everywhere, and even for Innocent. I'm surprised. We're going to take a look at the replay here from STC. Okay,
we're going to get the laugh.
we got this one where they tried to go into the base, and they punished using that diversion. But yeah, even the last fight, man, okay, here we go. We get to see it. That was Sakai's escape.
Laugh.
Innocent comes in. There's no Goja's laugh.
There's no Goja's
He's not laughing anymore, man.
Hey. Maybe next time we get a Yums laugh,
Yeah, we should. Next time they send him with the diversion.
Maybe they should just get a LaFell laugh.
We could get that on track, maybe. Lord's up. Diversion used. Yum's going to go ahead and spot a lot of this out, but Fnatic Onic, based on how everything has gone the past couple minutes, they're actually good to fight this. They're still going to keep Sands down there clearing that lane. He's probably going to go ahead, rotate now to this Lord. And it looks like they don't want to pull the trigger on it yet. They don't want to be the ones to actually pull this entirely out because of the fact that the wild charge is still a big threat for them. So SRG taking their time as well. It's funny when you look at it too, because there's one hit on that bottom turret of the base turret for Fnatic Onic. So even if SRG wanted to push it in, diversion going to be used this time to displace themselves on this side of the map behind enemy lines as they wait patiently.
No. Kyrie opens up the bush, spatial migration, connects onto the back line, onto Stormy too. Keyboy now with a conceal. Stormy flickers out to safety, but Lippy might be able to go for the Thunderclap as Winter Crown gets popped in, but he should still fall. It's Lippy with mega kill now as Kyrie jumps in. Innocent very low. Kyrie going for the retribution. It's 50-50. Skies takes it away, but Gorgeous will be caught, forced to flicker as he gets scratched down by Lippy on the Masha. It's 3-4-0, but SRG do get the Lord.
They got the Lord. They're going to run it down mid anyway, though. Fnatic Onic still pushing in. Guardian's Barrier going to be used to buy a little more time.
Look at Skies.
Oh, Skies.
Earth Shatter into the Thunderclap. Lippy picks up the monster kill. You can see just in a few seconds the Lord coming back up, but they might just be going for the end right here. All of them going for the turret. But now they're just going to wait for Yo. Spatial migration timed in together. They can't even go for the end anymore.
There's no minions.
There's no minions. It's still coming down. Stormy, 3 seconds for him to respawn. Innocent as well. They're just going to force it now. But I don't know if they can even do it. Stormy right there, respawning. Diversion. Lippy with Flicker and the Thunderclap. The minions finally coming down. And Fnatic Onic, they go out, but they go out in style. They get a win up against SRG.
And although Fnatic Onic will not move on to the knockout stage at the mid-season invitational to defend their title, they will go out with their heads up and a win here. Again, you can hear the crowd as well. They still have the crowd support for them to watch them battling out through this very competitive group of champions, Group B, the group of death here for the mid-season invitational 2024 at EWC in the Amazon Arena.
Super sad to see the thrill and the agony here for Fnatic Onic and SRG. But for SRG, it's all smiles definitely for the Malaysian fans who've all been hyping this team up, who've all been talking about them.
Yeah.
It almost feels like they're a mythical creature. Everybody's been talking about their scrim results. Everybody's been talking about how strong they are. Some people have said they're playing on an easy server.
Yeah, that's true. We've seen a lot of that. And I guess you got to say, too, you know, for a lot of people, it was, even myself, Mirko, I was the one saying, like, I heard what they accomplished throughout their regional, you know, through the MPL, getting to this point, hearing that they were undefeated, how good they looked, the synergy. But I was like, well, yeah, let's see what happens when they get to the international stage. And look what happened. Look what they've accomplished.
Undefeated, technically, even now, 1-1. That's a draw. That's not a loss.
That's not a loss. Undefeated and untarnished Selangor Red Giants. It's just shocking the entire MLBB esports world here, of course, with a great performance. And that's closing out Group B for us again. It's me, Naisu, and Mirko, bringing you the action on the desk here. We're going to go ahead and throw it over on stage with Mara and Dawood Sandstorm. Let's hear what they have to say.
From Selangor Red Giants here with us, Innocent. Congratulations, big statement. You took down the defending MSC champs, and still, you guys are undefeated. Now, how important was this win for you, seeing how great you guys are doing, especially for your career, coming from the Philippines to Malaysia and now here in the MSC 2024?
Pwede Tagalog na.
Pwedeng Tagalog. You can speak in Tagalog.
Sobrang importante sa akin, hindi lang sa akin, pati na din sa mga kampi ko dahil ito yung magbuboost pa ng confidence namin para sa playoffs. Kasi feeling ko kayang-kaya namin yung finals eh. Kaya namin mako-champion sa MSC eh.
Oh wow, how about for your career?
Sa career ko, feeling ko sobrang importante niya kasi mas nabuboost yung confidence ko, and simula nung pag-join ko ng Selangor Red Giants, sobrang ganda ng nangyari sa akin.
He's saying that he's feeling really confident. It boosts his confidence, not just for him, but also his teammates, because he knows what they can do and they feel that they can move on, not just a podium finish, but they can take the championship. And as for his career, his confidence is all the way up, especially with what's happening with him right now.
Oh, it's got to be sky high after a performance like that. And I do have to say, now you are done with the group of death. Now you are done with Fnatic Onic here at MSC 2024. Is there any other team that you're looking forward to taking down in the knockout stage of the tournament?
Liquid Echo.
Liquid Echo. Bakit? Why Liquid Echo?
Kasi sila yung champion sa MPL PH.
He said Liquid Echo because they're the champions in MPL Philippines and they want to defeat the champions.
I mean, you have to make a statement, and that right there, I love the fact that he's making a challenge and he wants to take on the best team, or one of the best teams here at MSC. And of course, one more question for you. We want to give you this opportunity to say anything to the fans watching you here in Riyadh or supporting you back at home watching this live stream.
Gusto ko lang magpasalamat sa lahat ng fans namin and sa tita ko na pumunta pa. Ayun. And sa family ko sa Pinas, and lalong-lalo na sa girlfriend ko.
Say the shout out to the girlfriend.
Shout out sa girlfriend ko, Cha.
Cha. We want to say thank you to everybody. Shout out to his aunt that's watching here, all the Filipinos that's watching all over the world, and of course, his girlfriend, Cha. Cha, he's winning the championship for you. Congratulations once again. And now we're going to turn it back to the studio to break it down for us. Panel, what you got?
So in this game, Onic won. Yes.
Yep.
But again, it's like a bittersweet situation. It's like good news, bad news. Good news, we won. Bad news is like still not going to the knockout stage. But
Yeah.
anyways, looking at this game, what do you have to say about this?
It seems like Lu Yi only loses to Novaria, so it seems like it's canon actually. Like the two losses that that we were able to see the group stage so far has been with the Novaria. Masha works well against marksman. We already know that in the latter portions of the game for sure. I'm just very much surprised about this Guinevere, which kind of felt like it's not the most or the strongest hero in the meta game, but yeah, it won a game, so yeah, it proves that Guinevere is still viable.
I mean, it's got a lot of mobility. It's not like it's completely out of the metagame, but honestly, the way that Fnatic played today, I'm going to miss this. I'm going to, like, everybody was trying to make plays off of each other. They were trying to get back to that fluid form.
Oh man, imagine not being able to see more of Kyrie in the knockout stages, but that is the world that we have to accept that we live in. Obviously, the Moscow Varia is still pretty strong. You saw its potency in the mid game and in the latter portions when there's a 5v5. Big W on the senses of Kyrie. You saw that. I thought that was already SRG's wonderful play with a TP, with a recall of 3 members in the Lizard Bush. Guess what? Kyrie smells ya.
Yeah. Insane game sense, right? What else can we say about it?
Honestly, let's talk about the Joy pick as well. What do you guys think about the Joy pick in the jungle?
Well, initially I thought like, okay, yeah, the hypermobility is going to be good, but it's really a test of mechanics, right? Can you dodge the initial magic thump? And then even after that, there's still the onwards. So it really comes down to how many resources are you going to commit onto this Joy?
I think I always feel that Joy pick is... Joy has been slept on for sure. I think the lack of Angela kind of devastated us. I think, yeah, for sure, you're looking at good setups with the overall composition with the Luyi, for example. Might have been an overkill with the Joy, obviously, needing a lot of farm as well with the Cloud Bane in there. I think even in an M5, you remember me talking about the fact that if you pick up the Joy, you better not have a farm-dependent gold laner as well, which we saw is a problem for sure. I don't know if we go to a 23-minute game, if the Joy Cloud will dump the Moscow alone, but there's also that Masha, which by the way was also a problem for Joy because Masha doesn't care about you having CC immunity. She's gonna just overload you with damage.
Yeah, and that's not even to like, not to mention that even for Jaewei, he decided, you know, there's nothing to lose. I might as well go all out, balls out. Picks up the Inspire as well on the Moskov when technically the most optimal play was to take Purify.
Yeah. Let's continue talking about this because
okay,
Fnatic Onyx key. It's just a few minutes away, guys.
Yeah.
Like I'm letting you guys know to prep yourself because I'm pretty sure it's not in your bingo books that in the group stage we'll see it getting crushed. Let's talk about let's.
Why are you always the bearer of bad news?
How do I say this? As a host, I make sure that people are happy and sad at the same time. It's kind of like it's part of my job description. I'm pretty sure it's part of the contract. It's like when you make people happy, also bring them down to earth and make them sad. Throw 2 breaks, call out sponsors. That's part of the contract that I have.
I guess.
About you guys, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not part of my contract to deliver that news, so thank you for delivering that news. I'm actually just weirded out by the fact that I'm surrounded by 2 Malaysians and the Malaysian team just got top 1, and you seem like you're not happy.
Well,
you're not overly happy. Remember back in the day when you're just, you know, you breathe properly, you're very expressive when Malaysian teams win.
Yeah, and
you're like you're always like jumping around, or you're like big sigh of relief. But today it's weird, right? It's weird.
Yeah, it honestly feels weird that you know 2 Malaysian teams are coming out of the groups. But I also prepared like a lot of things where enemy, you know, Wolf enemy, public enemy #1. I can't use any of that anymore.
Not anymore.
You know what? We're gonna continue this while we're looking at the Sony match MVP, and it's gonna be Kyrie. Oh, I'm not gonna say that a lot. This is the last. This is the last time we're gonna say that a Sony MVP is going over to Kyrie. And here's the thing, Wolf. It's not that we're not happy. We're just more confused than happy.
I understand.
It's like, you know, there's a lot of examples that I can't say on camera.
That I can live with. Yeah, I guess the emotion, if this was like Inside Out 2, the new emotion that we have mastered about someone is confused, right? Yeah.
I was confusion. Way, but all right, that works too.
Guys, I have good news. Even though Evil's Glory is out, right?
Okay.
Fnatic Onyx is out.
Yeah.
There's still an Indonesian.
Udil.
We're still
the last Kage.
The last Kage. The last. So they're still here.
They're still here.
All right, don't lose hope. Don't lose hope just yet.
That's very true.
But yes, Kyrie, our Sony match MVP, 16 KD. That's higher than I thought.
Hey man, the math makes sense, right? Kills plus assists divided by deaths. He's got 16 overall. I mean, at this point in time, I think that I think at this point in time, even from the previous meta, right? We've known that Kyrie has been able to play these highly mechanical heroes.
For
and
sure.
I think Guinevere definitely used to be on top of his list before, you know, a couple of nerfs of, other priority picks came into the meta.
Yeah, I guess the Thunderbolt also helped, right? Every time you try to poke, that will be great. And surprise, another diversion play this time.
Yeah, now we have Gorgeous from Selangor Red Giants. So Wolf, you don't have 2 Malaysians, you have 3 Malaysians.
Oh yeah, can we bring back Repo so that's like 4
Malaysians.
4 Malaysians. You know?
Now we can have 1 team.
Yeah, exactly.
So Gorgeous, first and foremost, like the thing about Selangor Red Giants, no matter what happens, you guys like don't we're not super happy. You guys always normal.
Yeah.
But 2 questions. How do you guys, now in Riyadh, how do you guys feel playing in Riyadh? And how do you guys feel being #1 in the group of death?
At first, when we just arrived at Riyadh, we are not suitable with the weather here. But I think we adapting well. The environment and the weather. And my feeling is very happy
Very happy.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
Here's the thing, like I have a few more questions, but the question I think everyone wants to know, what do you think went wrong with Fnatic Onyx? Like they lost to See You Soon and technically they lost to you guys. What do you think went wrong with Fnatic Onyx?
I don't know actually. It's kind of surprised.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all also surprised. And yeah, actually it's very speechless.
Yeah.
So yeah, just get well soon, Fnatic Onyx.
Do you think that See You Soon is actually a really good team now, especially that you almost lost to that team, and also like they won over Fnatic Onyx? Do you think they're really a strong team now?
Yeah, I think personally, See You Soon have really good player. Yeah, and they are really strong in team fight.
Oh, okay. This is more of a personal question for Gorgeous, because we saw you play the last game, and somehow every time you die, you laugh. Like, is that yes? It's like like you look like you had fun on stage.
Yeah, it's not a fun match, but but it's kind of fun.
It's kind of fun.
It's kind of fun.
I mean, I have to ask, you've already gotten a little bit of a taste of MSC. You got to play. Is Zach ever going to get some time, man? Is he ever going to get some time as well?
What?
Will Zach QT have an opportunity to play?
I think no, because he is not in the roster.
Makes sense.
That makes sense.
No, okay, so we have one more group. Only Group D is the one that hasn't played. Group A, Group B, Group C, you've seen it. Who do you think is going to give Selangor Red Giants problem? Because you guys are still undefeated.
Who's going to give us a hard time?
Yes.
C9.
Because you guys are easy silver, right? You're from the easy silver.
Yeah.
I mean,
hey, we are the free and easy server. Everybody's so relaxed every time we play, right?
Yeah, if C9 gets to top 2 of their group, yeah, they will face SRG if the draw comes up right. So yeah, that could happen.
I mean, okay, you know what? I have a question, but for now, let's actually look at the STC prediction. Let's see, Selangor Red Giants and Fnatic Onyx, who did you guys predict was gonna win? And the STC prediction is...
Man.
What? Gorgeous! 28% thought you guys...
What do you say to those 72% of the viewers that did not vote for you? What have you got to say to them?
I think I'm gonna let you guys know that this is not era of Onyx anymore. It's Red Giant era, man.
It's Red Giants era. 72% voted for Onyx. You guys are half correct. You guys got 1 point. But do you honestly think C9 would make it out of group?
Yeah, I think I'm going to pray so that C9 going to pass the group.
Because you guys really want to fight C9?
Really want to fight.
Okay, you know what? I don't think they're gonna make it. I don't know about you guys, but you got Falcon every brand. You got Falcons, and you also have a XYG. Do you think they can beat XYG?
Who?
C9.
Yeah, sure.
Oh yeah, sure.
Do you think they can defeat Bren?
Brand, I think if their jungle wear saber, I think they can.
Rogers came in loaded. He came in locked and loaded, bro.
For those who know,
For those who know.
for those who know, you guys know. And with
You
that,
know, you know.
you know what? I'm gonna ask you, when you guys win, and I'm saying when, okay? When you guys win, you guys can choose 3 keys from your opponents to be part of your trophy. Which keys of teams do you guys want to put?
You want the serious one or not?
Funny one first.
I think it's funny one. I'm gonna take 3 C9.
3 C9.
3 C9. Clock 9, clock 9, clock 9.
Yeah.
You know what? I think this is MSC. We can make it work. It's just like crush C9's key 3 times. And with that, we have a battle within. Mark your calendars because for tomorrow, Soul Vessel Series Skin, Amon, Vessel of Deceit, and Hanabi, Vessel of Rage, are slated for a stunning reveal. So make sure you guys log in tomorrow, and once the skins are out, buy them. And the next one, for you guys as well, Jutsin is now out. The new mage hero has arrived with exclusive pack. Get the hero and her ethereal Serenity skin during the launch week. It's only 469 diamonds, but if you guys buy with the battle points, 51 diamonds, and you guys can get the skin. But the thing is, it's only 14 days from the launch day, so your time is running out. Make sure you guys grab the skin as fast as possible. So the funny answer, C9 3 times.
Yeah.
Serious answer. C9 is one of them. What are the other 2 teams?
I think I'm gonna remove the C9.
Oh, remove C9? Oh, wow.
I'm gonna take maybe Onyx, Brand, and Liquid Echo.
Oh, Onyx, Brand, and Liquid Echo.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what? That would be a very expensive trophy.
It would. It would. That'd be pretty epic. I'm not gonna lie. But at this point, where do you go? Just for you personally, right?
Okay.
Where do you see SRG in terms of rankings right now? I mean, you've already knocked out Fnatic Onyx, so that changes things a little bit. Where are we? Top 3 already? Number 1? Are you gonna call it here?
I think if I'm going to be humble, I'm gonna say top 3.
But if you're gonna be truthful,
yeah,
I would say.
Come on, look at the camera while you're doing it.
come on.
It's right over there.
I think we are top 1 right now.
Whoa! Again, can you blame him? He's from the group of death.
Yep.
Gorgeous. When we win, we're happy. Are you happy when you see other people lose?
I feel good.
You feel good? Do you want to see Fnatic Onyx keys getting crushed?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Why
yeah,
not?
you want?
Why not?
Why not? Let's start with Falcon's key. Let's watch the crushing of the hydraulic press onto Falcon's key. And then later on, we'll see Fnatic on it. Let's run the video. Oh, this is going to be exciting. At the same time.
It's the full thing. Look at the way it's gonna split.
Yeah, that's Team Falcons.
Gorgeous, you did this, by the way.
Oh, me?
Yes, because of you guys. Falcons. Oh, dude, what part of it is breaking up? Gorgeous, commentate.
I wasn't expecting that.
I wasn't expecting that.
It's so horrible.
It's
So horrible.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Fnatic Onyx.
Now it's Fnatic Onyx. So Gorgeous, talk us about how you feel watching their keys getting crushed.
Actually, I feel bad, honestly, yeah.
You feel bad?
Yeah, because they're like Indonesia hope, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually I feel bad.
Now Udil is Indonesia's hope.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, like, did you thought that Onyx key would get crushed?
Nah.
Right? No, right?
Yeah, too soon.
Too soon.
See you soon.
Soon. Well played. This guy. I like this guy.
Oh, trust me.
Give me one.
In Malaysia, if you don't have Udil, we have Gorgeous.
All right.
Give the mic to them, and then they will do their best to make you feel emotions. And while you're still holding the mic, Gorgeous, is there anything that you want to say to all of the viewers watching the live stream right now?
What's the camera?
That camera.
Oh, that camera. Okay, for the SRG supporters, thank you for supporting us, because without you all, we are not going to be here. And thank you also for my family and the others play family for trusting us. And
wish us good luck for the match.
My idea. Shout out to your girlfriend.
Shout.
Shoutouts to future wife.
Future wife, yeah.
Just keep supporting us on the upcoming playoff.
How about C9?
Oh yeah, have a message for C9?
The chocolate one? Cloud9?
The chocolate.
Have two, right? One is blue, one is red.
Yeah.
Which one?
The blue one. The blue one.
The blue one?
Yeah, the blue one. I like the blue one. So, you know what? Let's look at the group standings. I feel like we need to look at the group standings right now. So let's look at Group D. Cloud9 is 0-2 right now. -2 points. You know what? If CU Soon can do it, Cloud9 can do it.
Yeah, it's true. Anything can happen here at MSC, at EWC. And I think, something has to be upset here. And I think that C9 is the closest that I would imagine to make that miracle run.
Yeah. Let's look at tomorrow's schedule to see when will C9 be playing. And looks like it's going to start off with XYG going up against Falcon.
Okay.
Falcon's AP Brand going up against C9. C9 fight again against XYG. And then we're closing the day with Falcon going up against Falcon's AP Brand.
That's right.
Are all Falcons going on?
So since Gorgeous is a big fan of Cloud9 here, I think that you should be hoping that Falcons loses to XYG. That's the first step. Okay, you have to pray for that.
Yeah, it's praying.
But then they have to also win against XYG. Hopefully get 1 point off of that Falcon Saber, but obviously getting a 2-0 would be phenomenal. So that's those are the conditions if you're a C9 fan. Yeah.
He's clearly a C9 fan. And if you guys are a fan of the show, make sure you guys scan the QR code. Let us know what you guys think, because this is the broadcast survey. Let us know how, in your eyes, that we can improve, because trust me when I say we want to ramp it up all the way to the grand finals. By grand finals, this is going to be absolutely amazing. And with that being said, I want to say thank you very much to Gorgeous. Thank you very much to Gideon, as well as thank you very much to Wolf. Thank you to all of our casters that has been working hard today. That's it for the 4th day of MSC 2024 group stage. Once again, my name is Afel, and from all of us, we'd like to say thank you very much. Join us again for tomorrow as we see the world. Now, let's look at the Kadia play of the day.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.